On that day, dungeon gates tore open, and purple ruins spilled out, and monsters from within came pouring out like nature had given up, leaving only awakened magical fighters able to stop the disaster, including Ingolf von Dietz and Claudia Bourgeot, already looking annoyingly heroic, with Nathaniel Cavell, Iwako Hideki, and Lei Ruoxi joining the front. While civilians below panicked as the screams got louder and uglier, Claudia practically ordered rescue work, mocking how there were far too many victims, but the first monster lunged anyway, teeth bared like a cheap nightmare, so the Seekers answered with fire, lightning, and vicious counterblows, until the whole street exploded in light, leaving one figure standing alone. Masato Kyoichiro takes command, checking survivors while golden light clings, then his brutal strike tears through the horde like trash. Those glowing eyes say he already knows every monster move, and the battlefield answers with explosions as beasts get shredded. Even the onlookers freeze, finally admitting he is absurdly strong, because his time magic lets him predict the next disaster. While the monsters still think they can call him human, they charge straight into a glowing trap of lightning and fire, so the gate keeps spitting enemies into Misato's perfect counter, and the so-called final beast learns who the real nightmare is. A purple rift tears open, and the city instantly gets cursed. While Masato grandly vows to seal it, as if disaster needs permission, then he surges forward through light, making panic look embarrassingly slow, and the first wave explodes under his blue lightning, like trash meeting judgment, all while the gate keeps vomiting monsters, but the trap circle stays smug, leaving one stunned onlooker openly wondering what kind of freak he is, because Masato has already seen this future, and the surprise is over, though the survivors still panic at the gate, demanding an explanation nobody deserves, and the blonde traitor just grins, admitting the whole mess was engineered, because trust died here, and Masato knows exactly who sold everyone out. Masato freezes at that smug little what, already smelling disaster. Then Claudia brands him a level 100-time monster, which is hilarious, because they wanted safe money, yet somehow got a death trap, and now the panicked crowd acts betrayed, as if surprise helps. Masato steps in like a final boss, promising the curtain call. The blonde suit guy loses his nerve, whining that they're all trapped. As Golden Seeker's leader, Masato only meant to protect the world, and everyone, which makes this ambush look even more pathetic. Still, the betrayal hits hard, and he finally asks why. Then the monsters close in, while his time magic stays disgustingly calm. Masato carves through the front line, and the monster thinks it's hilarious, until that smug smile freezes. Because this guy's face says disaster, the horde surges everywhere, while he stands there like a cursed stop sign. Then future vision kicks in, letting him mock the exit they botched. Even the monsters get shredded in the chaos, which is honestly embarrassing, and the suit-wearing traitor finally stares, realizing the trap already collapsed. While the Golden Seekers keep pushing, Misato's time magic stays disgustingly clean. Claudia's stunned glare says the betrayal was supposed to be subtle, apparently. So the battlefield erupts harder, and the monsters eat another terrible lesson. Masato keeps bleeding, standing, and winning, because panic was never his style. Misato's bloodied stare says the future stayed disgusting, no matter how hard he fought it. The horde keeps flooding in, because subtlety died the second that gate opened. So he faces death head-on, mocking the monsters like they're a bad budget. Then time magic detonates the street, and the swarm gets violently corrected. Refusing a pathetic ending, he bites back harder, dragging the horde with him. Every wound just fuels that absurd vow to reincarnate stronger and hit back. Rage and despair surge together, but his fist answers with pure lightning, until revenge finally becomes a promise, and the battlefield starts paying attention. The monsters scream like idiots, realizing they're losing to a man they cornered. And Masato just stands there, broken but grinning, because this isn't over. A hospital room wakes him up, all sterile and suspiciously peaceful, while some unfamiliar medical junk proves this body has a history, and yep, the reincarnation worked, which is already wildly inconvenient, because the room feels like a hospital. But time has clearly moved on. If 100 years passed, revenge would be the only joke left, so he laughs through it, already refusing to die politely. Then the student ID drops the bomb. Asai Kyosuke, Void LV, 1. That tiny detail spikes his eye wide, because Void sounds terrifying, and the card practically screams this is no ordinary second chance, so he grins like a man about to weaponize the apocalypse. The kid is already cackling at that student ID, like fate owes him money. In his old life, comrades feared his time attribute, so naturally he got cocky. Then clairvoyance hit a wall, unable to read the abyss behind Void. Honestly, even he starts pitying the poor boy trapped in that body, because Void is absurdly strong, just not something he ever had before, And of course nobody knows how to train such a rare disaster. Yet, which explains why the card still says level 1, tragedy at its finest. So he jokes that maybe the kid got mocked for having nothing, too. But now he's claiming the name of the strongest adventurer through clairvoyance, and with Void in hand, has done playing small, period. Asai Kyosuke finally snaps, vowing vengeance on those traitors, while the blonde observer watches, already sensing this kid's problem. Revenge sounds great, except Void laughs at ordinary training methods, and the smug few nearby keep looking shaken by his declaration, because leveling up first is the only way this grudge survives. Void of course means nil, absurd power with zero roadmap. The trick is imagination, projecting impossible things into reality, which everyone can daydream about, until the body actually cooperates. Luckily, this one is already battered enough to experiment on, so he prepares to force that mental image into flesh. Picture the body bathing in magic, every battered cell stitched back together. Even that ruined knee is getting dragged toward recovery, painfully slowly, but the healing still looks sloppy, because the inside damage is lingering, and that's when Asai finally grins, realizing the experiment actually worked, though he already knows rudimentary casting heals like a bargain bin miracle, meaning repeated use should level it up, if his guts survive first, because Void training runs on imagination, turning nonsense into usable reality, and that absurd rule can expand into all kinds of magic. So now he's smirking like a man who just found the loophole, while the doctor basically loses it, finally realizing he's awake. The doctor flatly orders him still, because this injury is no joke, and Asai quietly pieces together how badly the monster tore him up. Yet that recovery is enough to make the doctor stare like a miracle happened, while Asai snaps back, pretending Saintus talk means absolutely nothing, which only sends the doctor spiraling into legendary name panic and ugly disbelief, because apparently some pentagram saints sounds important enough to rattle him, but Asai keeps playing dumb, dragging the poor man deeper into confusion. So the doctor bails to prepare everything, leaving him alone with questions, and Asai starts wondering if clans and adventurers are involved too, because leveling up is mandatory, and that remote looks like his next clue. He wants a read on the modern era, still totally clueless, because today's special report is the old SSS-class dungeon disaster. And wow, vintage chaos. The culprit turns out to be one disaster architect with future sight, namely Masato Kyoichiro, leader of the Golden Seekers, which is terrifyingly efficient, and that leaves Asai staring, realizing he was the supposed target. Seriously? The accusation lands hard, making him panic over being blamed for the mess, because Masato saw the future wreckage and kept it quiet, classic genius behavior, while the other Golden Seekers, those so-called pentagram saints, still handled the ceiling, yet the title parade continues. As if every legendary feat needs a louder ego, and now experts are being invited in, because apparently this story loves escalation. A bitter laugh hangs over the hospital room, because Asai already smells betrayal. He remembers being dragged through mud, dignity trashed by people who swore loyalty. Then came the sacrifice, the kind done with a straight face, and zero shame. And of course, those glorious heroes still collected rewards like nothing happened. Asai refuses forgiveness, tightening his grip, because their excuse is offensively weak. The disgust hits harder when even the apology angle collapses into hollow noise. He decides they all deserve hell. Every last one of those smiling frauds. Back in the clinic, the room feels too clean for such rotten truths. The doctor stares at his sudden recovery, while Asai stays unnervingly careful, because now he knows the future's filthy, and one wrong move gets him killed. Hez already masking himself from their radar, and that's annoyingly convenient. The phone gets checked again, as if reality might apologize back. Then the academy name lands, and the whole situation gets uglier, because that smug little grin says he's already connecting the dots. Just as expected, the card confirms Asai Kyosuke, Void level 1. So now he knows exactly where one target is. Lucky him, but Iwako's careful, the kind who never exposes weakness for free. That caution turns the room into a trap of unreadable distance. Against a gap this massive, beating him right now is impossible, and the next beat makes it obvious. Somebody is about to crash. Level 1 means nothing. So he starts grinding for revenge, and answers, and the first name he locks onto is Iwako. Nice and personal. Weeks later, that promise finally ripens into an academy-sized headache, because Asai's body is moving cleanly now. Recovery done, excuses dead, while the doctor loses his mind over a miracle he cannot explain, and Asai politely rejects divine nonsense, crediting only his own work. Then that stare says the real breakthrough is all self-made power, so the poor doctor gets dismissed with surgical courtesy, no theatrics. After the bare minimum prep, he steps out ready for the hunt, and his student card screams LV. 27. Enough for now, apparently. Weeks later, Asai's recovery finally stops being a joke, and he's ready. While the doctor recites the tragic family backstory like that explains everything, but Asai's already walking out, proving excuses died before his injuries did, and he even deadpans that Kyosuke's old pity party was somebody else's problem, because this version of him is done surviving, and now he's claiming freedom, so he takes the road with a student card stamped LOLV. 27. Which is cute. Then the academy gate looms ahead, along with that smug purple disaster waiting, and Asai only smiles, because leveling here means testing every risky little theory. While a guard reaches for the card, he offers it back like a warning, and suddenly everybody knows this quiet kid is about to start trouble. The officer catches him at the gate, but Asai's stare says try harder, because that LV 27 student card is already roasting everyone's precious standards, and the academy rules sound strict until he calmly signs his way through, while the guard's objections keep melting against his absurd, unbothered confidence. Since he's officially a Tokigo student, consent form signed, trouble legally licensed, and even the hospital warning couldn't slow him down after that investigation, so the hooded brat thinks he can talk big from the shadows, but Asai's one glance shuts that nonsense down instantly, as the smug trio keep yapping about his place, proving they're tourists, and the masked newbie just waits, looking way too ready for them. Asai skips the drama and asks where to sign. Already done entertaining, then he locks in his name and triggers instant panic from the clerk, because the paperwork supposedly settles everything, which is adorable in hindsight, while the gate officer still looks like he's witnessing a disaster. Thank you. Outside, the hooded trio starts summoning their usual brand of amateur trash talk, but the warning lands hard. Letting that guy roam free is suicidal, and somehow one of them still argues that helping him is a favor, until the others realize nobody is backing down. And that's suspicious. The purple-haired menace smiles like a villain, hiding murderous confidence in plain sight, and the idiots call Asai a brat who needs 100 more years. The officer's shaky endorsement makes this mess sound official, somehow, while the cracked cavern floor glows purple beneath the runaway disaster, and the hooded trio starts bragging about their favorite cowardly solution: kill the kid, blame the monsters, and profit, because genius clearly skipped them, except their purple-haired ringleader is already grinning like a cheap villain, as the tunnel erupts with red slashes and the chase turns embarrassing. Yet even the chaos can't hide how Asai keeps staying ahead, leaving the smug idiots demanding a straight road, and still losing ground. Then they finally spot him, which instantly ruins their fake confidence, because the monster swarm is crashing in, and Asai's trap is perfect. Asai stands there wrapped in void aura, looking far too calm for trouble. Then the tunnel explodes in fire, and his body slips past the blast, while green power coils around his hand, because apparently survival is a hobby, and the arena becomes a spiral of chaos as he stays impossibly centered, with the monster wreckage burning behind him, leaving the red-eyed swarm looking pathetic, and the others freeze near the flames, realizing this isn't amateur hour, because their purple-haired genius literally yelps when Asai deletes a D-rank monster. Then somebody smugly starts thinking about loot, which is embarrassing, but on brand, since the crystals on the floor scream rare drop, and greed instantly wakes up, and now the trio is already calculating profit, not realizing they're next to get buried. The brat still hasn't noticed the treasure, and that's hilarious, because the trio is already drooling over the rare drop and murder, yet Asai keeps moving like a problem they can't mentally process, while the purple-haired clown watches him warp the battlefield with smug panic. Then greed wins, and they charge straight in like discount villains, only for Asai to snap back, furious at their idiotic entitlement, and that's when his presence turns vicious, cocky, and terrifying, because no matter the era, trash like this always tries theft, but his void charge strike erases their confidence before their bodies can react, leaving the orange-haired one stunned, realizing he just got outplayed hard. Their first excuse is pure comedy, just luck, but Asai's shadow stays calm, already moving past panic, while void-charged force punches through the battlefield like judgment, and the purple-haired loudmouth starts coughing up humiliation, because the cheap little ambush collapses under his counter, leaving the street in smoke, and Asai untouched, while trashy bravado finally cracks under his murderous glare, as the orange-haired one realizes he got demolished, and the others suddenly remember fear is expensive, so Asai seals the lesson. Revenge starts now. Above the city, the purple breach hangs open, screaming disaster into daylight, and nearby footsteps barely register, because this whole scene already smells expensive. Then Yoichi Sudai shows up, claiming academy business and dungeon rumors, only to find dead novice hunters scattered around like proof of somebody's bad judgment, with the survivors staring upward, as if logic itself got mugged and left there. while the street falls into a grim silence, and even the night sky feels embarrassed. Back at home, Asai coolly admits the D-rank dungeon paid off, since his new spell is simple, nasty, and annoyingly useful, info obscurity, meaning he can fake his level, erase entry records, and dodge scrutiny. So tomorrow, he walks into the academy, grinning like trouble already won. One day earlier, the chat app turns ugly, and the freeloaders panic, because Kyosuke just smirks at their debt like he owns the joke. Meanwhile, the campus entrance looks peaceful, which is hilarious considering disaster is brewing, and then Asahi Karin spots Kyosuke, greeting him like a worried sweetheart, while Kyosuke answers with cool relief, proving he still has people. But the bullies arrive next, acting brave because weaklings make easy wallets, only to learn he is not some trembling no attribute they can squeeze, since protecting him apparently comes with a price, and they want payment. Yet Kyosuke's void-powered leverage makes that bargain feel dangerously one-sided, which is exactly how the loudmouths end up begging with fake confidence. The scumbag tech starts flying, and Kyosuke reads every insult with cold amusement, while the campus entrance stays absurdly peaceful, until Karin blocks the idiots for him, because Kyosuke is fresh from the hospital, yet already hiding something dangerous. His stare alone says the old weakling is gone, and the replacement is not polite, so he brushes off her concern with a calm promise, "He'll be fine." Then the hooded idiots swagger in, mocking a kid with no attribute like geniuses, and their brave little act collapses the second they realize he can bite back, because Kyosuke reminds them they're the ones who should know their place, and that smug little warning turns into a full-on declaration of future domination, as he swears he always keeps his word, no matter who laughs. Kyosuke's face hardens in that instant, and the room feels utterly doomed, as the first idiot panics at magic outside dungeons, proving ignorance is a hobby. Karin freezes when school rules get dragged in, because of course drama follows him, while the blonde loudmouth loses his cool. Screaming like intimidation actually pays bills, then Kyosuke answers with fire, hurling a blazing strike straight across the floor, and his expression stays disgustingly calm. Like bullying him was always the mistake, the flame hits with surgical precision, leaving the attackers visibly outclassed and embarrassed, as the blast swells into a full inferno, swallowing their confidence whole. Now both sides stand at the edge of that explosive furnace, watching the gap widen, because Kyosuke keeps his promise, and dominance always arrives on schedule. The blowback hits first, and the same magic suddenly feels impossible. Kyosuke stands there untouched, making their panic look painfully late. Even Misato's crew starts realizing this isn't normal rookie trash. The blonde hothead keeps cursing, because denial is his only talent. Then he orders the others forward, like bravery can be outsourced. Kyosuke answers with overwhelming force, drowning the lane in elemental pressure. Their attacks collide, but his control slices right through their confidence. He spreads both powers wide, turning the whole street into his arena. The Seekers stare in horror, finally admitting they never understood him. And Kyosuke, disgustingly calm, makes the verdict sound almost polite. Misato cuts through the chaos, announcing his turn with terrifying calm, while Kyosuke answers the panic, walking straight through fire like it's garnish. And the blonde idiot starts losing his mind, because courage was never his skill. Then the battlefield snaps sideways as the Golden Seeker finally gets grabbed, but Kyosuke doesn't even bother shouting, he just keeps humiliating them, leaving the smug suit behind him staring like reality itself offended him, because even the Seekers are choking on the truth. This rookie isn't trash, and the old man's fear says it all. Every insult just made him bolder, so when the flames surge higher, Kyosuke vows his fist won't stop swinging, and the whole lane gets buried under that monstrous, very personal answer. The street is drowning in red-eyed monsters and shattered calm, while golden flames and magic pressure keep ripping the air apart, and one suited loser hits the pavement, proving confidence was never armor. Then Asahi Karin hears the name Kyosuke, and the realization stings, because the smug trio finally admit nobody will ever laugh at him again, as the void-eyed rookie grins through the pressure, promising a stronger path together, but the academy crowd starts panicking, begging forgiveness in perfect coward choreography, while the bullies scramble behind him, suddenly acting polite after all that trash talk, and even the blue-haired watcher chokes out disbelief, admitting Kyosuke changed completely, so the last joke lands hard, he was never all that anyway. The academy corridor hums with gossip, while those rich kid cowards strut like royalty, until one glance back ruins their confidence and makes the whole hallway look guilty, because Kyosuke stands there now, and wow, the nobody suddenly has presence. So the annoying handoff gets interrupted, and class time waits for no one. Then Asahi finally catches the name, and that little detail hits like a blade, while the dark-haired newcomer keeps acting casually destroying everyone's assumptions, and Misato clocks him like a nuisance, already annoyed by the upperclassman vibe. Yet the politeness dance starts, because bullies love manners when fear pays rent. Kyosuke coolly reminds them he never bothered introducing himself, which is embarrassing, because the name lands at last. Yoichi Tsudai, leader of Biting the Cat. Asahi blinks at the absurd clan name, already sensing trouble brewing. Yoichi smugly names Biting the Cat, like that should impress anyone. In the hallway, Asahi watches Kyosuke refuse to look rattled. Yoichi pushes for his time, acting generous instead of obviously nosy. Kyosuke answers with cool silence, forcing the upperclassman to lean in. Then he cuts straight through the drama, making refusal sound impossible. Yoichi finally asks if he toppled those dungeon adventurers last night. Kyosuke plays dumb, because apparently confusion is now a combat skill. Yoichi's stare hardens, realizing that secret should have stayed buried. He admits the student entered the dungeon, so naturally he investigated. Lying inside the dungeon, he found infamous criminals hunting novices. And yeah, classy company. Then top-tier seekers joined the chaos, proving this wasn't just a random raid. Yoichi realized the kid hid the truth about his magic, so of course he got nosy, and pressed harder, demanding the story behind those defeated adventurers like he owned the hallway. Kyosuke answered with a deadpan bluff about that morning's ambush, refusing to look impressed, then casually shrugged off being level 1, as if that magically explained everything. The academy ID came out next, and suddenly the smug routine started wobbling, because the card said, Asai Kyosuke, Void LV, 1, which should have been laughably useless. Yoichi kept glaring, convinced nobody with that profile should waste his precious time, but that tiny crack of anger proved Kyosuke's secret was already getting under his skin. Kyosuke's apology lands first. All cool control and zero panic. While Yoichi starts policing the future, annoyed by any extra work, then the hallway clears, and the little interrogation keeps stalking him, because that smug Tsudai guess finally clicks into suspicion, and Kyosuke's grin says he can absolutely use this overconfident tool, since getting close to Iwako without being noticed is the real play. So he wonders if this is the perfect moment to test that magic. Then the report gets filed, sealing the ugly truth of last night, and the old man warns he is not the type to screw up. Before Iwako Hideki flexes his authority, proving bad choices have consequences. The apology lands first, and the poor fool promises immediate damage control, while the old man's shoe taps out a calm, terrifying verdict there. Because hunting novices is the kind of scandal that poisons reputations, and this academy clearly loves turning smug predators into cautionary tales. Then comes the real warning. One wrong move, and even allies vanish. So Kyosuke swallows it all, and addresses Principal Iwako properly. Of course, that still leaves one man grinding his teeth in frustration, since if Head known better, Head have squeezed those cowards harder. Now the focus shifts back to the stern office boss, demanding one more answer, and the younger seeker freezes, ready to explain himself. Sir, according to the report, the missing student should be a third year, but the system found nothing, because he entered a dungeon last night, and that little detail makes the whole file look hilariously fake, so the accusation lands hard. Novice hunters got eaten, and somebody lied. Then the headmaster decides Kyosuke's void attribute may be the real anomaly, which makes the smug young seeker pause, pretending that revelation is totally fine, but the old authority keeps pressing, calmly dragging out the truth, and the boy finally realizes this unusual case is no ordinary mistake, because Kyosuke's student card screams Void Level 1, a nasty little surprise, while the question shifts to Principal Iwako, and everyone braces for the answer. Ingolf keeps poking the anomaly question, and honestly, the doubt is obvious, while the smug prodigy flashes that infuriating little smile, acting untouchably clever. Then Misato names Principal Iwako, and politely dumps the whole disaster on him, because he's the one expected to solve it, not posture and look impressive, and the void attribute chatter finally circles back to Kyosuke. The real wildcard, as weapons and flame-lit force hit the floor, the battlefield starts getting serious, with the Golden Seekers unleashing a ridiculous burst that cooks the street alive, yet the monster horde barrels through anyway, proving panic is a terrible strategy, until the beast gets pinned and screams out its attack route, which is adorable, and a golden barrier answers back, turning chaos into Iwako's problem now. The monster's roar got buried under golden light and cooked stone, while the Seekers stared at the street wreckage like panic had homework. Then Iwako slammed the formation order through the chaos, because somebody had to act, and Yoichi's ugly little spotlight moment made the others gush, absurdly worshipful, but Kyosuke stayed deadly calm, already done with the monsters in this area, so the squad snapped to attention behind Misato, who suddenly dropped the smug act and handed the rest to everyone else, like the battlefield was now their mess, because now he was done pretending and ready to use his real purpose, with a chained void relic igniting in his hand. All eyes turned sharp as he demanded Kyosuke's location and finally turned the hunt personal. That chained blue power proves Kyosuke is already leagues beyond students, and he knows it. Stepping forward like danger is beneath him, while Masato quietly admits that incident only helped his own plans, the so-called accident already buried one novice hunter scandal, conveniently enough. After the hospital discharge, the mess only got uglier, naturally, because now even the academy gossip circles back to Asai. Then Masato corners the issue, demanding whether that disaster was real, and the shaken trio panics, swearing a no-attribute hit happened, which leaves the blonde observer staring at Kyosuke like, well, that bastard, until Kyosuke detonates a monstrous flame, and everyone finally panics. Misato's glare says the answer already hurts, and he hates it, because the whole squad stands there while he finishes grilling them. The pink-haired fool starts panicking. And that's the funniest part, since Masato shuts him down, calling their little excuses worthless. Then the crowd explodes in denial, realizing Kyosuke was the real target, as the dark-haired observer narrows in, muttering about that guy, while another seeker pins the shaken one down, sensing the lie, and now even the weird blue-eyed brat looks utterly broken, because Kyosuke's pressure isn't normal. It's the kind that stops human behavior, so Masato concludes the trick was just illusion, not real restraint. Kyosuke leaves the corridor glowing with victory, while the monsters rot behind him. The onlookers guess he used some cheap trick, because honesty clearly hurts their pride. One corpse just proves the carnage, and suddenly those excuses sound embarrassingly thin. Even the skeptics start circling Kyosuke's name, while the wreckage answers for him. More bodies confirm the attack was no accident, and the denial gets hilarious. Masato brushes it off like child's play, though that power clearly rattles everyone. Then the real punch lands, as even Iwako gets dragged into the comparison. The panicked witness finally admits Kyosuke's pressure is abnormal, not some random stunt. Masato grins through the glow, boasting about taking that pentagram throne and ruling everything. But Kyosuke's grin says the joke's over, because he's already becoming the threat. But that still didn't end the nightmare, because Kyosuke had his own agenda, and hiding his link to the novice hunters was suddenly life or death. While the corridor ahead looked like trouble was waiting just around the corner, except the brown-haired seeker noticed something impossible and tried to play it cool, only to realize Kyosuke's presence had already slipped through every excuse. As the void pressure crashed down and his confidence evaporated spectacularly, with the seeker panicking that his concealment had just been exposed, then Kyosuke smiled like a menace, asking the obvious question he dreaded. Because yes, the kid had read his thoughts, which is humiliatingly efficient, and now the whole hunt had flipped, with Kyosuke standing there like the problem. Yoichi starts by citing Iwako, already acting way too smug. Then Kyosuke drags up the extortion scandal, and that confidence gets embarrassing real fast, because the seeker freezes when his dirty little secret gets exposed, and the name Yoichi lands like a personal funeral notice, while Kyosuke calls out his cruelty, making the hunter look painfully average. Then he shifts into void pressure, promising to teach that same terror, and the aura spikes so hard, even the air starts acting nervous, as Yoichi finally admits Kyosuke is a dangerous bastard, except too dangerous is exactly what the rookie is hearing, and regretting, because the golden talent answers with flame and ambition, choosing violence. Yoichi swears he'll win here, bravado snapping under pressure, but Kyosuke's strike tears the floor open with humiliating ease. Then he taunts that weak show, calling it Kyosuke's full strength, and the rookie only answers with colder fire and sharper confidence, because Kyosuke keeps pressing, making the Golden Seeker look embarrassingly ordinary, while cyan void lightning floods the arena like a bad omen. Yoichi's counterattack gets swallowed instantly, his pride cracking on impact. Debris rains down as Kyosuke keeps dominating the poor guy, and that terrified reaction says everything. This elite hunter is cooked, because the void user just proved arrogance dies fast. Yoichi's face twists in horror, because Kyosuke just exposed multi-attribute magic, and that's ugly. The gold rookie starts babbling about void power, but Kyosuke keeps him choking on doubt. Cyan lightning keeps slamming through the arena, making Yoichi's big counter look pathetic. Then his whining about plans lands flat, because Kyosuke is already standing in his face. One brutal strike later, the elite seeker gets folded, and the room notices fast. Kyosuke just mocks the so-called strategy, like plans were ever going to save him. Yoichi snaps back with delusions of grandeur, boasting hell surpass Iwako someday. He even crowns himself future pentagram saint, which is adorable for someone getting bullied. Kyosuke coolly asks why Iwako matters, since other saint candidates exist too. Masato smirks and cuts in, because he already knows exactly who matters. Golden Seeker ranks turn into a circus, as Yoichi starts preaching saint status, promising world rule, which is rich coming from the guy getting red instantly, Kyosuke cuts through his nonsense with a cold stare, calling the ambition pathetic, and Yoichi recoils, offended that anyone would insult his grand fantasy. Then he panics about Iwako, admitting he meant to reach her first, but Masato, smug as ever, decides the whole worry was pointless anyway. The air still crackles with blue lightning as Yoichi lunges back into denial, while Kyosuke snaps that wanting power is nothing to scream about, and the boy starts ranting about wealth, women, and domination like a cartoon villain, only for Kyosuke to bury him again, because no one can out-talk that void. Yoichi's grand fantasy finally surfaces, and it already sounds embarrassingly delusional, because becoming a pentagram saint is just his excuse for doing anything he wants, especially after sniffing around the saintess like a bargain bin predator. And wow, subtlety died, but Kyosuke shuts the whole speech down with one cold look, completely unimpressed. Then the fool panics when Masato starts moving, realizing his plan just got outplayed. As golden shards fly, Yoichi freaks out over losing his sword, which is adorable and pathetic. While Masato casually confirms he finished the setup, thanks to all that useless rambling, Yoichi begs for distance like that will save him now, and it obviously won't, because Kyosuke steps in with that terrifying void stare, ready to end the lecture, and the final move lands as absolute hypnosis, turning the loudmouth into a puppet. That void-eyed stare lands first, and suddenly the room feels cursed, because Yoichi is already flattened, looking ridiculous beside Kyosuke's cold patience. Misato's hypnosis trick needs shattered resolve, so of course the loudmouth helps, and that smug little setup is already biting him beautifully. Then Masato steps in, confirming the spell worked while Yoichi panics. As the poor idiot starts obeying, all stiff manners and broken spine, Kyosuke watches that collapse with a faintly cruel grin, almost bored, while Masato tells him to stay focused. The mission matters more, and Yoichi, now reduced to a puppet, stumbles through the commands, because the final look seals it, turning arrogance into obedient silence. Kyosuke cuts in smoothly, claiming hell returned to leading the group, and the mood instantly tightens, because that face says trouble, not teamwork. Masato wears that smug little smile, acting like he's already won, while the corridor shadows stretch behind him like a cheap victory parade. Asahi finally finds Kyosuke, relieved enough to blurt his name, and he answers with mock innocence, saying he was only talking with Yoichi. Her surprise practically screams because that sounds way too casual, so he deadpans about helping dreams come true, like he owns destiny. Then even the lingering psychic pressure looks embarrassed as his grin sharpens, and Asahi, still glowing with hope, wishes his dream comes true soon. The special class is ending, and everyone's suddenly being summoned. Asahi rushes Kyosuke along, refusing to leave anyone behind. Naturally, he smirks about being glad he joined, because apparently this was planned. Then the smug genius reveals he finally got his hands on something. Elsewhere, an old official demands progress on the novice hunter incident. His aide confirms Kyosuke's unique attribute, like that was ever subtle. And yes, Asai Kyosuke is the first year with void attribute. They even admit he held a captive while interrogating him properly. Multi-attribute magic? The official is clearly realizing this kid's no joke. Meanwhile, that slick smile says the real trap is only beginning. The old official wants answers, while Kyosuke coolly offers time to uncover them. Then Masato cuts in, casually shifting the room toward his next cruel little agenda. Kyosuke answers with that smug, void-born confidence, and asks to run things. Iwako's silence says enough, because even he's weighing that outrageous proposal. Masato admits he's tortured people before, then promises payment for today's trouble. The room tilts as Kyosuke keeps standing there, perfectly unbothered by the menace. Behind that scarred face, Iwako looks annoyed, but not nearly as dismissive anymore. So he announces Hellhead there later, with obedient politeness hiding the threat. Then Iwako identifies himself, and suddenly the official realizes who's really speaking. Masato seals it by praising the principal, while thanking them for the bid. That smug stare says the warning landed, even before the name, because Lei Ruoxi is still smirking like she owns the skyline, and she even flashes her company title while baiting the room, but the old official's patience is collapsing as he presses harder, since she keeps mocking the academy's great principal like it's a joke, until Iwako finally snaps, telling her to mind that mouth, then shuts it down by admitting he's investigating a void student, which makes Lei scoff, treating the void attribute like bargain bin talent, before she tries one last smug angle, wondering what it could even do, and the answer comes ugly, because Kyosuke gets compared to Kyoichiro's time magic. The old official bristles under one smug little jab, already tense, while Lei keeps needling the room, pretending she owns the sky, but the warning lands when Iwako cuts in, ending the clown show, because Kyosuke's void attribute is being weighed against Misato's time magic, and Lei instantly loses her swagger. All that arrogance suddenly tasting bitter, so she backs off gracefully, which is a funny word for retreat, then promises another call later, like she didn't just get checked, as Iwako answers with raw disgust, calling out her selfish attitude. The old official stiffens at the cursed name, clearly remembering the headache, and the mood turns dangerous, because timing that anger now looks perfect. Under the trees, a shadowed figure stalks toward the sealed compound, and the next move is pure menace, because torture is already on the menu, while a hand cracks the barrier open, turning caution into a joke. Then that loudmouth swears all his Kyosuke frustration will land elsewhere, as the door finally yields, and the whole setup grins ugly with success. Inside, the suited seeker arrives late again, shocking nobody except the desperate, because the empty room proves the target slipped through, leaving only echoes, and the furious man stammers in disbelief, suddenly less brave than his mouth, until another fighter lunges through the forested chaos, blade raised for impact. But the next strike answers first, turning his confidence into red flash. The fight starts with raw impact, and Kyosuke's timing is already humiliating people, because even the veteran seeker is forced to admit he got outplayed, badly. Then Sudai gets called out for his arrogant little praise addiction, while the golden weapon user answers with smug confidence, as if that helps. But the trap snaps shut around him, and his bravado suddenly looks paper-thin, as another seeker folds him up in chains, turning his swagger into a joke. The backlash lands hard, and his loud claim of superiority gets erased, mid-air, leaving him smashed down while the crowd watches his ego leak out everywhere. Then the pink-lit authority steps in, naming the idiot's mistake with cold disgust, and Sudai finally learns that trash talk is not the same as winning. That smug insult lands first, and Sudai's pride instantly starts cracking, because the old official storms in, demanding answers like authority fixes stupidity, while the lecture keeps going, spelling out how bullying the weak is pathetic, and the lone figure in the field turns that accusation back on him. Then the principal erupts, acting shocked that arrogance comes with consequences, only to get met with a brutal reminder that desire without power is embarrassing, as the newcomer calmly tags Iwako by name, exposing his whole identity, then flat-out threatens expulsion, which is hilarious coming from the one panicking, but the blonde newcomer just smirks, telling him to relax and listen, because the real conversation starts now, and Sudai's ego is already losing. Under the sunset trees, the blonde newcomer starts a chat, far too casual. Then he tags Iwako Hideki by name, like he already owns the room. The old authority instantly bristles, hissing that his being made into a joke, but the blow lands anyway, shaking his pride right off those expensive rings. Next comes the lecture on strength. Wrapped in raw humiliation for the arrogant, he unleashes advanced earth magic, expecting awe, and gets a lesson instead. The attack still crashes down, yet the blonde just stands there, unbothered. Iwako panics and orders death, proving his dignity died before the spell did. Kyosuke answers by standing his ground, while the giant hand looms uselessly nearby. Then the whole blast detonates, and that swaggering old man finally looks cooked. Ingolf's smug laughter fills the ruins, and his arrogance finally starts cracking, because his grand earth blast collapses into rubble instead of fear. How embarrassing. Then he wonders if he overdid it, like that was ever the real problem, while Misato coolly keeps pressuring him, making the old hunter look smaller, as if threatening a student somehow restores dignity, which it absolutely doesn't. Misato barely reacts, just studying the mess with that annoyingly calm face, and Kyosuke stands untouched in the wreckage, looking way too comfortable, which sends the room into that awkward silence no one arrogant survives well, while Misato keeps walking forward, already treating the whole fight like finished business, and now has the one asking for a chat. After all that posturing, Ingolf's panic cracks wide open, stunned that Kyosuke stayed untouched, so he barrels into accusations, demanding the bastard's name like that helps. Kyosuke just smiles, making the whole tantrum look painfully one-sided. Then Misato cuts in, that purple pressure basically writing Ingolf's obituary. Ingolf swears he's never met anyone like this, which is adorable. Kyosuke answers with mock sympathy, casually treating the insult like friendship. Misato and Kyosuke keep circling him, and suddenly Ingolf is the prey. The old hunter's face twists, finally realizing he misread the monster. His denial comes too late, because the ground has already chosen sides, and Misato quietly decides that guy is definitely worth remembering. Ingolf's eye twitches in horror, because the pressure just got personal. Kyosuke stays ice cold, making the tantrum look painfully one-sided. Then Ingolf snarls about history, exposing his desperation for anyone watching. The battered seeker finally recognizes Misato Kyoichiro, and that name hits hard. Misato answers with green-laced force, casually turning the tide behind him. Ingolf gets shoved into chaos, while his own confidence collapses spectacularly. Kyosuke keeps that annoying calm, as if the whole mess amuses him, and he twists the knife, calling out Ingolf's convenient little worldview. Ingolf explodes again, threatening him with raw volume and zero dignity. Kyosuke just smirks, because yeah, he already sees exactly how this ends. He twists the lesson back, mocking how sweet talk seduced the gullible crowd, then names Misato Kyoichiro like a curse. And the fear gets personal, because Ingolf finally snaps, screaming for him to shut up, real classy, while green force erupts, and Misato just stands there, irritatingly untouchable. Kyosuke keeps that dead calm, like this whole meltdown was scheduled for him, and he nails Ingolf's worldview for being convenient, shallow, and embarrassing, which leaves the seeker choking on his own rage, suddenly hearing history, because that same magic mirrors what Misato once used against monsters, and now the battlefield answers him first, crushing Ingolf's confidence flat, leaving everyone staring as Kyosuke smirks, knowing this end was obvious. Ingolf keeps insisting they sealed him inside that dungeon, then doubles down on being trapped, like that excuse helps, while Kyosuke stands there, calmly dragging him into despair, and the idiot even wonders if this is really Misato, but Kyosuke says he took long enough, which is brutal, then flashes that grin at Iwako, acting like old history, while Ingolf finally realizes Misato Kyoichiro is back, and the battlefield answers with a strike that wrecks him, leaving the seeker spiraling, furious that he got played so cleanly. That neon green vortex is Kyosuke's answer, and it's already devouring the room, while the ghostly pressure tells everyone to shut up and stay irrelevant, as the attack keeps blooming wider, trapping the poor fool inside pure humiliation, and even his footing starts cracking, because arrogance always slips first. Then Kyosuke stands there like a nightmare with a student ID, which is hilarious, before the next wave tears through the field and leaves veterans scrambling, while the self-important old man realizes his pride just got folded into dust, and he spits out one last insult, like that fixes anything now, but Kyosuke's glare says the upper hand was never up for debate. Misato keeps acting modest, while quietly dragging every genius through the mud, because Ingolf's green magic surges, and his fist suddenly looks far less pathetic, yet he still snarls like that proves anything, which is adorable, honestly, since the so-called secret technique unleashes wind and earth after 20 years, and the arrogant old man screams for someone to take it, as if panic helps, but the attack just keeps shredding the field, turning his grandstand into confetti, while Misato's orange counters slice through the pressure like he already knew the ending, and the whole arena starts convulsing under a ridiculous storm of stolen confidence, leaving Kyosuke's silent smile to say this humiliation was always inevitable. Green winds rip the field apart, and Ingolf calls it his masterpiece, but that smug little victory lap still looks shaky under pressure, because the attack keeps raging while Misato barely bothers to counter, and the old man's laugh lands like pure denial wearing a suit, until he starts celebrating, convinced he finally crushed Misato Kyoichiro. Then Misato answers with that bored menace and reminds him of 20 years, making it clear this grudge has been aging far longer than the fool expected, as the battlefield erupts around the so-called past version of him, and Misato's smile says underestimating him was always the dumbest move. Ingolf keeps crowing that 20 years only made him stronger. Then he turns away like that actually settles the argument, because in his head he already buried Kyoichiro, and nobody gets to act superior anymore, so he declares himself the strongest saint, only to get coolly challenged, and that smug certainty instantly cracks into wide-eyed panic, as Kyosuke cuts in with one contemptuous "you," making the room feel smaller, while Ingolf realizes even that victory still left him getting folded, and Misato just toys with him, praising this era's hero like it's routine, before the final now hangs there, and the whole battlefield braces. Kyosuke's rage finally cracks loose, and the void around him starts roaring, while everyone else freezes. Because this monster label is already spreading fast, Ingolf tries salvaging his dignity, insisting he can't retreat now, and the old official explodes in panic, screaming like authority might save him, but the battlefield answers first, as a colossal hand hurls Kyosuke forward. Then Misato smirks, claiming the hit cleanly landed, like this was all expected. Kyosuke only mutters that annoying little hesitation, refusing to look rattled, before Misato mocks him for still barking after all that power, and the water blast tears through everything, leaving the whole place ruined. Kyosuke stands in the blast, mocking their pathetic confidence now, while Ingolf panics, begging his pride to survive this disaster, and the old official loses it, shrieking like paperwork can save him. Then Misato's timing lands perfectly, and Kyosuke barely flinches from it, because that smug hit only proves Misato already saw this coming. Even Kyosuke's annoyed, muttering can't hide how hard he's forcing veterans, before the green pressure roars through Ingolf, crushing his desperate resistance, and the damage leaves him choking while the battlefield keeps laughing at him as the whole street burns under water and fire. Utterly ruined. Ingolf's pride is shattered already, groveling in the dirt beside Kyosuke. He keeps apologizing for a 20-year mistake, like timing suddenly matters. Kyosuke answers with dead silence, which somehow stings even harder. Ingolf remembers the old trap, and now his arrogance looks embarrassingly hollow. But Kyosuke calls him out, saying that excuse already died back then. Then the red aura rises, and the whole room feels his revenge brewing. Ingolf reaches for the past again, begging as if friendship can overwrite damage. Kyosuke shuts that fantasy down, because humiliation has made him untouchable, and Claudia's fire collides with the chaos, turning the battlefield into ash. Kyosuke's void pressure shreds the clash. While fire and lightning explode around him, Ingolf's face gets wrecked mid-apology, proving old arrogance still tastes disgusting, and his pathetic muttering about regret dies instantly under Kyosuke's cold stare. Masato stands there like a chess master, calling this massacre exactly as expected. Then the red aura answer slams down, launching Ingolf through his own excuse, with Kyosuke mocking that his last-minute plea should have stayed buried years ago. Now he pins the veteran in silence, casually threatening mercy with terrifying ease, while the battered seeker coughs out more excuses, still too proud to shut up, and Masato watches the whole thing, calmly enjoying the humiliation he orchestrated. Ingolf's dignity is leaking out with that pathetic groan, and honestly, good. Masato stands over the wreckage, acting like this humiliation was scheduled from birth. Then Kyosuke's pressure hits, and Ingolf gets launched like expired baggage. The veteran immediately starts begging not to die, which is a bold downgrade. Kyosuke just smirks, refusing the kill and making mercy feel far worse. Ingolf tries to keep talking, but every excuse just makes him look thinner. Then the question lands, and the poor man realizes he's already cornered. Kyosuke closes in, promising answers first, because intimidation is apparently his hobby. The woman's name gets pulled up, and the whole room starts sweating. Even the onlooker freezes, because this so-called rookie is running the whole board. Ingolf's bravado finally collapses, and Kyosuke's pressure sends him begging, while Lei Ruox's name gets dragged into the mess like fresh ammunition. Kyosuke stays icy, openly questioning their confusion with a predator's patience, and Ingolf stammers excuses so badly, he somehow looks even smaller, before Masato Kyoichiro coolly confirms the situation, acting like this was expected, then casually points out Lee's arrival in 3 days, turning tension into prophecy, because of course he already decided the next move, smug as ever, and Ingolf, now on his knees, gets handed mercy instead of dignity, while Kyosuke silences the identity talk, guarding his secrets with effortless control. Then the spellmark warning lands, and Ingolf realizes he's already owned. So now he's dangling that identity card like a loaded gun, all venom and control, while the fire magic explodes, and the Golden Seekers finally stop pretending this is manageable, because Ingolf's face says everything. He just got publicly flattened by the wrong kid, and even the promise about keeping quiet lands like a leash he can't escape. Meanwhile, Kyosuke shuts down the name game, casually proving he isn't bluffing, so the excuse about Awako's personality sounds less like strategy and more like desperate damage control. And then the real threat arrives. No hypnosis, just psychological torture with full self-awareness. While Masato watches like this massacre was scheduled, smug enough to be annoying, 3 days later, the squad gathers as if Doom sent an invitation, and she's already there, with one last chilling stare. The whole room learns the spellmark means Kyosuke already won. Over the cabin speaker, the flight is almost there, and Lei barely relaxes, when the attendant's polished announcement starts sounding like bad luck in heels, because the seats already hide Golden Seekers, still pretending this trip is normal. Then the hijackers burst in, proving subtlety died before takeoff even finished. With guns up and everyone flattened, the cabin instantly becomes cheap hostage theater, while Masato only glances back, looking annoyingly calm for a man on a doomed plane. And the first warning about disobedience lands beside trembling heels and shaking hands. As the blonde lookout freezes, Lee's electric pressure starts wrecking their confidence. The cabin answers with violent crackles, and the so-called hunters start regretting everything, because that shocked stare says it all. Kyosuke's side already owns this sky. Blue lightning tears through the hijackers, and their tough guy act collapses. The passengers stare in panic, realizing this plane got ugly fast. Lei Ruoxi of the Pentagram Saints coolly ends the takeover, and somehow survives. Outside, the jet sits intact while the rescued crowd starts celebrating. Miss Lei gets thanked like she personally bullied disaster into quitting. She shrugs, glad she rode the same plane, because reputation matters too. Then she points out that special gun, smugly exposing the detector's failure, And that's the problem. Dungeon-made gear keeps slipping into every criminal hand, so she insists her staff needs backup too, which is painfully reasonable. Then she casually roasts the gear he carries, because arrogance deserves it. Even the staff's bowing now, promising cleanup like this mess was manageable, while the airport crowd drifts past, blissfully unaware of the coming embarrassment. Then Lei Ruoxi calmly demands the hijacker's release, and instantly owns the room, because the smug little stunt worked, making her sound annoyingly entertained by it, with the gunman already planted and boasting, as if kidnapping was a skill. And that pathetic confidence melts the second the doctor-side chatter starts pointing fingers. Then the passengers spot Lise move and practically explode, treating her like salvation, while the whole cabin chants her name, turning a hostage scene into her fan club. Lei just smirks back, soaking in the praise like this was always the plan. And outside, the Academy and black cars wait, because her reputation just got bigger. Inside the plane, the hijacker thinks he's finally businesslike, and that's adorable. But the Academy office already has bigger problems than his wannabe takeover, because the old official is mid-investigation, and his face says this got messy fast, while the doctor keeps getting dragged into void attribute nonsense. Poor guy. Then Lei Ruoxi strolls in, casually requesting control, and making the room hers. Her warning about Kyosuke sounds clinical, but everyone hears the real message: progress. And the smug denial that follows is peak embarrassment. Since the failure is obvious, Lei doesn't even flinch, because unique attributes are still just excuses to her. Kyosuke, meanwhile, knows the trick is simple. Say nothing reckless and let them sweat. Then he finally reaches the real topic, and suddenly nobody in this room feels safe. Lei Ruoxi casually shops for victims, treating disaster like a toy. The doctor gets mocked for the Academy's mess, and nobody looks proud. Asaya's first move is simple: let them think he is harmless. The room agrees that's despicable, which is hilarious coming from them. Then Lei Ruoxi drops the verdict, and names the next target. Meanwhile, the broadcast frames her as yesterday's headline, already infamous. Of course she's being praised, because destroying hijackers sounds hero-worthy. Lei Ruoxi smiles, then admits the real trophy was an old betrayer. Her dungeon-crafted weapons and profit stink of school corruption, naturally. And judging by Iwako's warning, this school hides uglier business. At the Academy window, Kyosuke plays harmless, and that's the trap. His grin says he's already 3 moves ahead. Naturally, of course. He refuses to let the gossip die, quietly slipping forward instead. Down the hall, students and seekers keep orbiting. Lise borrowed glory. Kyosuke studies her article, acting clueless, while the room nearly applauds itself. Then Lei reminds everyone she survived hijackers, not the school's fake security. So the old warning about Academy corruption starts sounding less dramatic, more necessary. Karen arrives bright and bubbly, calling him out by name. Adorable timing. He answers with a lazy skim, which is basically a confession of interest. And when she gushes about Lei, the legend gets sharpened into scandal. Even the infamous Great Snake of Changshan has fangirl-level buzz, apparently. And that whole hype machine traces back to the clan Lei built. Kyosuke calmly takes it in, already eyeing those black-suited guardians. Karen explains the student's military dreams, then casually pokes his future. He nearly brushes her off, until the clan angle snaps into focus. Because if he can leverage that crew, Lei suddenly gets a lot closer. So he starts moving, and Karen is left blinking behind him. She thanks him for the chat, while he politely steals her momentum. Down the hall, he leaves her flustered, chasing his sudden urgency, and now Karin's asking if she really just got outplayed by kindness. The Academy sits in tense silence, all polished walls hiding a disaster, while Ingolf's grand image crumbles as the medicine keeps wrecking him, and Kyosuke watches from inside, already reading the room like a cheat code, because his real play is simple: get Iwako's attention and leverage Lei, so he makes the favor sound casual. And the old authority instantly stiffens, since Lei contacting him would drag the whole Academy's politics into daylight. Outside, the captured man is already folding, proving weakness is contagious, and the guards just stand there, watching one more suit beg for dignity, while Lei smiles like she already knows this favor is going to explode, and the poor guy's panic says it all. This alliance is absolutely cursed. Ingolf's face says it all. Another proud seeker is already sweating, while Lei stands over the wreckage, turning the whole room into her stage. And Kyosuke basically tells the lab rat types their opinions mean nothing, because Lei's smug little optimism is the kind that ruins institutions. Then she dangles a cure-turned power-up, promising strength to the desperate, so the whole operation becomes a twisted audition for survival. And the bound seeker starts begging like dignity was never his hobby. As the syringe goes in, the panic spikes, and bravery evaporates. Then the poor guy realizes he may have asked for the wrong miracle, because the red aura behind him means this mess is getting crushed. The Golden Seeker's confidence cracks hard, and the room cashes that humiliation in, while the bound test subject stares at the floor, praying for mercy, uselessly. Lei keeps that smug stare, basically arguing magic talent separates winners from liabilities. Then comes the ugly truth. The Academy still needs more data, apparently, so she turns the whole mess into a recruitment market for disposable miracles. Asai basically says the name matters less than the method, which is fair, and the request gets shoved straight toward Iwako, with elevator noise lingering, because they need skilled students, and maybe some volunteers from his academy, while the veteran on the line hesitates like this favor already smells expensive, but Lei closes in with one last push, daring him to play along. Lei turns the academy into a talent hunt, pretending this is all very professional, then smirks at Asai's half-compliment like she invented decent ideas herself, because now the ground floor exam is officially recruiting new blood, and the logistics get shoved onto a handset while the elevator finally dies down, where the old authority admits the request and addresses Kyoichiro directly, as the hall fills with students, soldiers, and pure desperate opportunity, while the podium man declares the Great Snake of Changshan is holding selection exams, and the crowd instantly panics. Realizing this is their shot at a popular clan, even the cool-looking elites start staring, because everyone wants in on the hype, and Asai watches it all, knowing this shortcut just opened his way toward Lei. The Great Snake selection exam opens, and the whole field suddenly feels expensive, because the official notice drops. Then the boss man starts laying down the rules, and everyone hears that joining Changshan means getting near Lei. So naturally, Kyosuke keeps the attention low, pretending not to exist, which is adorable, until the clan's right-hand talent filter steps forward, making the crowd drool, while Kyosuke quietly decides he's absolutely going to flex through this exam. Then Karen calls out to him, catching him off guard under the bleachers, and he answers with that smug little grin, acting like this was routine, but his thoughts immediately snap back to Lei, because of course they do, and that lonely look says he knows he does not really belong here. Kyosuke finally says he has his reasons, and they are deadly serious, while Karen cheers him on, treating Doom like a cute group project. Then his stare hardens, because failure would ruin everything. Obviously, and the official launches the magical test, all polished authority and no mercy, with some flashy measuring toy that reveals power to anyone touching it, so the crowd is ordered forward one by one, and Masato just owns the room, until one unlucky seeker slams the orb, triggering a ridiculous red reaction, while the official keeps writing, pretending this lineup is not chaos. Then Kyosuke gets called next, and the whole field suddenly feels smaller, and Lee's smug little promise lands hard, because she is absolutely worth it. Kyosuke's student ID finally lands in view, and the number screams academy credibility, along with that absurd level 30 void attribute, which already has people doubting him, but the exam floor is where smugness goes to die, as the golden orb waits, and the first touch detonates pure magic chaos, blasting the crowd into stunned noise, while the examiner barely blinks, calmly tallying failures like this mess is routine. Then Kyosuke gets his turn, and the room suddenly remembers he might be dangerous, because even the watchers start flinching when the orb starts reacting too hard, and the official checks the board like a robot, pretending this panic is normal, with Kyosuke's name sliding into the rankings. Lei's confidence feels a lot less decorative, because this is the magic skills test, and his real nightmare is just beginning. The exam floor turns vicious fast, and smugness starts dying on sight, because that little earth lump somehow cracks the room's confidence open. Then Kyosuke follows, calm as sin, while the orb goes feral, which makes the examiner stare like he just found a nightmare. Meanwhile, the Golden Seeker crowd watches him drag out every element, and even the veterans start sweating, pretending this chaos is normal, since the basic attribute crowd is losing its mind over void power, while Kyosuke stands there grinning, making mockery look effortless, and Asahi practically explodes with praise, like she found a superstar, before he thanks her back. Because apparently crushing expectations is casual. Under a sky so clean it feels fake, the exam field waits for spectacle, and Kyosuke delivers it by detonating power like it's a warm-up. The flower beds answer in gold light, because apparently nature got humbled, while the crowd stares at the blooming disaster, forgetting how to breathe. Then Asahi gets dragged into the spotlight, the chosen guinea pig of the day, and the veterans act shocked, as if this wasn't always going to get messy, because void power is rare enough to make them smile and panic at once. Yet Kyosuke stays smug, forcing the examiners to pretend this is manageable, until the lingering silence says the obvious. He just turned a test into theater, and Asahi becomes the poor target in a show nobody else can control. Finally, the academy announces one-on-one duels, and the crowd stiffens, because these veterans are the chosen opponents, which is adorable. One challenger balks at facing Great Snake members, but rules stay smugly unchanged. Masato casually reminds him, victory is optional, attitude is the real exam. Then Blonde Brute starts laughing, acting like students could never touch him. Kyosuke answers with that infuriating calm, promising real combat will expose everything. The smug blonde keeps grinning, while Kyosuke politely expects to learn plenty. And just like that, the arrogant man commits to ending it instantly. His golden strike detonates, but Kyosuke stands there like a bad omen. The blast fails to impress, and the whole arena realizes who is exposed. Masato sets the arena's rules, and mercy is clearly not on the syllabus. Then Kyosuke's void tears through the opening, rewriting the field's rhythm. Ingolf answers with brute force, only to eat his own momentum, and his panic says it all. That magical flex just got embarrassed. The blonde observer stiffens, because the newbie is not playing along. While Kyosuke slips the attack line and vanishes like a bad omen, Ingolf turns, sweating now. As the gap between them becomes hilarious, Kyosuke coolly frames this as real combat, and his education is showing. The verdict drops. Asai Kyosuke wins, leaving the crowd buzzing in disbelief. Even the Great Snake name starts sounding less scary after that. The stern senior's glare lands on the mystery student, and suddenly everyone's curious, because the exam's already over, and Lee's report hangs over the skyline like bragging rights. She starts teasing the council with one interesting subject, which is a very polite trap, and the response comes back, confirming that this student already passed with absurd force. Yet the void attribute changes everything, turning Kyosuke from promising rookie into a problem, which makes Iwako pause, wondering if this is the same hidden talent she chased, while Masato just laughs softly, because he loves watching talent embarrass louder egos, and Lei decides Kyosuke is basically a lab specimen with attitude. How flattering. As the official prepares to read names, the whole room braces for the obvious shock, and first place starts with Kyosuke, because apparently subtlety died today. Asai Kyosuke gets announced first, and the room instantly stiffens, because everybody remembers the exam was absurd, yet he still passed. He keeps that calm, void-soaked stare, making veterans look painfully ordinary, while Asahi Karin gets called next, and panic practically sparkles around her. Then she confirms it, becoming the selected test subject. How unlucky, since Kyosuke already knows a unique attribute alone never guarantees survival, and Lei Ruoxi is busy turning academy students into her conspiracy toolkit, which makes Kyosuke suspect Asahi's selection hides something far uglier, but she smiles anyway, thrilled to be the one under the spotlight, and Kyosuke just smirks, because apparently the fun has started. Kyosuke keeps that void-cold stare, promising Asahi nobody touches her. Then he doubles down on one goal: protect her no matter what. Days later, the Great Snakes branch turns the exam into corporate theater. The official welcomes the past students, like this mess is somehow prestigious. Now comes the suitability check, because apparently being chosen wasn't humiliating enough. Lei Ruoxi is next, and Kyosuke instantly reads the trap behind her name. The scout says Asahi will meet her afterward, then casually invites a tour. Kyosuke refuses to leave, while Asahi just grins through the pressure. The building gets bigger, the nerves get louder, and Kyosuke stays stubborn. Asahi jokes about the tension, and Kyosuke realizes this game just got interesting. Lei Ruoxi sells the Great Snake like it's some elite club, then Kyosuke catches the real question behind the slick recruitment pitch. Karen's excuse lands harder, since her mother's hospital bills are crushing her, and Kyosuke instantly understands this isn't ambition, just survival, so he decides protecting her matters more than playing along. Before the group reaches the basement, where the tour finally turns ugly, and the exam crowd just stands there, pretending this corporate dungeon is normal, until Kyosuke clocks the testing facility and spots the parasites running it, while Lei calmly orders the whole setup sealed, because subtlety was never her thing, and the underground operation answers with a nasty shockwave of its own. Kyosuke instantly senses the lockdown, and Lei's threat sounds almost amused, while the academy crowd flinches as the check starts looking suspiciously criminal. Then the red-shadowed authority starts flexing, because subtlety clearly died here, and the smug trainees realize their questions just exposed their own panic. Lei brushes off the confusion, announcing a suitability test for a hidden drug, specifically, some dungeon-made booster they've been quietly cooking behind smiles, promising ridiculous power, which is exactly the kind of idea villains love, until the listeners freeze, realizing this wasn't an exam, just a feed line, because the drug comes with nasty side effects, and the room knows it. Then Kyosuke answers with cool confidence, ready to expose the whole scam. Inside the bunker, a panic-struck test subject begs them to stop, while the others watch him choke on the drug's ugly rejection, and the smug crowd finally learns This exam is a compatibility scam, because Lei coolly explains they're testing who can survive the booster. Then the red aura brute detonates the room with pressure, as if subtlety died, and the cowards instantly beg for escape. Proving bravado lasts about 2 seconds. Kyosuke stays unnervingly composed, while Asahi stands frozen beside him. As the strike lands, and the drugged pawn folds like cheap paper, the authority types keep hammering the suppressive attack, looking absurdly overconfident, but the whole room already knows the scam is collapsing. Fast. The samples are dropping fast, and the smug lab gamble is already cracking. Lee's eye narrows, reading the damage like she owns the whole disaster. Then she singles out the girl, casually suggesting the obvious target. The red syringe says everything. This is some ugly compatibility experiment. Kyosuke stays ice cold, while the woman beside him starts to flinch. The drugged pawn folds instantly, proving the selection was pathetic theater. The suit crowd keeps posturing, barking orders like this mess still obeys them. Meanwhile, Lei sneers at the newcomers, treating them like disposable trash. Kyosuke barely reacts, which somehow irritates the loudmouths even more. Then the handlers move in, finally admitting fear with a restraint order. Inside the underground test floor, the first blow lands, and the selections start looking stupid. Kyosuke keeps pressure on. While the first suited brat realizes too late this is no ordinary recruit, another observer freezes at the carnage, because this calm kid just erased the room's confidence. Kyosuke's eye flares with that void-cold focus, and now everyone feels the panic setting in. His burst tears through the opposition, dropping bodies like the exam forgot to bring dignity. One more challenger folds near the floor, proving all that swagger was just expensive noise. Ingolf finally understands the joke's on him, because one hit has him looking like a cautionary tale. Kyosuke turns away as if this is routine, which is honestly insulting in the best way. Then he tags the next target with that icy promise, and the room goes dead silent. Ingolf coughs through the humiliation, while Kyosuke stands untouchable, already past him. Since it's come to this, even his own nerves are cracking now. The would-be captor lunges for the girl, but Kyosuke shuts it down instantly. That warning lands cold, because nobody gets to touch her on his watch, and the attacker's confidence detonates into pure panic. Right on schedule, he finally realizes Kyosuke is a monster, not some normal student. While Kyosuke charges up that void-black pressure like this is routine, one clean blast sends the room's smugness flying, and everyone freezes. Ingolf stares in ugly disbelief, realizing his status meant absolutely nothing. Kyosuke shields Asahi without blinking, turning protection into a flex, and Asahi, of course, is already looking at him like he's unreal. Kyosuke's void pressure is so violent nobody catches the opening move. Yet even then, the veteran only realizes the gap too late. His taunt lands ugly, and the long-haired punk starts cracking, because Kyosuke isn't posturing. He's calmly setting the trap, and the academy students are apparently disposable lab rats to him. Kyosuke answers with that cold stare, like the whole scheme is pathetic, while the smug bastard sneers, clearly still delusional about his chances. Then he starts boasting about Miss Lei, as if that helps, promising some miracle drug will make her absurdly stronger. How noble, but Kyosuke immediately nukes the logic, calling that cruelty unacceptable. The smug snake starts by preaching shortcuts, because standards clearly died here. Then he keeps talking, as if cruelty somehow counts as strategy, and now the students are just lab rats in his little experiment, while one terrified girl explains her mother's hospital bills, pathetic leverage. Yet another idiot grins about joining the Great Snake of Changshan, until Kyosuke's void pressure cuts in and shuts the show down, and when the creep targets that woman too, the room goes icy, because Kyosuke answers with a blast that launches him across the facility, leaving the punk wide-eyed and suddenly very aware he messed up, as Kyosuke finishes him, asking who he thinks he is. Asahi Karin spots Kyosuke again, and the relief in her voice says everything, because even veterans can feel that crushing pressure and start doubting reality, while that smug, long-haired punk still thinks intimidation makes him impressive, until Kyosuke's answer lands cold, reminding him power isn't borrowed bravado. Then the idiot tries dangling Lai's name like a promotion card. Pathetic, as if selling out a woman would make him important. What a clown. But Kyosuke shuts that nonsense down, his void aura turning the whole room silent, and the bastard's confidence evaporates the second he's told to regret it, before Kyosuke launches him through the facility like disposable trash, leaving the so-called tough guy trembling under one final, merciless glare. The floor explodes with force, and the facility starts shaking under pressure, because Kyosuke calmly reads the attack as basic body-strengthening nonsense, while that long-haired punk keeps bragging about his martial arts like it matters. Then Kyosuke dares him to come closer, and the room goes colder. The next blast barrels in, but his timing is already laughably behind, so the punch comes screaming in. All hype and zero actual threat, only for Kyosuke to slip past it and leave the strike chewing air, and now the whole scene tilts, with the attacker realizing too late that Kyosuke's void pressure is the kind that makes veterans sweat, leaving the punk stunned, still trying to process how he got dodged. So, Kyosuke finally clocks that this flashy stunt is body-strengthening magic, and naturally tells the long-haired punk to swing again, because confidence is expensive, but the real move is restraint, as he calmly turns that power into a perfect image, while the attacker barrels in talking big, only to get humbled by his own timing. Then comes the predictable meltdown, with all that shouting collapsing into panic, because Kyosuke has void magic, and those eyes do not belong to a victim. The strike activates, but he slips through it like the attack paid rent, leaving the fool staring at the result, absolutely offended that reality disagreed, and Kyosuke realizes body-strengthening magic is even stronger than expected, so he casually thanks the lesson, already planning how to use it. Kyosuke finally turns that void lesson into something terrifyingly elegant, and the attacker's flashy rush gets erased like cheap paper in rain, because the long-haired punk expected a brawl, not a collapse of pride, while Kyosuke stands there proving void magic does not play by manners, leaving the arrogant bastard staring at the aftermath. Suddenly very quiet, and even the onlookers start realizing he is not some random freshman, as the blue-haired crowd loses its nerve and the whole hallway thins out, while Karen breathes out thanks, finally seeing Kyosuke still standing. Then the remaining students swear they'll open a path and disappear, but their panic only makes Kyosuke look even more untouchable. Kyosuke tears through the corridor wall, proving void magic ignores common sense, and the shattered entrance leaves the whole squad staring at their broken confidence, while he coolly says he has somewhere more important to be. So Lei gets the alarm and realizes this is not a normal rookie, because even the once big-mouth students have already scattered like cowards, and the academy phone suddenly looks useless beside that ridiculous one-man wrecking crew, as the remaining onlookers choke on the fact the man is gone already, while Lei's face tightens, still trying to understand what just happened. Then a black-suited stranger steps in like he owns the room, and the mood drops hard. Lei immediately demands answers, but only gets a stranger's icy pressure instead. He drops the smug little explanation, because there's a much uglier reason. The purple void erupts with a comeback, and the debt finally comes due. 20 years later, even Lei can't hide her confusion at the accusation. Kyosuke just keeps pressing, as if spelling out the obvious to children. That old SSS-ranked disaster put the pentagram saints on a pedestal, while he casually reminds Lei those so-called heroes were just people with stains. Lei fires back with the usual saintly legend, trying to sound authoritative, but he calls out the title for exactly what it is: empty bragging. Their reputation says world-saving legends, but the truth clearly bothers her, and even she can feel the floor tilt, because his identity is still unknown. Kyosuke drops the first hammer, and that saintly myth starts cracking hard. Lei flinches, because his aura just shifted into something nastier than confidence. Then he drags up the old disaster, exposing the saint's sacrificial little theater. All that grand hero worship suddenly looks like a polished lie with medals. Lei keeps smiling through it, but the accusation lands anyway, nasty and direct. Kyosuke scoffs at the conspiracy excuse, like he's tired of explaining fire, because he already knows how those comrades got fed to the gate, and he calls out their betrayal so cleanly it feels almost surgical. The pressure keeps climbing, while Lei's expression finally starts to crack, and that purple lightning says this truth is about to explode. Lei's stare hardens as Kyosuke's answer lands like a quiet knife, and the panic starts. She keeps pressing the issue, refusing to believe some random student could know all this. Then Misato Kyoichiro steps in, smug as ever, and names the real battlefield. Lei's composure fractures for a second, because this is no bluff anymore, just exposure. Misato drops the ugly truth about the Ray Company, and the trap closes tighter. He reminds everyone he used that same power the saints branded as monstrous, hilariously ironic. Lei's face goes blank, then sour, because her secret play is collapsing in real time, and suddenly Kyosuke is standing there, knowing far too much for anyone's comfort. He exposes the company's hidden crimes like Hez reading off a death sentence. Then he warns her reputation is toast, and she finally panics for real. Misato strolls in like a verdict, and the room instantly tightens. Then he drags Ray Company into the spotlight, exposing their rotten little trap. Even the blue-haired brat flips out, suddenly sounding heroic after the embarrassment. Lei keeps her chin up, but that smug mask is already cracking. She hisses not to underestimate her, which is adorable considering the damage. Misato twists the blade deeper, reminding her she is not wearing his old body. Lei answers with lightning and threats, trying to claw back control. The blast tears through the floor, but Misato still looks annoyingly unshaken. Lei charges again, only to get met by colder pressure and ruthless timing. Then Misato smirks, as if this entire disaster was just proof of his point. Lei hypes up her dungeon-forged weapon, acting way too proud. Misato casually offers a lesson, and the arena gets colder. Her lightning barrage explodes everywhere, yet he just vanishes through it. The gap only makes his void-like pressure feel even nastier. Lei snaps back with smug bait, but her confidence is wobbling. Even she realizes something is wrong, because his timing stays perfect. Her attacks keep missing, as if the space itself refuses cooperation. Misato finally understands, coolly reading her like an open report. Then he slices through her rhythm, mocking her corporate queen act. And with one final jab, he declares she is no better than Iwako. Lee's lightning should have owned the battlefield, but Kyosuke just slipped away, making her tantrum sound ridiculous. While his void pressure kept feeling nastier, then his body vanished through the barrage, and her precision started looking cursed, because even her own hit confirmation came out shaky and embarrassingly hopeful. But Misato saw through the whole act, calling her timing sloppy and basic. While the void-coated student stood there like a problem nobody could punch, Lei finally admitted confusion, realizing void magic was warping her every attack, and Misato calmly drew steel. Already treating her breakthrough like a joke, fire erupted around Lee's next strike, yet she still couldn't touch him. So now she's charging another blast, praying it somehow saves her pride. Lee's flames turn vicious, promising to wipe that smug mouth clean, and the firestorm answers instantly, smashing forward with embarrassing confidence. Yet Kyosuke slips through the barrage, leaving her strike looking cursed. Misato casually reads the failure, mocking her timing as painfully basic. Lei finally freezes, realizing void magic is twisting every attack, while Kyosuke flatly dismisses her powers like they were pocket change. Misato then buries the blow deeper, calling her 20 years behind, and Lei reaches for one desperate blast, still trying to salvage pride, but even her own blade path starts wobbling, like the fight already ended, because that void-coated monster is standing there, and everyone knows it. Lei Ruoxi launches her flashy strike, but void pressure already warps it, and Kyosuke slips through the opening, making her attack look downright cursed. Misato reads the mess instantly, dragging her timing for being painfully basic. While Kyosuke coolly asks if she really thinks this gimmick wins, Lei finally feels the humiliation, yet still tries to talk tough, and Misato keeps twisting the knife, calling her calculations embarrassingly outdated, because this purple-powered wreck clearly thinks bravado counts as real strength. But Kyosuke exposes the drug angle, asking why she gambled on shortcuts, and she snaps back about the serum's impossible cost, still clinging to pride. Then the lab truth lands. Dungeon materials, years of refinement, one ugly cheat. Ever since witnessing that inhuman power 20 years ago, I've chased this domain, and finally found superiority, thanks to Kyoichiro. Misato calls Lei pathetic, because swagger looks hilarious without real substance. Lee's smug glare fractures fast, that purple haze suddenly feeling less invincible. Kyosuke calmly points out the obvious, bragging while leaning on a drug. Lei snaps back in disbelief, because being exposed is always so inconvenient. Misato's timing stays brutal, stepping in like bad news with perfect rhythm. Kyosuke ends the lecture, turning pressure into a blazing finishing move. Lei lunges back, forcing a fierce challenge to settle this publicly. Then the whole space detonates, proving bravado loses to overwhelming force. The smug war cry lands first, and Lee's purple aura finally starts cracking. Then Kyosuke answers with brutal pressure, making her power look embarrassingly thin. While the battlefield opens wide, he stands calm and she keeps posturing, because her grand research speech sounds a lot less impressive under scrutiny, and she still tries to threaten him, swinging desperation like it's talent. But the attack collides with his void force, turning her confidence into wreckage. Even her follow-up charge gets swallowed by that crushing counterpressure. Pathetic, really, until her victory scream dies midair, the whole body screaming collapse, with the next impact exposing just how badly she's been outclassed, and all that remains is the ugly truth of Lei's failed bluff. The purple aura fighter gets baited, and the void trap snaps shut. Her panicked disbelief cracks first, because the opening already ruined her. Kyosuke calmly explains her body enhancement trick was stolen momentum, not skill. Then he exposes her drug gimmick, turning research into trash talk. Lei fumes at the mockery, still pretending her poison power matters. Kyosuke cuts the act down, calling out the stunts and body enhancement. Misato hammers her hypocrisy, demanding she explain that violence is progress. Lee's confidence caves under void pressure, and her attack starts dying. The counterblow folds her over, leaving her aura screaming in panic. By the end, even her silence sounds weaker than the wreckage. The fight opens with Lee's power already slipping, and that smug aura starts sweating, because Kyosuke twists her enhancement into stolen momentum, not talent, and she knows it. Then he drags her drug gimmick into daylight, turning research into a public joke, and Lee's tantrum just makes the humiliation worse as her poisoned boost keeps failing, while Masato needles the lie too, exposing that her so-called progress was cheap cheating, until the void pressure hits hard enough to make her strength collapse mid-panic, and the counterblow drops her flat, her aura basically screaming for a medic, leaving her there, twitching through the wreckage, which is honestly poetic. Outside, Asahi checks on Kyosuke, relieved he's fine after all that mess, while the crowd scrambles as Lei Company's attack goes down exactly as predicted. So that was the little spark starting this whole ugly mess, huh? And now Lee's crimes are public. With her test subjects finally safe, Kyosuke keeps it cool, acting suspiciously innocent while dodging the obvious, while Karin admits he saved her, because humility apparently still exists. Then the campus air shifts, and Masato turns the whole scandal into arithmetic, with Lee's cheat boost getting exposed as bargain bin cheating wearing a smile, right before Karin thanks him, and he remembers helping others meant everything once, which is honestly sweet, considering Lee's entire legend just face-planted, while the news crew drags the underground lab into daylight, and the Pentagram Saint's hero image gets buried under illegal experiments. The discovery hits after Lee's supposed attacker, and that mystery lingers, because she's rattled, memories fractured, and the culprit stays conveniently unclear. Then Kyosuke smirks inwardly, wondering how everyone else will choke on this, until Nathaniel's public message interrupts, dragging the Pentagram Saints into daylight, and Lei practically combusts hearing Nathaniel's name, that cool facade ruined, while he announces urgent scandal business, making the Saints look gloriously cornered. Misato then cuts in, exposing Lei's descent into darkness with surgical contempt, and Nathaniel admits the comrades all missed her spiral, which is deliciously damning, because the Saints clearly plan to pretend ignorance again. Same pathetic routine, just like 20 years ago, only now the whole lie is collapsing. Lee's smug little sermon lands hard, calling the heroes unchanged and shameless, because they lie cleanly, protect status like gold, and treat sacrifices as stepping stones. Kyosuke files that away, already amused by how badly they'll choke later, and Nathaniel's name drags old sins into daylight, where the Saints look cornered, while he admits they missed Lee's spiral, proving the whole act was rotting. Masato then slices through the bluff, exposing how carefully Lei tried to stage herself, and Nathaniel's cold follow-up makes the exile theory look embarrassingly possible, because old alliances were never loyalty, just calculations dressed as heroism. Then Claudia finally gets the answer handed down, neat and humiliating, and Lei can only accept it, as the entire lie collapses. A desperate prayer rises from the chapel, begging the Lord for guidance. Then the council finally gathers, and Ingolf's name starts hanging like a threat. The next call snaps the tension, and Masato answers without wasting breath, while Ingolf's temper fractures, because Lee's stunt has already soured everything. On the screens, the Saints Council assembles, and Claudia gets the verdict, as Nathaniel opens the session, casually dumping the formal agenda like a guillotine. The Pentagram Saints are named at last, and old prestige starts looking expensive, but Masato cuts through the posturing, ending the matter with disgustingly clean logic. Claudia hears the accusation plainly, and Lee's illegal experiments get dragged into daylight, leaving Ingolf furious, because shame is so much heavier when it finally sticks. Right, and Masato is already setting the trap with that calm nonsense, because the experiments were absolutely Lei's mess. No glorious teamwork needed, while the other Pentagram Saints get dragged in as unwilling bystanders, and Nathaniel, being typical Nathaniel, keeps it ruthlessly rational, pinning the blame squarely on Lei, while Ingolf just looks increasingly cooked, because abandoning her that easily would be pathetic, and everyone knows it, so he freezes up, forced to follow his instructions like a good little puppet, while the screen turns curious about the attacker, the scandal, and the whole ugly story. Then a sealed letter arrives at the academy, apparently from the one who hit Lei, and now Iwako is reading the contents, which is never a good sign. Of course he reads the letter now, because subtlety already died here. The gate confession lands next, and wow, that sounds dangerously specific. Nathaniel keeps it painfully rational, quietly telling everyone to wait. Masato and Kyosuke get named together, and the tension spikes. The room jumps at Kyosuke's name, because somebody clearly panicked first. Masato reasons the sender must know the gate's interior, unless they were there. Claudia shrugs off the danger, while the others pretend that's reassuring. Ingolf gets told Kyosuke is back, so now he must clean up again. Nathaniel says they should do nothing, for once, before the real trap closes. Then Kyosuke's smirk says the next move will embarrass everybody. In this quiet office, the transfer letter starts dragging everyone into trouble, as Masato finally hears Kyosuke's name and looks up from the window, with that sour, murderous glare screaming blame like it's his favorite hobby. Then the call lands on Iwako, who calmly confirms Kyosuke followed orders, while Nathaniel keeps the room from spiraling, calling the wait the smart move. He is right, of course, because panic is for amateurs and deadline victims, and Kyosuke's return only sharpens the threat hanging over Ingolf's smug little mess. Nathaniel refuses to rush, because the next trap is already breathing, and the transfer notice points straight to Lanzig Academy, conveniently tied to Ingolf. So yes, they want Kyosuke moved, and somehow that makes everybody sweat. Nathaniel cuts through the rumor game, insisting Kyosuke is nothing like the rest, and even now, he still wants the kid's face before the circus gets louder, so he hands the formalities off to Iwako, who stays icy and precise, while the transfer notice crackles with one delicious little detail: Lanzig Academy, because that old betrayal claim still hangs there, loud and ugly as ever, and the looming overseas study plan makes the whole room suddenly nervous, since the next move isn't panic, it's watching Kyosuke land where the trap waits, with every smug expression starting to crack under the pressure of his name, as the plane's shot and official papers keep pointing toward the same dirty setup, and Kyosuke's legs become the calm center of a very expensive storm. Above the academy grounds, Kyosuke realizes Germany is the next dirty target, then confirms the academy's tie to Ingolf, and that whole ugly connection, deciding to use the German academy to get closer to him, because subtlety is dead, and for now, he heads straight toward that school with total casual confidence, while Ingolf mutters about Kyosuke being absurdly persistent, as if that's an insult. From the side, the blonde observer wonders if the mysterious girl is even involved, but the nearby trio is already gossiping about Japanese students like idiots at a buffet, which makes Kyosuke dryly note they speak a different language here, so he quietly reaches for Void to auto-translate the nonsense, and the awkward suit guy behind him can only mumble, "Don't say that." Under a bright sky, 3 idiots corner Kyosuke and beg him to hang around, but he answers with frosty contempt, refusing to play along with their thug act, and Ingolf instantly spirals. Barking threats like that somehow restores dignity. Then Kyosuke's Void snaps in, smacking the purple-haired punk flat into panic, while the rest of the crew keeps pestering him from behind, proving subtlety is dead, until Ingolf turns and realizes Hez staring at someone he can't easily name, as Kyosuke keeps warning them to leave her alone, trashing their pride with every word, and Ingolf's face twists into full humiliation, because cockiness always looks expensive in defeat. Then fire and impact explode across the courtyard, turning their little flecks into rubble, and the crowd finally learns Kyosuke's, the one you absolutely do not underestimate. Ingolf's fire flare looks fierce, but his dignity is already burning too. Then the courtyard erupts in green pressure, and his whole threat, routine fractures, strike tears through the pack, sending bodies flying like cheap props. Asai barely blinks, while the crowd starts muttering about one-hit terror. Even Lei freezes for a second, because his Void presence feels ridiculous. Masato and Claudia stare at him, openly wondering what kind of student this is. Kyosuke answers the panic with calm apologies, and everyone else scrambles away. The girl thanks him for saving her, and he plays it cool. Then the onlookers realize they've gathered a crowd, because of course they did. So the whole street quietly retreats, after learning Kyosuke is not decorative. The girl remembers being saved before, and that memory still hits hard. Now the street feels strangely peaceful, like disaster never had a chance. Kyosuke catches her hesitation, while that clueless energy hangs there. Her gratitude comes out soft, admitting he kept everything from escalating. He shrugs it off like a pro, then reads her as conscientious, but his narrowed eyes say the situation still isn't fully settled. She studies him back, sensing a strangely familiar presence beneath the calm. Then she notices his uniform and asks if he's Japanese, naturally nosy. Kyosuke confirms he's here for a short exchange, bound for the academy. She immediately offers to guide him there, because apparently he's already recruited. He takes her thanks with eerie calm, like saving disasters is routine. Then she pokes at his world-traveling situation, and he admits it. She brushes off her own baggage, sounding way too casual about danger. But her curiosity spikes, eyeing him like Hez, hiding another problem. So she warns that traveling alone gets messy, especially after earlier chaos. He shrugs off the concern, flexing mystery while she nearly exposes his age. Then she asks about his academy transfer, and he confirms the destination. She explains that place worships merit, with students obsessing over rankings. Their whole system runs on classes, hierarchy, and achievement points. Naturally annoying. Kyosuke absorbs it all, realizing Japan's standards just got embarrassed. According to Iwako, Ingolf's brutal upper-class training never runs cheap, so getting close to him means climbing waves of merit and pressure. Kyosuke smirks, calling that setup perfect for his kind of challenge. Then the red-streaked girl spots him, casually introducing trouble with a grin. She points out Lanzig Academy, because apparently that castle judges everyone by ranking. Kyosuke brushes off the warning, accepting her thanks with infuriating ease. She presses his name, and he finally drops the Kyosuke reveal. The name lands cleanly, while she locks onto him like a fresh target. Her curiosity sharpens, because this girl clearly loves poking at secrets. Then she realizes he really is Asai Kyosuke, and that's the problem. Her teasing lands soft, just a name that sounds suspiciously familiar. Then she wishes him luck at Lanzig Academy, that judgmental castle. Kyosuke files it away, thinking of Shirato Sayuki with interest. He answers casually, then heads off like this place is already his. The academy sprawls ahead, all polished prestige hiding its ugly ranking obsession. Then some random punk decides to greet him with a challenge. Red hair, big ego, zero class, and the classic Japanese transfer check. Kyosuke coolly tags him as delinquent boy, which somehow offends him. The idiot flails harder, but Kyosuke still treats him like background noise. Then the purple aura hits, and this welcome ceremony turns nasty. Kyosuke's already annoyed, because weird trouble found him instantly. Good grief. This academy boasts merit, yet still worships status and ugly hierarchy. So when a red-haired punk challenges him, Kyosuke accepts the duel. He even mocks the guy's attitude, which lands like a clean insult. The delinquent lunges first, trying to look dangerous, and fails loudly. Kyosuke answers with one casual strike, hurling everything back at him. The idiot's attack collapses, while Kyosuke stands there, utterly unimpressed. Even his counterattack looks oversized, yet somehow embarrassingly weak overall. Red hair suddenly turns pale, because bravado evaporates when reality bites. And just like that, the welcome party becomes another public humiliation. Kyosuke answers the challenge with earth magic, detonating the street like a flex. The red-haired punk gets launched backward, instantly regretting his big mouth. His confidence shatters, because even his own eyes say this was dumb. Now the trash talk sounds smaller, and fear starts leaking through every syllable. Kyosuke barely reacts, treating the whole monster-level panic like background noise. Meanwhile, Claudia confirms the contact, because apparently Kyosuke is the target. His file lands in hand, and the mission suddenly turns annoyingly personal. Then the black-haired girl keeps digging, smiling like curiosity is a hobby. The transfer heading screams Germany, where Lanzig Academy is waiting, and that student ID says 0 points, which is hilarious for everyone else. Paperwork's done, and Kyosuke's already eyeing the local dungeons, shamelessly confident. He notices the student ID looks off, thanks to some auto-translate nonsense. Then the card screams void attribute and 0 points, which is honestly insulting. Still, he shrugs off classes, deciding this country's dungeons need his attention. Somewhere nearby, Ingolf is staring like his pride just tripped down the stairs. Claudia stays stone calm, while the silence around him says everything, and more. If Kyosuke wants closer to Ingolf, hell needs special class ranks fast. So he heads toward that purple breach, acting like Apocalypse. Scouting is casual. The ruin-filled gate answers by spilling monsters, and Ingolf's smugness gets audited. Fine then, Kyosuke decides. Let's see what kind of trash spawns first. The chamber opens on undead muscle, already soaked in blue curse fire, while Masato smirks, having mapped every weak point before the first hit, and the monster gets launched like training dummy trash across the hall. Because Kyosuke's void pressure turns steel and bones into confetti, then the undead swarm folds under blunt force and fire, real fast, which leaves him coolly declaring this should be the last chamber, since the boss, naturally, ought to be waiting at the back. But the horde's empty stares say they were never the main event, so Kyosuke just invites the next disaster to come at him, and the whole dungeon now feels like it's on borrowed time. Deep in the dungeon's stone throat, Kyosuke keeps walking like he owns it. That cold stare says the weak don't survive, and he's not here for survival. Then the boss finally appears, dripping menace and absurd confidence, and wow, intimidating. So Kyosuke answers by testing the waters, casually throwing fire at the problem. The blast erupts huge enough to make the whole corridor look expensive and ruined, and Claudia's voice cuts in, calling out the obvious. He's using fire magic, but the monster horde eats that explosion. So the real fight is still breathing. Ingolf, now properly nervous, admits the fireball got cancelled, and yes, that's embarrassing, because the boss follows with a violet vortex, twisting the air into a slaughterhouse. While Kyosuke gets launched anyway, the dungeon finally realizing he is the disaster. Kyosuke takes the hit, and the dungeon finally stops pretending he is fragile, because that purple orb melts everything it brushes against. Annoyingly top tier, but he just grins, already filing the disaster under useful data, since that impact might become the perfect exploit for his next move. So he coats his feet in wind and turns propulsion into mockery, while the boss stacks up purple slashes, thinking spectacle counts as skill, yet Kyosuke keeps cutting through the barrage, smiling like this is practice, and then he decides to test the spell against its owner. Ridiculously bold, as the counter-strike crushes the smug bastard under his own violet magic, leaving the dungeon chamber wrecked, and Kyosuke still standing like a problem. The chamber is drowning in void-ripped chaos, while Kyosuke studies the damage, amused. Then the academy suit looks almost casual, because he never needed theatrics to win. That first spell had impact, but he already knows it was only a rough copy. And the real problem is his void magic still needs serious leveling, apparently, so he keeps his eyes forward, deciding the next upgrade matters more than bragging, when a red-haired idiot starts talking like a spectator with opinions, not authority. Kyosuke barely reacts, because yes, the man is already one lesson too late, while the arrogant challenger keeps smirking, thinking he can stalk the fight for free, and that confidence looks precious right before Kyosuke turns this into another humiliation. That aura alone tells everyone Kyosuke is hiding something dangerous, and he keeps strolling forward like exposure is just the warm-up, while the red-haired challenger's confidence starts collapsing into sweaty panic, because that blank stare is pure bad news, not hesitation. Then the bystanders realize he's not enhancing, he's outclassing them, and the poor fool ends up flat on the floor, begging for mercy, which leaves Kyosuke blinking at the absurdity of the whole stunt, as the crowd fixates on that cup like it contains some secret trick, and the red-haired idiot finally weaponizes Dogeza to save face. Even the cocky redhead is begging Kyosuke to teach him magic. After that insane fight, his bravado melts into pure buyer's remorse, and Kyosuke just files the whole confession under, "Yeah, this got awkward," because that dead-eyed stare already warned everyone the kid was different. Then the redhead tries a friendly tap and immediately starts spiraling, while Kyosuke answers with one move and detonates the floor, dramatically, leaving the challenger sprawled out, staring up at a literal monster, and Kyosuke basically shrugs that it was never even the final boss, because the real nightmare finally arrives, horned and purple with attitude. The redhead finally remembers that nightmare, and panic hits, because that thing was the skull dragon from old manuals, the one even Ingolf barely managed to bring down once, so naturally everyone wonders why it is back here again, while the cowardly surprise act gets even funnier beside the dragon, and Kyosuke just tells him to relax, like this is nothing, then drops the bomb that Ingolf never actually killed it, meaning the Pentagram Saints already needed real help to finish the job, so history got polished into legend by typical, spineless cowards, and Kyosuke decides he will just erase the monster himself again. Kyosuke finally locks in, his eye cold as the whole nightmare tilts toward him, then that skeletal dragon crashes in, basically Ingolf's old failure with extra teeth, and the red-haired kid realizes way too late this was not a cute flex, because the monster swarm gets shredded, while his panic turns into pure public humiliation. Kyosuke barely blinks, dismissing the threat like it's yesterday's trash, and the veteran truth lands, this thing was stronger than the one from 20 years ago. So much for polished legends, but Kyosuke still keeps carving through it, as the dragon's ribs and claws burst apart, and when he offers the finishing strike, the monster gets handed a one-way ticket. The blow lands with disgusting force, cracking armor, bones, and everyone's remaining confidence, leaving Kyosuke standing in the aftermath, looking annoyingly calm, like this was nothing. The red-haired loudmouth panics as Kyosuke's spell erases his confidence, while Kyosuke stays absurdly calm, calling the fight embarrassingly unfinished. Then the skull dragon regenerates, and the rookie finally understands the nightmare, because this undead thing heals fast, and half measures just feed it. Kyosuke only tilts his head, already planning the next deletion, which leaves the redhead frozen, wondering why that monster terrifies nobody else. Then the void strikes again, shredding bones through that violet impact, and the dragon's spine buckles under a far nastier follow-up, as the redhead recoils and the seekers watch their pride collapse. Kyosuke finishes the job, looking annoyingly composed after total domination. Kyosuke's void tears through the skull dragon, purple light carving bone apart. The red-haired rookie finally panics, realizing this thing is not bluffing. Kyosuke barely blinks, treating the monster like unfinished homework, and blocking, because void magic rewards clarity, not courage, and his target is obvious. He twists the attack deeper, blue blades hammering the dragon's rotten skull, then the whole head caves in, like the beast finally learned humility. The redhead starts screaming for his master, which is adorable, really. Kyosuke keeps that same dead-eyed stare, while the panic keeps rising. The dragon lunges again, but only gets more bones shredded for free. Then Kyosuke crushes it outright, ending the circus with insulting ease. Kyosuke ends the nightmare early, coldly wrapping the skull dragon in blue void slashes. Then the monster's bones start cracking apart like cheap trash. Under a real hunter's hand, its proud jaw collapses next, and the so-called terror becomes a carved-up corpse, while the battlefield fills with shattered ribs, because apparently humiliation has a range. The red-haired kid nearly loses his mind, gawking at Kyosuke like he's illegal, and the dragon still tries to play tough, only to get shredded harder, before the panic spreads as he rushes after his master, now sounding painfully tiny. But Kyosuke just keeps that polite little smile, acting like this is basic homework. Then he casually checks the student ID, already thinking about dungeon points and rank, because in his world, even class politics starts with one monster getting embarrassed. 30,000 points for special class. And Kyosuke already sees the staircase. Too bad dungeon points stay flat rate, ruining that neat little shortcut. 500 points from one run means 600 repeats. Easy math torture. Even then, special class still feels miles away, which is just rude. So he smiles and reveals the real exploit. A faster way to grind. Up close, he basically bullies the speaker into blurting it out. The Sublime Heaven Festival arrives in a month, suddenly worth hearing about. It's a student competition, and Kyosuke is already eyeing the top spot. Winning slaps 20,000 points onto the board, practically a jackpot. And that is exactly why he wants Ingolf's Gap gone in one move. The cocky academy punk blocks the path, smug as ever, and gets checked. Kyosuke declares first place anyway, because his greed has zero shame. 1 month later, the Sublime Heaven Festival finally kicks off in style. The crowd buzzes while the red-haired kid hypes his master, already spiraling. Kyosuke quietly plots his climb. Points first, special class second, consequences later. Then the exam turns personal, because that tower is his 20-year grudge. The officials unveil the mission, and yes, it's glorified vertical suffering. Straight up the tower, or through dirty tricks, the academy pretends fairness. The crowd drinks it in, while Kyosuke stares like this is promised. The answer lands coldly, suits him just fine, naturally. At the festival gates, the red-haired kid worships his master, and chaos blooms, because Kyosuke already knows this two-man game is his cleanest shortcut upward. Then the perfect partner instantly pancakes the arrogant fool. How tragic for him, while the black-haired newcomer gets greeted like a familiar threat, naturally, and the red-streaked girl drops in, teasing Kyosuke with shameless curiosity, which sends the idiot crowd spiraling as she casually claims his attention, until the whole lineup spots the real target, and the tension snaps. There's the tower, the exam, and a bunch of suits pretending this is fair. Then Ingolf gets called out in front of everyone. Brutal timing for him, and the red aura in Kyosuke's eyes says this festival is finished. Lord Ingolf gets welcomed to the festival, and somehow still looks offended, because even the Golden Legend is just another nervous man under pressure, while the young seekers measure him, and the black-haired newcomer studies them back. Then the tower gets announced, because apparently subtlety died before this event began, and Kyosuke stands there like chaos is background noise, not a warning. As the arena opens inside that massive dungeon, all cold stone and bad decisions, then the tower's master orders the party forward, and the red-haired kid loses courage, because the first hit lands before anyone can pretend this is a fair test. With monsters flooding in, the big talkers instantly start regretting everything, and Kyosuke already knows the ugly truth. They release these creatures on purpose. The red-haired loudmouth freezes, because Kyosuke's deadpan stare says plenty. Then the exam arena detonates into monster chaos, and that confidence evaporates, while Kyosuke just watches, reading the battlefield like a mildly annoying schedule. As the stern leader cuts the hesitation short and orders everyone forward, the red-haired kid finally remembers fear exists, and starts scrambling again, but the huge projection proves the crowd is trapped inside the academy's spectacle, with the bearded authority testing reactions, casually identifying the newcomer as Japanese, and the students finally realize one shot dropped the threat before he even blushed. So the attackers eat a brutal counter, their swagger shattered in one ugly instant, leaving Kyosuke calmly checking on everyone, while the monster mess keeps roaring. Kyosuke keeps the pace brutal, and the redhead already regrets everything. The panicked kid scrambles deeper, finally discovering fear has legs too. Meanwhile, Kyosuke's stare says the whole arena is already solved. The counter lands like a joke, blasting swagger apart in one instant. Now the two stand above the wreckage, while the monster mess laughs. Their block is useless, because the silver-haired duo keeps advancing anyway. Above them, the blonde snob mocks the distance, acting dangerously invincible. The redhead finally snaps back, shouting like bravado can fix humiliation. Then he rushes to Kyosuke, calling him master with zero dignity left. Kyosuke just shrugs the whole crisis off, saying fly over it. Kyosuke's deadpan fly lands, and the redhead immediately short-circuits. Then the void user blitzes through the tunnel, leaving panic in his wake. At the final chamber, the Academy duo finally reaches the destination. Those smug comments about easy wins age terribly in about 1 second. Kyosuke's instant appearance wipes the grin off their faces. Naturally, he barely bothers to explain. Admitting their trap barely slowed him. The redhead panics again, insisting they still won't lose to him. But the blue-haired ally answers with fire and wind, flexing hard. Kyosuke calls their speed pathetic, because apparently has bored already. Then the duo gets slammed into the floor like cheap extras. The red-haired rookie freezes first, because Kyosuke's timing is already ruining his confidence, and the whole chamber tilts into panic as the trap starts collapsing around them, while the redhead stares, stunned. Since Kyosuke moved like a ghost and humiliated him, then the black-haired transfer strolls in. Looking annoyingly calm for someone breaking the room, the gemstone drops into view, and Kyosuke makes the obvious call that the prize is his, which leaves the redhead desperately bragging again, as if volume counts as courage. But Kyosuke shuts that nonsense down cold, acting like their comeback is still a joke, until the hidden armored knights arrive, and the smug little victory speech dies instantly. Now the entire floor is crawling with those armored monsters, turning confidence into regret, and the onlookers finally realize the program never prepared them for this disaster. Ingolf flashes that smug grin, acting like this disaster is still a lesson, while Misato's trial logic hangs over the floor like a cruel joke, because even the veterans know no student should survive these numbers, and the older official practically laughs at the idea of mercy, since claiming the gem means chewing through an entire army first. So the redhead finally realizes this isn't a test, it's a massacre, and the crowd scrambles as the master starts begging for direction. But even that panic can't hide how badly they've been cornered, while Kyosuke stays absurdly calm, like he already saw this coming, and the redhead, defeated, can only swallow it and accept the nightmare. The red-haired student finally chooses backup, and the room tenses, because the moment he commits, Kyosuke answers with effortless pressure, while the body enhancement clown charges in and instantly regrets it, as Kyosuke stands there, calm enough to make violence look amateur. Then the flame-flooding follow-up explodes, and the whole assault gets swallowed, leaving the battlefield smoking while Kyosuke barely changes expression, and the shocked students realize he is handling this with bare hands, which only makes the fire-wreath counterattack look even more ridiculous. Before the remaining attackers get flung aside like discarded trash, so the crowd freezes, and the nightmare just keeps getting worse. Even his follower is stunned, because Kyosuke just made chaos look effortless. The smug veteran starts praising that Japanese kid, then immediately panics. Still, the follow-up lands, but it barely slows the problem down. Blue lightning erupts everywhere, and the horde keeps multiplying again. That school crowd is sweating now, realizing this joke is aimed at them. 30 enemies alone, and one spectator still wants to see him break through. Kyosuke gets challenged, and he answers with that cold, unfair confidence. Then he smashes the floor, sending attackers flying like disposable props. The numbers keep climbing, so the witnesses can only mutter that he is doomed. Kyosuke just stares through the monster mass, calling it nothing compared to before. The battlefield is already boiling over, and the monster tide keeps swelling. Blue lightning and shockwaves shred the swarm, yet the horde keeps pouring in. Even then, Kyosuke sends attackers flying like they're cheap stage props. The witnesses watch the green spellwork spread, and panic keeps rising. Kyosuke decides splitting them up is pointless, because he wants one clean wipeout, so he twists the attack wider, refusing to waste time rebuilding his image, which means the whole field gets crushed under a spell he already knows. Kyosuke studies the monster mass, then picks the fastest route to deletion. The veteran beside him mutters about hating this drug, but keeps pushing anyway. And then the truth hits hard. Void magic is about to activate. Kyosuke's void pressure keeps shredding the battlefield, and the debris starts flying everywhere, while Ingolf stands there looking absolutely betrayed by reality, which is honestly deserved, because Kyosuke's green magic keeps folding the monster rush into useless fragments, and every clean hit screams that this rookie is done playing nice with pests. Then the fusion of wind and earth detonates through the horde, like nature filing a complaint, sending even the arrogant onlookers reeling as the whole assault collapses in one ugly moment, leaving nothing but smoke, cracks, and a battlefield that looks professionally humiliated, while Kyosuke casually wraps it up with a sphere and that smug game over energy, because obviously the monsters were never fighting a person, they were fighting the ending, and the red-haired kid finally realizes he backed the wrong legend. Even the crowd's bravado cracks, because Kyosuke just made the room gasp. Then his fusion magic lands so cleanly, it sounds downright insulting, and the students start realizing he can copy techniques veterans spent years hoarding, while the old guard lets out a smug little laugh, pretending this was obvious. except that Bose turns sour fast, because he's only a student on paper, and when Asai Kyosuke's name gets thrown out, even the skeptics lock up, with Iwako basically admitting the special class will be his playground, as the auditorium fills with officials, setting up the promotion announcement, and the whole hall turns toward the stage, where Kyosuke owns the spotlight, because now everyone's finally admitting this newcomer is absurdly, terrifyingly good. The students are already muttering, because Kyosuke's talent looks downright inhuman, and the ceremony suddenly shifts, with officials unveiling the armband rollout, and a special guest. That alone is enough to make the room freeze, since nobody expected a newcomer to matter, but then the guest gets framed as someone worth welcoming, and the tension turns ridiculous, because Ingolf is forced to acknowledge Kyosuke by name, like the hall owns him now, while the old guard stares at the paperwork, clearly not enjoying this little surprise, and even Ingolf can't hide the shock when he realizes Kyosuke really came to the academy, with the veterans left gawking, as if one student just bulldozed their entire hierarchy. Then Kyosuke casually reminds Ingolf of the festival humiliation, turning arrogance into ash, and when he answers with that icy honor, the whole room knows is untouchable. A formal handoff lands like a verdict, sealing Kyosuke's next move, and Ingolf finally says Asai Kyosuke, then drags him into his estate tonight, which leaves the crowd frozen, because apparently the newbie just got promoted to problem, as the academy stage erupts with official pressure and the seekers keep watching, while Ingolf's face says he hates this, but he cannot ignore the invitation, and Misato Kyoichiro stands there, already smelling trouble behind Ingolf's little visit, so the story cuts to a rooftop night, where something is moving fast and secretive. Then the official confirms Asai Kyosuke, as if everyone somehow forgot who he was, and Misato wonders what Ingolf wants. Suspicious has really pretending to be another man, while Kyosuke, realizing the trap, decides he needed more preparation than this. Ingolf arrives at the academy's private hall, already feeling the trap, and the moment those doors flare open, everyone senses disaster brewing. The banquet table waits like a courtroom, with Misato calmly owning it, because of course he tells the guy to sit first, then eat later. Ingolf tries to keep his pride intact, but Misato keeps steering him, while that smug stare says the real question is who's hiding what, and suddenly the whole room remembers this was supposed to be a friendly visit, except Misato is now dissecting Ingolf's festival performance with surgical precision, pushing harder, asking what exactly has concealing behind that visit, and Ingolf's face finally cracks. Because yeah, he absolutely got red. Misato shuts him down instantly, and that stubborn pride starts cracking. Because if he really knew Kyosuke, head stop pretending. The fusion spell gets exposed as Iwako's decades-long masterpiece, not Ingolf's. Misato only smiles, because the obvious answer was never the right one. Kyosuke's talent, meanwhile, was just curiosity, dressed up as suspicion. Back in Japan, Iwako supposedly drilled him into that kind of control. So Ingolf settles for admiration, calling it discipline training instead. Misato agrees, but his stare says that praise came with a warning. Use that power wrong, and you'll become a disaster like him. The man who nearly tore the world apart, and somehow still teaches. Misato's silence already tells everyone this isn't Ingolf's victory, because the real story reaches back to that SSS rank dungeon disaster, where one genius drowned in his own power and cooked a warp scheme, dragging monsters out of the dungeon like he owned the apocalypse, and now that same madness threatens his own allies. Naturally, so Kyosuke's control earns suspicion, then panic when Misato moves in, all because the only way out was stopping disaster before it fully bloomed. Ingolf tries to salvage dignity, calling it discipline training instead, but Misato's stare says that praise is just another warning. Use power wrong, and you end up a legend nobody wants. Ingolf tries sounding noble, but he's really just issuing a nervous warning. Misato coolly answers that power exists to crush evil, not posture. Kyosuke flatly promises, hell, do anything, even surpass everyone else. That single-minded glare says the boy is already terrifying veterans. Ingolf laughs it off, dragging up the festival like old humiliation. Misato cuts through the noise and offers a reward for that attitude. Ingolf, of course, suddenly perks up at the word reward. Classic. Then Misato drops the trap. Next training cycle, he's the sparring partner. Ingolf hesitates, but the challenge hooks him anyway. Naturally, the handclasp seals it, and the poor guy says has honored. Ingolf tries sounding grand, while Kyosuke's stare quietly ruins the mood, because the academy crowd already knows this training day means fireworks, and when Misato invokes Ingolf's name, the poor man practically auditions for relevance, then smirks too hard at the reward, forgetting he's being boxed in, so Misato casually makes him the next sparring partner. Brilliant trap, and the special class announcement lands over the academy like a royal decree. Two students pass the entrance, saying today's periodic training is obvious, while another mutters jealousy. Because everyone wants to see Ingolf suffer, Kyosuke just absorbs the whole circus, looking ready to crush it all, and Ingolf finally feels it, that tiny, humiliating sound of doom. Two nervous students hurried off, and Kyosuke's silence made everything feel sharper, while the corridor behind them practically whispered Ingolf's name like a bad omen, because this time the real target wasn't the kid, it was his pride, and that mock battle promise already sounded less like training, more like a public execution. To Ingolf, it was just a harmless lesson. But Kyosuke knew better, so he locked in, ready to crush that smug confidence and collect the debt. 20 years ago, the academy grounds looked peaceful, which is always suspicious. Then the invitation came for Lord Ingolf, and his entourage marched in fancy formation. With Masato's trap already closing, the crowd got its tiny little drama fix, and there he is, Kyosuke, dead calm, while everyone else braces for disaster. The academy's finest get praised here, while the real trap quietly tightens, because this sparring match is clearly less training, more pride execution, and Ingolf still smirks like he's gifting Kyosuke a favor, until Asai Kyosuke gets named, stepping forward with dead-eyed calm. Then the rookie realizes skipping class was worth every scandalous second, as the entire seating block whispers that their master is fighting Ingolf, and one black-haired girl with a red streak starts watching him differently, because Kyosuke answers the compliment with smug certainty. Things are going well, while that same girl decides those weird eyes can be ignored, for now, and even the so-called pentagram saint looks ready for a very ugly lesson. Kyosuke faces Ingolf's smug challenge, and the whole field goes quiet. Ingolf gets hyped as a top pentagram saint, naturally unbearable, but Kyosuke's the one they all expect to kneel, apparently. Instead, he answers first, ready to start the punishment himself. And then Ingolf lunges, all blazing pride and terrible judgment. Kyosuke tanks the charge, because apparently arrogance makes people fragile. One clean strike ripples the air, and the crowd starts panicking. The spectators choke on their own disbelief at that wind magic. Even the red streak girl freezes, realizing this isn't normal at all. Kyosuke only clicks his tongue, while Ingolf's pride keeps collapsing. Ingolf's earth magic gets countered, and his swagger starts cracking already, because the arena explodes into debris, while his so-called lesson falls apart. Kyosuke barely flinches, making the veteran's opening charge look embarrassingly loud, and the crowd watches him block it like that was the obvious outcome. Then he calmly sizes up the hit, realizing body enhancement is involved, but even reinforced stone only bought Ingolf a pathetic moment of survival. Ingolf laughs too soon, convinced Kyosuke mistook the attack completely, only to get corrected as the real trick was skipped on purpose. Kyosuke's glare says everything, since this power was never his full measure, and Ingolf's next move is already doomed to look even worse. The battlefield erupts in raw force, and Ingolf's grand entrance already looks overblown, because Kyosuke barely budges, treating that reckless strike like a warm-up. Then he reads the enhancement trick instantly, which must sting for the self-proclaimed genius. Ingolf keeps pressing anyway, only to get carved apart by Kyosuke's calm timing, and the veteran's smug confidence collapses once the escaped blow never actually landed. The crowd finally realizes the master is the one getting pushed back, embarrassingly so, while Ingolf scrambles to salvage dignity. Kyosuke only grows more certain and colder. Then the real counter arrives, blasting the arena with overwhelming void pressure, and the overmatched seeker gets hurled down like his pride was never built to last, leaving only one brutal conclusion. Kyosuke wasn't even trying yet. Kyosuke finally quits holding back, and the arena immediately feels that. Ingolf freezes in disbelief, realizing the kid has barely moved at all. Then comes that brutal answer, a counterattack wrapped in void pressure, and yep, it's the exact same trick he used at the festival. The smug genius even mutters about fusion magic, like that's some secret spell, but Kyosuke's strike keeps tearing through the battlefield, debris flying everywhere. Ingolf gets flattened into panic, still pretending this is manageable somehow, until the shockwave hammers him backward, and his pride turns to rubble. Kyosuke watches coldly as everyone starts whispering about Ingolf's collapse, and the real nightmare lands, has gotten even stronger after 20 years. Ingolf's smug approval lands badly, because his ego forgot humility exists. Then the battlefield erupts, and Kyosuke's counterattack tears straight through everything. Even the veterans flinch, catching a spell nobody expected him to know. Ingolf tries acting composed, but that confidence is evaporating fast. Kyosuke just studies the chaos, realizing this fight has grown interesting. Then comes the humiliating truth. He's picked it up within 20 years. Kyosuke answers with cold confidence. Fine by me. Let's see its worth. One sharp glare later, the void pressure snaps, and the real assault starts. The ground answers violently, blasting upward as earth magic swallows the field. Ingolf finally recognizes the spell, and that realization hits like failure. Kyosuke's eye narrows, and the battlefield finally realizes what's coming. Ingolf gets blasted skyward, because arrogance really hates the ground. Then Kyosuke calmly sets the fuse, planning the perfect trap. Fusion magic detonates upward, turning the whole arena into chaos. The red-haired spectator practically cheers, thrilled his master's style is returning. Even the black-streaked girl freezes, sensing the timing is way too perfect. The blast keeps climbing, chewing through rock like it owns the place. Ingolf's face collapses next. Because losing balance is apparently his specialty, his scream gets swallowed by flames, and the humiliation gets louder, while the brown-haired onlooker stares blankly, wondering what Kyosuke even is. Kyosuke's green fusion shock lances through the battlefield, like a clean betrayal. Then the whole arena spirals into wreckage as his trap blooms upward. Ingolf gets dragged through the blast, proving arrogance still has terrible reflexes, and Kyosuke stands dead center, turning chaos into his personal stage. While the red-haired spectator realizes this is masterclass destruction, not luck, the black-streaked girl freezes, because that timing is absurdly perfect. Ingolf stares in horror, finally understanding he just got cut through, and the explosion keeps swallowing the ground, while Kyosuke barely moves. The wounded seeker clings to his mana armor excuse, desperate and pathetic, but Kyosuke only reads him coldly, already exposing that golden haze lie. Kyosuke shrugs off fusion magic, and the first crack only flatters his durability, because Ingolf's little armor sermon lands like a panic excuse, not strategy. Then the seeker boasts that his body itself is a weapon, naturally, and Kyosuke answers with that brutal calm, already treating the arena as finished. Ingolf charges in, only to stare up at a counterattack he never deserved, while Kyosuke slips aside like gravity owes him favors, not explanations. The blast tears the ground open, yet he stands inside the mess untouched, and the nearby onlooker loses it. Realizing this is absurd, not defense, Ingolf braces through the debris storm, looking far less golden now, as Kyosuke watches him rot in the smoke, completely unimpressed. Ingolf's rage says it all. Kyosuke's outgrown his 20-year memory. That mana armor gets called a nuisance, not a trump card. Even Ingolf's supposed countermeasure feels incomplete, and he knows it. So he taunts Kyosuke, pretending this ends on his terms. Kyosuke answers by refusing the bait, then detonating his own move. Ingolf's confidence breaks instantly, because this fight was already doomed. The blast hits hard, yet Kyosuke keeps threading through the blue chaos. Ingolf still talks big, but now he sounds desperate, not dominant. He lunges in purple smoke, all swagger and no control, and the aftermath leaves everyone stunned, because Kyosuke just embarrassed him again. Kyosuke's void burst floods the field, and Ingolf's face tightens. He throws up a golden counter, pretending he still owns this. Kyosuke slips through the blue storm, making that swagger look pathetic. Even he admits the technique is unfinished, which is almost adorable. So he pushes again, deciding he can still force the pace. One careless hand movement later, the whole exchange looks shaky. Ingolf finally snaps, declaring the spar has gone far enough. The proud seeker backs down, suddenly acting like this was always controlled. Kyosuke stands there untouched, while Ingolf's fist shakes with humiliation. Then the training ends, and the crowd hails Ingolf anyway, because nonsense. Even the chatter admits it now. Ingolf had Kyosuke cornered, badly, and the crowd politely praises the master, because obvious spin is tradition, but Ingolf's own face says the ugly truth. He misread everything, so Kyosuke decides to force his void magic further. Because subtlety's dead, the veterans grin and congratulate him, while still tiptoeing around Ingolf's ego, yet nobody notices the real gap. As Kyosuke's presence keeps gnawing at them, Ingolf stands there, exhausted and furious, hearing that terrifying clash all over again, because that wasn't bloodlust, it was something stranger, something he still can't name, and now he finally admits the worst part. This duel felt far beyond his reach, so the Great Seeker walks away, while Kyosuke just keeps leveling up, no matter. Ingolf finally says Kyosuke's name, and that alone sounds like surrender. In the Academy Lounge, the veteran pretends he's still calmly in control, but his own confession admits it's been ages since fear hit him, because Kyosuke's strength blindsided him, and that's embarrassing, frankly. Then Ingolf remembers that moment when the younger man felt truly dangerous, and Kyosuke, naturally, refuses to stop there, cranking void power higher. Even the sky outside feels like it's swallowing the old distance between them. Ingolf can only accept the result, looking about as thrilled as a funeral, because Kyosuke had been hiding that spell the entire time, casually rude, and now he's keeping one ace tucked away, just to be annoying. Ingolf's pride is cracking, because Kyosuke keeps surpassing every expectation, and that alone makes the rivalry feel painfully one-sided now. Still, he throws out another challenge, calling for one more round. Kyosuke then admits the booze is dragging up old memories he hates. And that's the problem. Black history doesn't wash away cleanly, because even a equal fight thrill becomes useless when he already missed it, so Ingolf can only stare at Asai Kyosuke and demand more, while Kyosuke stands there like he owns the whole forest, calmly deciding this old matchup might finally be worth using, though even he knows he still can't match Ingolf as he is now. Luckily, this dungeon's ugly little gift makes perfect bait for experiments. And right away, the floor turns into a nightmare underfoot, because this thing's gravity field is stronger than the surface, obviously, so even Ingolf's legendary punches land like amateur hour here. Kyosuke clocks the problem fast, and decides his body still needs upgrades, because if he can't face Ingolf head-on, his next spell seals it. Then he drags the whole mess forward, even calling Ingolf by name. 3 days later, the academy corridor feels weirdly empty without him, while that black-haired girl keeps side-eyeing his missing routine, suspicious as ever, and now everyone's left wondering where he vanished to, pathetically enough. With Master gone, the hallway suddenly feels pathetic and empty. Then the red-haired seeker notices a familiar face and stiffens, because the black-haired girl instantly gets tagged as his fangirl. How original, and she plays it cool while fishing for Kyosuke's disappearance. Conveniently, when the red-haired seeker admits he only knows the Eastern Forest rumor, that tiny clue clicks hard, because Kyosuke already chose that training ground, so she bolts off thanking him, while he just watches her vanish, and the poor guy calls her one dedicated fan. Absolutely clueless. Meanwhile, Kyosuke is already in the forest, hunting strength in silence, while she realizes he shouldn't know this place, which is even worse. That one tiny doubt starts crawling in, and it's already dangerous, because Asai Kyosuke has a habit of turning rumors into reality. Misato Kyoichiro's name lands next, and suddenly everyone stops breathing, while the girl keeps that cool face, pretending this isn't a full investigation. Flashback time, because apparently 1 month ago was when the setup began, with a secret order dropping like royalty expected obedience, not questions. The black-haired scout gets tasked to sniff out Misato in disguise, and wow, she immediately tags Asai Kyosuke instead, because of course she does. Then the forest clue clicks, and she realizes he chose that place, so she bolts toward Eastern Forest, chasing him through cracked purple power. Back in this forest, Kyosuke remembers a previous mission, and it was already ugly, because this same training ground has only gotten harsher, still drenched in brutal purple crystal. Then someone finally drops his name, and the veterans immediately tense up, since they spot him carving through monsters like the disaster's favorite headache. But his aura is the real insult, looking nothing like ordinary power, and the corpses around him make the obvious question sound almost stupid, because whatever this is, it's beyond anything those monsters could survive, while Kyosuke casually confirms he chose this place for training. Naturally, and even Ingolf has to admit the growth is terrifying, maybe rival level, so now he's staring with a quiet, uneasy O at Kyosuke's monster-drenched future. Very high, and that's Kyosuke's energy level now. Naturally, while the blonde seeker tenses up, because understatement was never her strong suit, and the cathedral-like hall confirms she was right, all along, since the crowd is already preying to their own curiosity, brilliantly. But then the impossible answer arrives, making the whole room jealous. And Claudia keeps smiling like this disaster is somehow divine design, as the forest blooms with purple crystal graves and shredded monsters. Because Kyosuke already finished the carnage and called it training, then he casually announces Ingolf is next, which is just rude, and somewhere nearby, a watcher clocks the aftermath, quietly panicking. Iwako catches the mystery on the line, already smelling trouble, and answers with that dry authority that makes everyone flinch, because Ingolf is calling about Kyosuke. Naturally, what a mess. But the question lands like a trap. Since this concerns Asai, and Iwako can't exactly reveal the boy is really Kyoichiro, so he plays dumb, pretending the student name is all that matters, which somehow satisfies the caller, at least for the moment. Then the room tightens, as the real reason comes out. Ingolf wants Kyosuke's past, and that curiosity reeks of panic, and when the truth stays buried, Ingolf absolutely loses it. Ingolf stares down the letter like it personally insulted his career, and the smug little note says Iwako's hiding something, though he lacks proof. So the investigation pivots, because next means Kyosuke's trail. Naturally, while Ingolf's face tightens at the absurdly convenient failure of certainty, someone clearly slipped in a transfer notice, and the hallway logic bites back, because the only real question now is who sent this poison, and Ingolf finally recognizes the problem, his suspicions snapping into panic, since Kyosuke's name keeps surfacing like a curse nobody can bury. while the purple-eyed menace in the room proves his instincts weren't wrong, and far away, two figures quietly confirm today is over. For now. Under that sunset, Ingolf drops disaster news, and Kyosuke just smirks, then gets sold on helping a nation's dungeon problem. How generous. Ingolf tries flattering the heroes, but they're clearly auditioning for relevance, while Kyosuke plays saintly and says the needy should come first, naturally. Then he casually rejects the lucrative dungeon conquest pitch. Because of course, this place matters more. And the hill looks suspiciously personal, Keld's Hill, apparently the best sunset spot in the whole area, and Kyosuke admits he can tell why that matters to him, Ingolf. Before the mood flips, as Kyosuke asks to become stronger, seriously, leaving Ingolf staring at this absurd kid, who refuses to stay simple. Kyosuke calmly refuses hometown-only thinking, because bigger disasters need bigger ambition, and Ingolf laughs, then offers a team-up like he owns the moment, but Kyosuke accepts on his terms, vowing to toughen up here, while Ingolf, thrilled and terrified, locks in their little hillside rivalry. Afterward, the old seeker keeps explaining that hill training tradition, trying to matter, but Kyosuke's eye cuts in, all smug focus, as the conversation sharpens. Then the battlefield detonates, flames swallowing everything as monsters hit hard, and Ingolf gets blasted sky high. Because subtlety clearly died here, his face says it all, pure panic realizing this kid is still casual, while Kyosuke stands in the inferno, untouched, letting the chaos do the talking. Kyosuke shuts down the hero fantasy, refusing to drag Nathaniel, Claudia, or the saints along. Ingolf, ridiculously fired up now, swears he'll be the one to finish Kyosuke. Then Kyosuke strolls in like this whole rivalry is scheduled entertainment, not danger. 1 week later, training gets announced, and he casually books a rematch with Ingolf. The red-haired student blurts out a letter, sounding urgent for once. Bless him, Kyosuke barely reacts, acting like the whole academy can wait on his schedule. The kid explains the headmaster wanted this delivered, as if that fixes anything. Kyosuke takes the letter, cool as ever, and keeps the suspense annoyingly alive. The page reveals a transfer notice, pointing straight at Lanzig Academy overseas. Kyosuke's eye tightens, because of course the plot picked him again. The messenger finally corners him with that urgent letter, and the kid's already sweating. Kyosuke takes it like a king, because panic is clearly someone else's hobby. The poor redhead even asks for his master, and gets ignored, beautifully. Nearby, the suspicious girl watches in silence, already filing Kyosuke under trouble. Then the transfer notice drops the overseas curveball, and Kyosuke just keeps walking. Ingolf waits at Keld's Hill, acting dramatic, as if that helps his ego. Kyosuke arrives and immediately treats the whole meeting like scheduled entertainment. Ingolf tries to sound certain, but the tension on his face betrays him. Then he recognizes the face, blurts the wrong name, and corrects himself. Kyosuke stays calm, letting him ask why this whole trap was arranged. At sunset, the showdown opens with Ingolf trying to look untouchable, but Kyosuke's void pressure answers that arrogance with ridiculous calm, and the attack lands with enough force to make Ingolf's smugness evaporate. Because Kyosuke coolly admits the mutual hostility, like this is a hobby, then he promises to handle the send-off himself, blue energy swallowing the field, while the whole empty valley turns into a private courtroom for their grudges. Ingolf finally presses his identity, acting shocked that Kyosuke knows the name, but Kyosuke shuts that down, saying the details are irrelevant, and even the pentagram saints get dragged into the insult. Because this is personal, so Ingolf admits he chose this place exactly for that petty little revenge. The hit lands clean, and Ingolf's pride shatters right there in the grass. So now he's snarling revenge like that'll somehow save his dignity. Kyosuke just shrugs, calling it mutual hostility, which is honestly fair. Then he keeps the pressure on, blue mana swallowing the whole field. Ingolf tries sounding offended, but Kyosuke treats the revelation like trivia. He says the mana armor nonsense changes nothing, which is brutal. Then Ingolf blurts out Kyosuke's name, desperate for leverage, and fails. Kyosuke answers with the same cold smile, promising him zero mercy. The attacks keep ripping the valley apart, while everyone else watches, and Ingolf finally admits this petty ambush was his revenge plan. Ingolf's smug ultimatum lands hard, but Kyosuke just keeps staring, amused, like that mock battle already proved the poor man could only dodge. So the next shockwave comes roaring out while Ingolf scrambles for pride, and the valley gets carved up again as he tries one more desperate blast. Meanwhile, Kyosuke answers with void-tinted pressure, calm enough to be insulting, which sends Ingolf spinning into pure panic, because that was never a bluff. Then the veteran's charges collapse head-on into Kyosuke's advance. Spectacularly bad timing. While the crowd realizes this isn't a duel anymore, it's a massacre, green and blue magic keep shredding the field, and Ingolf just keeps losing. until his revenge fantasy is left smoking on the ground, pathetic and exposed. Kyosuke stands untouched in the blast zone, still radiating that insulting calm, while the red strike shatters apart, proving Ingolf's opener was pure theater. The battlefield keeps detonating as the veteran's pressure gets carved into pieces, and Kyosuke slips through the shockwave, looking way too relaxed to be legal. Then that hard-as-rock armor finally gets recognized, which is embarrassing on its own, because he simply barrels through the explosion and hits even harder than before. Ingolf, now sweating through his pride, realizes Kyosuke's body was trained, and no, that wasn't luck, since the void-fed armor mimics his own defense, which is when Kyosuke basically asks if copying mana armor is all he can do, leaving Ingolf frozen in the glow, looking absolutely pathetic. Kyosuke finally nails Ingolf's secret, right as the air turns brutal, because that prized void magic is just copied spellcraft with better branding, and Ingolf's smug denial starts cracking under pure, humiliating pressure, since even his time magic suddenly looks impressive only to old fans, while he clings to the memory of being respected, which is adorable. But Kyosuke reminds him that imitation is still imitation, no matter the ego, and the veteran's so-called mana armor gets shattered with mockery attached, because Kyosuke already saw through that defense and kept walking forward. Then he casually calls it close, but not quite, like a punchline, proving void magic runs far deeper than Ingolf's pathetic little trick. Kyosuke finally unveils the answer, and the air turns electric. Ingolf guesses the finishing move, then realizes he misread everything. His old trump card gets flattened anyway, because predictions are cute until useless. That supposedly impenetrable armor? Yeah, Kyosuke pierces it like paper. Ingolf's face says it all, as fire and panic totally ruin his dignity. Then void magic floods in, cold, stylish, and way beyond imitation. He throws out his desperate finish, but Kyosuke meets it head-on. The counter-strike detonates, sending the smug seeker flying like a mistake. Blood hits the frame, and Ingolf finally looks less heroic, more tragic. Kyosuke walks on, proving the gap was never close, just embarrassing. Ingolf takes the hit, and realizes his precious armor has cracks, already. Then comes the panic as he watches the damage keep getting worse. Because nobody built a wall this smug, only for Kyosuke to punch through it. The seeker's bravado collapses, while Kyosuke stands there acting annoyingly calm. Ingolf stares at the wound in disbelief, finally learning humility the hard way. And just to embarrass him further, void magic shapes into a flaming sword. The so-called golden expert loses his voice, because that sight is absurd. Kyosuke explains the real trick, as if reinventing power was no big deal. Then the pressure keeps rising, and the gap starts looking hilariously hopeless. Ingolf can only groan, while Kyosuke keeps walking like this was routine. Kyosuke's slash tears through the vaunted mana armor, and the whole bluff cracks, leaving Ingolf staring like reality just slapped him in public because the kid had bragged that every attack would bounce off. And nope. Then comes the furious reaction, as Ingolf finally hears arrogance bite back, while Kyosuke casually points out the blind spot he noticed a moment ago, and explains his magic turns mana into metal, which is hilariously specific, so Ingolf demands to know how he figured that out, as if panic helps, but Kyosuke's answer is colder, because he already used it on him, meaning the technique was understood the second it was reproduced, not admired, and that is how invincible metal gets dragged back down to earth. Kyosuke unveils a flame blade hot enough to melt Ingolf's precious metal armor, and that smug defense starts looking less invincible, more like expensive scrap, because Kyosuke already clocked the trick, then calmly explains the heat problem, while Ingolf panics over how he got red so fast. As if denial helps, Kyosuke doubles down and makes it clear this new trick still won't save him, because one flashy gimmick never equals victory, and Ingolf is learning that painfully. Then Kyosuke closes the distance and lands a brutal hit through the blaze, leaving Ingolf roaring like a man who just realized confidence is not armor, as the final strike drives home that Kyosuke can dissect, adapt, and destroy. Kyosuke's blade flashes through the flames, and Ingolf's pride starts burning first, as the so-called pressure attack explodes wide, while the real monster stays calm, because Kyosuke instantly reads the weakness in that flashy fire gimmick, then twists the whole exchange into a humiliating lesson about emotional, predictable mistakes, and Ingolf's face says it all. Pure disbelief from a man getting dismantled, while Kyosuke keeps talking like the battlefield is a classroom, and Ingolf failed by pointing out that old habits never die, especially when panic owns the room. So when Ingolf snarls for silence, Kyosuke answers with another merciless counter, and the final blast makes it obvious. This fight was never even close. Kyosuke scoffs at Ingolf's bravado, still outclassing his desperate swagger. Then the fire pressure detonates wide, but the real monster stays composed, and that calm cut lets Kyosuke twist the opening into pure humiliation. As Ingolf's rage spikes, Kyosuke keeps schooling him on predictable panic, because this is the same man who keeps mistaking anger for strength, and when he screams about the past, Kyosuke answers with merciless impact, forcing Ingolf to stumble while asking if he really wanted another round. Then the void-charged counter lands, ending the tantrum with brutal finality, proving once again this fight was over before Ingolf even understood it. Kyosuke's hand is already crackling, and the battlefield starts feeling doomed. Then his blue chaos burst detonates wide, drowning the arena in pressure, leaving Ingolf choking on the loss. Like his grand plan was a smokescreen, and of course he starts snarling, because fragile egos always blame the exit wound, while Kyosuke just stands there, letting the flames and void make the insult louder. Then the counter lands cleanly, with the cockiest possible kind of precision, forcing Ingolf to stagger like a man who mistook anger for talent, and now that smug seeker is left staring, realizing he got outplayed again, because Kyosuke ends this tantrum the same way every time, brutally and effortlessly. Kyosuke admits he wanted a rival worth respecting, not a joke, and Ingolf immediately proves why wounded pride makes people unbelievably loud, because Kyosuke addresses him by name like a judge reading the sentence. Then the pressure hits, and Ingolf gets blasted off balance, all swagger evaporating, with the seeker staring in horror as Kyosuke's blade and void keep advancing. Even the startled crowd can hear his panic crumble into a pathetic what now, while Kyosuke stands there like this is barely an inconvenience, not a duel, and Claudia just smirks, refusing to let the spectacle end that easily, leaving Ingolf trapped in Kyosuke's glare, fully owned and utterly exposed. Claudia steps in like a smug catastrophe, scythe gleaming against the sunset, while Masato casually greets Kyosuke, like he already owns the ending, but Kyosuke catches the identity game instantly, and Masato's confidence leaks out, as Claudia toys with the void and postpones their little reunion. Then she unleashes the real spectacle, slamming Ingolf into a purple trap. Kyosuke barely flinches while Ingolf starts choking on his own pride. The seeker keeps thrashing, but the magic just keeps laughing louder, and the crowd finally gets it. This is Claudia's setup, not rescue, because Masato is calmly ordering chaos, and Ingolf is the sacrifice. Claudia rises above the cliff, turning the battlefield into her personal stage, and the crowd panics because that gorgeous menace just called the shots. Ingolf storms in expecting revenge, but Kyosuke's stare already kills the mood. Then Claudia coolly names the next move, like humiliation was scheduled. While Masato's little battlefield sermon makes Ingolf sound even more disposable, Claudia lets him rage, then invites him to fight himself into ruin, and the poor fool lunges straight into a purple trap, screaming for backup, but Kyosuke just answers with void fire, detonating the whole exchange. Ingolf still swings back, glowing like a man who learned nothing, and then the blast hits, leaving his pride in prettier pieces. Ingolf's name hangs in the air, and Kyosuke's stare already ruins him. Claudia's hypnosis has probably worked, turning this tantrum into premium humiliation. Even Yochi's copy spell gets exposed as a bargain bin imitation, because Claudia once used that trick, and Ingolf's about to regret everything. While the battlefield opens wide, Kyosuke decides to push through anyway. Ingolf roars like dignity can scream, then charges into purple disaster, but Kyosuke keeps his cool, reading the mess like it's practice, and Claudia's setup is perfect. A snare so mean it feels personal. Ingolf still swings back, all fury and zero intelligence. Then the blast lands, and his pride finally hits the ground. The battlefield's already warped, and Kyosuke's blade keeps dragging purple trouble. Ingolf's shocked face says it all. His confidence just got budget cut. Then the trap erupts, and Kyosuke's strike sends him spinning backward. The poor seeker lands hard, still screaming in disbelief at the force. Even then he crashes through the blast, sword still in hand, pathetic. Kyosuke's glare says he's not done, because restraint is for amateurs. The veteran's body starts failing, blood and panic making a lovely combo. So now Ingolf's left groaning under the pressure, dignity absolutely shredded. Meanwhile, Kyosuke settles into stance, reading the fight like warm-up drills, and Ingolf finally suspects Claudia's hypnosis trick just made his humiliation worse. Damn you, Claudia. The trap finally clicks as her setup bites back, but Kyosuke's speed is absurd, and he shuts it down first, sending Ingolf flying through the blaze like rented armor. Target locked. That glare says the poor veteran is already cooked. Then the purple snare snaps tighter, proving Claudia ran this circus. His legs buckle under the force, blood and panic doing the rest, yet he still refuses to fold, raising one burning hand upward. Yes, because even now Kyosuke keeps reading him like practice. With this, Ingolf's next move gets erased before it exists, and the fight ends the way cocky geniuses hate most, humiliated. Purple ruin and fire collide. As the trap finally starts eating men whole, Kyosuke keeps pressing through the blaze, like pain is barely worth acknowledging. Ingolf is still getting launched around, yet somehow refuses to admit defeat. His proud glare shatters fast, because the hit left him looking embarrassing. Then Kyosuke's eye cuts in cold and quiet. Measuring every opening, the vortex swells again, dragging Ingolf deeper into that ugly purple pressure, and there goes the veteran, scrambling like his body forgot loyalty. From above, even the observers realize something is horribly off. That nasty miasma around Ingolf starts thinning, which is never a good sign, meaning Kyosuke's finish is landing, and the smug war hero is cooked. The hypnosis didn't break, because Claudia never leaves sloppy openings, and Kyosuke already clocked her as the type who plans flawlessly, yet something still feels off. So he shelves the doubt for later, as Ingolf's magic armor starts cracking under that brutal pressure. Then Kyosuke decides this circus ends here, and targets Ingolf, with void and flame surging together. He closes the distance coldly, while Ingolf's pride finally cracks, along with his pathetic composure, because every hit sends him spiraling harder. Despite the desperate glare, the battlefield detonates in purple and orange, swallowing his last resistance, and Ingolf coughs up defeat, proving the veteran was cooked. Kyosuke opens with a filthy clean strike, and Ingolf eats it. The shockwave lands straight through him, proving this match was doomed. Void blades and blue energy shred his guard, with zero mercy. Then Claudia's purple trap blooms overhead, sealing the battlefield like a coffin. Even from the grass, Ingolf can feel the heat of defeat. His body staggers under those orange pillars, while Kyosuke just keeps standing. Ingolf finally admits it in fragments, because denial got kicked out. Kyosuke answers with that smug certainty. Yes, he won again. Ingolf laughs through the pain, still trying to mouth off. Kyosuke loves the fight, but makes it clear he's already ahead. So the blame game lands hard, and the burned homeland accusation finally surfaces. Ingolf lies flattened in the grass, looking painfully aware he misread everything. Kyosuke toys with the obvious answer, pretending this outrage deserves a debate. Under the cold night sky, the battlefield settles into a smug little silence. Even Ingolf's pride cracks, because getting wrecked hurts way more than denial. Kyosuke kneels beside him, acting annoyingly helpful after the humiliation. Ingolf can only choke out Kyosuke's name, already hating how this looks. Then he questions the whole rescue, because apparently gratitude is beneath him. Kyosuke shrugs it off as basic first aid. Warning panic makes wounds worse, and Ingolf still calls them rivals, which is hilarious for a man getting patched up. Kyosuke starts fishing for the truth, acting like this should be obvious. Ingolf finally bites, dragged back to that burned hometown accusation, and hates it, because the memory points to a village turned to ash 20 years ago. Then that familiar voice hits him again, and his confidence folds instantly, so he admits what he saw, a silhouette tied to the firestorm, and the story jumps back 2 decades, right before the SSS calamity, with Kyosuke refusing the cheap explanation, sensing there was more underneath, while Ingolf spirals at the reminder, realizing that Shadow belonged to him, and now the full disaster lands, the village burning, people fleeing, disbelief cracking, because the laughing male silhouette he witnessed was none other than Misato Kyoichiro. Kyosuke corners Ingolf in the ashes, and the man starts sweating hard, because that old village memory collapses, and his denial suddenly sounds pathetic. Kyosuke keeps pressing, exposing evidence from Ingolf's own room, and wow, the so-called Golden Seeker looks less heroic, more like a man caught bluffing. Then the real name drops. Misato Kyoichiro. That wolf in sheep's clothing, and suddenly the Pentagram Saint's reputation gets dragged through the mud, because Ingolf finally admits someone orchestrated the whole disaster. No surprise there, including sensory tampering and fake memories, the kind of cheap trick cowards love, and if anyone could pull that off, it was probably a master manipulator. Yeah, it's Claudia, and that reveal lands like a knife. Claudia's hypnosis had already slipped into Ingolf's head, because she knows brainwashing, and Kyosuke immediately starts poking the bruise, making the Golden Seeker squirm, while Ingolf finally realizes Claudia's earlier spell was never meant to protect him. It was a dirty command trap, the kind that turns verification into a funeral, meaning the mastermind didn't just fake memory. She weaponized every doubt in the room, and Kyosuke coolly confirms she even made him mistake you for the one who burned down that village, which is just exquisite villainy, honestly, because either way, Ingolf owes him an apology, and he hates that fact. Then Misato Kyoichiro's name surfaces, dragging the smiling architect into the mud, and Ingolf's final glare admits it all. He got played by Claudia. Ingolf chokes on Claudia's betrayal, realizing trust was the trap, not safety, and Kyosuke casually says the name Kyoichiro, like exposing a rotten password. Then Ingolf's old rage resurfaces, demanding death with the charm of a man who has finally accepted being embarrassed in public, by a teenager no less, because Kyosuke's silence says everything. That village accusation was never coincidence, just a staged misunderstanding with Ingolf as the fool, and Claudia as director, while the boy needles him by bringing up those training days, embarrassingly intimate, and Ingolf finally remembers Masato's smile, the architect who sold this nightmare, meaning their brotherhood was never natural. Just another bond someone broke, so now the only question left is who shattered it, and why. With the real threat closing in, even Ingolf drops the pride and proposes alliance. Kyosuke answers with that trademark calm, turning the arrogant hunter into a temporary partner. Ingolf's face says it all, because he knows who embarrassed him first. Kyosuke then twists the knife, reminding him that swallowing defeat was never his style, and the old humiliation finally clicks, exposing a setup far uglier than a simple clash. Ingolf gives in with a bitter laugh, admitting Kyosuke was right, annoyingly right. So now they stand united against the shared enemy, Sunset making the truce look heroic. Even so, Kyosuke keeps one hand ready, because trust is still in short supply. The battlefield quiets, and the path ahead starts smelling like the Mediterranean coast. Ingolf reluctantly confirms it, dragging his pride along as they head there. Claudia's city rumor lands hard, and suddenly her base sounds legendary. Ingolf almost backs out, but Kyosuke shuts that down instantly. The spell trap is ugly, forcing one of them to die for victory. Kyosuke catches the flaw, turning Claudia's overconfidence into their advantage. Now it's obvious she expected only one target. So cute, so mistaken. Kyosuke weaponizes that mistake, while Ingolf resumes his saintly act. Nathaniel's presence stays suspicious, like trouble wearing a human face. Kyosuke keeps the pace, counting on his partner without looking nervous. Ingolf finally folds to the plan, because pride won't save him here. So they push ahead together, heading into Claudia's mess with grim confidence. Under the moonlit calm, the battlefield finally stops pretending, and the next move crystallizes. Ingolf's revenge speech lands like a tantrum, while Kyosuke calmly brands Claudia the trapper. Claudia gets singled out by name, and that overconfident ambush suddenly looks embarrassingly one-sided. Kyosuke keeps the pressure on, because this ugly setup clearly wanted only one victim, but he's not playing alone anymore, and Ingolf's pride finally bends into cooperation. Even Germany's history sounds less complicated than this mess. Yet Kyosuke stays completely unfazed. Down by the waterfront, the old betrayal angle still hangs over Mateo's defeat, and Kyosuke, annoyingly composed, admits the Ingolf situation became a ridiculous twist. The tension softens into uneasy trust, with a former enemy standing beside him now. Still, sentiment doesn't win wars, so they move on before Claudia can recover. Across the Mediterranean, Kyosuke rides toward Claudia's island stronghold, where she gathered followers and built her little kingdom, because subtlety died early. Calling it ridiculous would be generous, since Claudia is already hunting her prey, so Kyosuke slips in like a believer, hoping proximity beats her arrogance. To do that, he reaches for void magic first, because disguises matter. Recognition-blocking sorcery bends around him, hiding his presence just enough, until a suspicious visitor starts probing his cover with smug little questions, and Kyosuke deadpans that bourgeois devotion is apparently Claudia's new religion. While the bowler-hatted clown boasts about earning an audience with her, Kyosuke's answer is cold. He brought an offering, and he's not leaving empty-handed. The bowler-hatted fixer is pitching elite believers, and Kyosuke buys the act. His void cloak settles tighter, because looking forgettable is the whole joke, and the recognition-blocking spell starts working exactly as planned. How adorable. Then the stranger's probe lands, while dockside staff promise a landing shortly, but the old man's smug little sales pitch only gets Kyosuke colder, because from behind that borrowed face, he's already reading the whole deck, and even the nosy hat tipper realizes something's off, which is miraculous, since Kyosuke should be visible. Yet somehow the heir refuses to remember, so he smiles like a patient debt collector, and names the disguise a success, then adds 2 targets, one from 20 years ago, and Claudia. Burgo Tower rises like a polished lie over the sunlit island, and Kyosuke's cover face nearly cracks at the sheer nonsense below, because the locals stare like tourists, while one hat-wearing salesman inspects him, making this whole hidden city pitch sound absurdly proud, as the tower stretches massive overhead, swallowing the skyline like a joke, and Kyosuke quietly notes the believers' city hiding inside the rich people's playground, while the crowd gushes about Claudia's absurd takeover, acting amazed by nothing. Yet Kyosuke keeps that deadpan look, already sensing the old monastery's history. 20 years ago, This place was tiny, and Claudia barely mattered. Now the island is hers. And that's somehow the scariest part. If that tower's this huge, the follower count has to be absurdly massive, and the security looks tight. But that's exactly why it fails, because Kyosuke's already leaning on void magic, smug as ever, while the inspection ends cleanly and the guard remembers absolutely nothing, so the fake Borgoist identity gets stamped in without a hitch, meaning only the first layer of the tower is open to him, and to climb higher, hell need the Borgo Faith's ridiculous trials, right up to the 7th rank, where Claudia finally grants access, and behind that cold gate, the whole infiltration slides into place, because the recognition blocking trick works, and the trap never sees him coming. Steel-clad steps crack open the silence as Kyosuke keeps moving, and Borgo Tower rises ahead, smugly pretending it owns the city. Inside, the Believer's city sprawls absurdly grand, like propaganda with plumbing, while the tower guards loom around him, completely missing the obvious. Layer 1 already feels fake, and Kyosuke notices that instantly, because this place is more maze than fortress, all ceremony and no spine. The bowler-hatted guide keeps talking, and somehow helps sell the disguise, so Kyosuke simply studies the heights, where the real game starts. Then the old man panics, demanding a price to climb higher, but first ranks get barred from upper layers, and that's the joke. Ingolf's panic gets flattened instantly, because Kyosuke does not care. The old guide charges ahead, desperate to reach Lady Claudia. One step later, the floor crackles, and arrogance starts screaming. Even Kyosuke's badge flexing gets roasted by that violent surge. Ingolf collapses, looking like a man who lost an argument with gravity. Tower guards and bystanders freeze, finally realizing this isn't bluffing. Kyosuke reads the mess and decides brute force is obsolete. Claudia sits above it all, smugly becoming the next checkpoint, so he accepts the climb, already planning to clear every trial. Fine. Hell take their hierarchy and break it from below. The tower rises over the city, looking holy, smug, and fully rigged. Inside, Priest Samoa receives the believer list and starts handing out trials, while the tower's dismissive attitude makes the whole setup feel insultingly routine. But Kyosuke isn't buying their superiority act and casually claims the next test, then strolls through the tower entrance. Like security was just decorative wallpaper, because the plan is simple now. Crush whatever trial comes next and keep climbing. Even the little bird on his arm looks confused, which is honestly fair. When the letter reveals the first floor's northern manor, the route becomes obvious, and Kyosuke just smirks, already seeing through the tower's cute little hierarchy, because for him, this place is not a challenge, it's a staircase. The tower officially opens the trial, and Kyosuke keeps that smug calm, while the so-called new believers line up like they were hand-picked for obedience. Then Priest Samoa steps in, all polished authority and fake warmth, asking why these candidates even bothered climbing this tower in the first place, which sends the freckled girl into a panic. Before she admits her answer, she came for Claudia, and because the top floor sounds like destiny, then spills the heartbreaking part. A sick village and a bedridden grandmother. Kyosuke actually respects that, because desperation beats empty bravado every time, and he answers by praising her resolve, while privately side-eyeing her loyalty. Then the arrogant crowd sneers at his shabby outfit, proving they learned nothing. The tower crowd sneers at ambition, already mocking the poor girl's top-floor dream, and the smug laughter keeps rolling until Kyosuke cuts through it without blinking. Priest Samoa coolly asks whether they even want Claudia's audience, and that alone sends the freckled candidate spiraling, because she came for Claudia, and her grandmother. Then the priest calmly explains the tower's math, where 1 year is normal, and 90% get deleted before they even survive the first floor. Brutal. Still, he praises the girl's nerve, while everyone else hears a funeral statistic, because hope is apparently a cute hobby, until the tower crushes it flat, and Kyosuke's simple top-floor attitude looks almost heroic beside their panic. So the priest resets the board and announces the first trial. Like Mercy, the priest opens with 3 trials, and everyone instantly regrets breathing, then names the dungeon northeast of the island, plus 500 kills. The bald guy nearly short-circuits, because that number sounds absurdly humiliating, but the priest smugly explains monsters drop stones, proof of every kill, and promises no time limit, which somehow makes this feel worse. So take it slow and steady, he says. Like this is merciful, before resetting the board and expecting results from the entire lineup, while Kyosuke stays stone cold, walking in like the only adult there, as the others still process how catastrophically weak their confidence looks, and the tower keeps rising, with him heading straight for the top. The girl's first read on Kyosuke lands hard, because that deadpan vibe instantly tags him as the same weird rookie from earlier, and he just brushes off her challenge like it's background noise, which somehow makes the whole conversation funnier, since he admits he should be scared, but only for his village's sake. So yeah, the guy's risking everything, and when she probes his top-floor ambition, he backs her up with zero drama while secretly clocking that there's something off about her, though digging into it now would be pointless, because the tower itself is already swallowing attention, and even the priest's fake gratitude can't hide the fact that this trial is just a fancy way to recruit survivors. Inside the priest's polished trap, salvation gets sold like a cheap bargain, while the suited watcher looms overhead, proving this place runs on smoke and status. Then the wine and cash appear, because apparently holiness now comes with a receipt, and the priest's lecture is basically extortion dressed up as noble tradition, since the Northeast Dungeon's strength check is just a brutal filter for the weak, leaving the hopeless to chase money, dreams, and humiliation until they crack. Even Claudia's setup twists harder, as the tower turns devotion into a snare, but Kyosuke stays ice-cold, staring down from above like the real problem, and when he calls out the cartoon villain act, it lands with surgical cruelty, because he knows some disciples came for Claudia, not this greedy circus. The next morning drops in like a polite setup for another scam, and the priest spots the newcomer, already annoyed at being noticed, because this believer strolls in with zero reverence and maximum suspicion, then casually says he's finished, which is rude, efficient, and devastating, as he hands over the proof and makes the priest's bluff look tiny, while violet power starts spilling out like the room itself is confessing, and the priest loses his cool, stunned that one day broke his script, because Kyosuke has the nerve to call the whole setup impossible, then names the man behind the curtain as Priest Samoa, which is brutal, and warns him to shut the windows before his secrets start leaking. The priest's composure cracks with a sharp little gasp, while whispers spread that the believer already heard everything yesterday, and that hand tightens as the man realizes who's been exposed, because Kyosuke plants his void power like this room is his domain. Then the priest panics, swearing this tower will become Kyosuke's grave, and the whole building looms in silence like it's about to confess, while that priestly glare hardens, trying and failing to look untouchable. But Kyosuke mocks the visit, calling it an insultingly pointless warning, because cheap righteousness is apparently the best he can manage, and that smug smile says the priest just walked into his own disaster. Priest Samoa finally unveils Kyosuke's second trial, grinning like a smug disaster, back at the bourgeoisism disciples' dorm. The rookie stands alone, already marked, and yeah, Samoa still hasn't dared make a direct move yet, because Kyosuke can smell the tower's agenda from a mile away, while a messenger bird brings the official setup, neat and poisonous. The paper spells out the trial details, dripping with fake sincerity, and Kyosuke, naturally, connects the dots before anyone can lie. The whole thing's a trap meant to bury him under procedure, because the letter says the job is to beat the dungeon boss, and Kyosuke just shrugs, knowing it's obviously a trap, but irrelevant. Kyosuke meets the purple breach head-on, like danger owes him respect, and the southern Bourgeois lava dungeon answers with absolute, ugly hostility, because even the air feels cooked. While he still sizes it up, Samoa's corruption is obvious, so this trial reeks of a murder script, and Kyosuke correctly assumes the boss is waiting to clean up, which is adorable, because he already sees the backup plan coming, so he decides he should have one too, and not a weak one. His stare hardens, while the cave starts screaming in glowing blue fire, then the whole chamber detonates, as the ambush loses its composure, and the monster horde surges in, right into Kyosuke's path. Flame Rexes drop first, and the dungeon's elite monsters look absurdly nasty, while Kyosuke coolly admits the floor is high level, like that's news to anyone, because the real trick is the blue current threading through his fingers, and yes, that's void magic, tearing the battlefield open with terrifying, ugly confidence. Then his breakthrough lands, proving training against Ingolf was not wasted, and the fire beast gets launched like it personally offended the universe, so Kyosuke keeps pressing forward, grinning through the chaos like a man possessed, with shattered ice blue blades and monster bodies piling up behind him, until even the boot on the ground feels like a warning, not hesitation, and the hooded bastard nearby realizes, too late, this kid is the trap. Lord Samoa wants confirmation, while the Academy's trap keeps smiling, because Kyosuke cleared the first trial in a single day, and the officials whisper he even toppled the dungeon boss, but Samoa's grin says he already hired an assassin, meaning someone just volunteered for a spectacular funeral, because that killer is supposedly professional, cold, and terminally doomed, yet even he realizes Kyosuke is reading the ambush too late. As the dungeon boss gets erased in a blinding instant, the hooded stalker panics, certain Kyosuke still hasn't noticed him, which is adorable, since perfect ambushes only work on the dead. The hooded assassin finally commits, lunging for Kyosuke's head like a clown with confidence, but the first slash gets folded by blue void streaks, and pure humiliation. Kyosuke's eyes stay cold as he reads the attack before it even lands, then the hunter is slammed into the ground. Suddenly realizing the easy target was bait, the hooded man panics, wondering how Kyosuke knew his position so perfectly. Because void tracking turns every sneaky predator into a brightly lit appetizer, the assassin tries to salvage dignity. While Kyosuke just studies him like trash, those purple traces swirl around his hand, proving the trap is already his, and the hooded fool freezes, surrounded by butterfly-like signatures of death, because Kyosuke already prepared insurance, and now the ambusher's cooked. Ingolf gets folded instantly, and his confidence goes straight into the dirt because Kyosuke just shrugs, calling the whole ambush pathetic. Too bad, the academy hall goes silent, while the priest's precious setup starts shaking, as a mangled beast gets shoved aside, proving the trap was never cute. Then even the priest finally stares up, realizing Kyosuke is real trouble, while Kyosuke stands there, absurdly calm, like this chaos was his homework. The whole room admits the boss fight was rough, and that's putting it kindly, because some black-robed bastard already attacked him, clearly obeying somebody, which is exactly why the priest's suspicions turn murderous and personal, and Kyosuke, naturally, is already looking forward to Trial 3. Even the priest's face tightens now, because his little trap is wobbling, and the shock in his eyes says Kyosuke is not improvising anymore. The whole hall knows there's still no hard proof, which is hilarious, so he decides the cleanest fix is simply deleting the problem himself. That confidence lasts about one breath, because Kyosuke's ring screams Claudia's backup, and the priest's own power starts looking embarrassingly small beside it. Then that smug little grin dies when Kyosuke's glare locks in, merciless. Outside, the observers can only stare as the street turns grim, while chatter about Samoas. Brutal rain spreads like a funeral rumor, and Kyosuke keeps moving forward, already done with this nonsense. Kyosuke drifts past the corridor, already tired of this whole dungeon circus, his expression flat as if disappointment is his permanent superpower, while the guards boast about dead quiet hallways like that means safety, and he cuts in politely, which somehow lands harder than a punch. Then he grins through the awkwardness, asking the question everyone feared, only to get a dry answer, because yes, the upper layer priest matters, and the guards instantly realize this weird guy knows way too much, since he's already thinking about that inspection and the final trial. With everyone else stuck waiting, the whole place feels one mistake away from disaster, and the announcement finally lands, confirming the first layer's final trial. Samoa's bad luck kicks in today, and Kyosuke grins at the setup, because void magic is already stirring, quietly turning the whole board. Then the signal hits, and the academy's pretty little ritual activates, sending birds and shockwaves everywhere, leaving witnesses completely lost, while the crowd stares up, dumbfounded, at the nonsense unfolding overhead. One girl clutches the notice, realizing this wasn't random at all, and Kyosuke's expression says this is exactly what he expected. As the plaza stretches out, calm and crowded, under that false peace, the priest finally catches on, but the trap is already smiling back, because now everything's in place, and the final trial can begin. Kyosuke just smiled, then nailed the priest for mistreating believers. Across the plaza, everyone froze, while the academy setup kept towering. As the final trial was announced and the crowd braced itself, he even thanked Priest Samoa for personally supervising this disaster. And the old man instantly looked like a busted villain caught mid-scheme, because Kyosuke knew about the assassin. And the cover-up too. The whole first layer suddenly felt like his playground, not theirs, while purple power started seething, ready to erase the priest's confidence. Kyosuke casually warned that a huge audience was watching this spectacle, and that was the moment everybody realized the trial had already started. The first layer buzzes as believers whisper about that record-speed survivor, and orange trial energy lashes across the arena while everyone freezes, because Samoa's face goes stiff, realizing Kyosuke is about to peel him open, with the crowd already wondering what that hooded monster is plotting now. Then Kyosuke drops the real dagger, calling out the priest's corruption, and exposing the ugly bribery, fake trials, plus that assassination cover-up, so the priest's grand authority suddenly sounds like a toddler's tantrum, frankly, until even the warnings turn back on him and his arrogance cracks, while a single hum says the crowd has finally noticed the fraud, and Samoa's outrage lands as comedy, because everything he denies is true. Samoa looks ready to implode, because Kyosuke's evidence is landing hard, and the priest still tries forcing the trial forward, a classic panic move. While his summoned beasts swarm the chamber like he's proudly proving guilt, the crowd finally recognizes that this is beast magic, not some holy test, and Samoa's smug believer speech starts sounding hilariously doomed already. Then the monsters get blasted apart, as Kyosuke calmly demands results. Blue void power blooms around him, cold, clean, and ridiculously unfair. The entire facility erupts under that activation, shards and monsters everywhere. Samoa panics as Kyosuke corners him, face to face with the fraud, and Kyosuke just smiles, politely saying nobody forbade him from winning. The arena already knows it got ugly, and Kyosuke wiped them out instantly. The crowd's awe turns messy fast, because that power looks criminally unfair. Even the onlookers can't hide it, staring like the whole setup just cracked. The priest keeps posturing, but his warning sounds weaker by the second. Kyosuke doesn't flinch at all, since the ring was always the real trick. Then Samoa smugly leans on that ring, pretending the fraud somehow holds. Kyosuke responds with that cold, blank look, like he's already won. The priest fires back with more arrogance, and the aura spikes like a tantrum. Red energy erupts around the ring, because of course the fake holy man panics. Below the stadium, tiny figures watch the whole scam collapse into humiliation. The arena's elite crowd stiffens, sensing the whole sacred setup cracking apart, while the priest panics over silence, convinced nothing should be happening here. Then the cursed ring surges and exposes his desperate lie about power, because that shiny miracle never worked on hearts this dirty, obviously, and the blonde seeker admits the priest's claim wasn't pure fabrication after all, since the real heavyweight has arrived, and the room instantly feels smaller, leaving the priest staring up in shock, like his confidence just evaporated, as Lord Agito, fifth layer priest, finally steps into the humiliation spotlight, and the priest gets hit with the blunt truth about Samoa's ring, while Kyosuke coolly demands the whole backstory, because now it's personal. Lord Agito arrives, and the arena suddenly looks painfully underdressed. Samoa's face crumples, because cocky faith looks embarrassing in close-up. Kyosuke recognizes the priest's rank, then calmly starts pulling threads, because this miracle suddenly feels useful, and he wants leverage. Agito explains the first layer message, turning the priest's smug routine suspicious. Then the scandal lands. Samoa's corruption gets dragged into daylight. The priest freezes, hearing doctrine from above, instead of excuses, while Agito declares arrogant scum will get punished, period. Kyosuke stays quiet, realizing the old man kept this hidden to survive, but even now, there's still no hard proof, yet. The priest finally tries to steady himself, but the damage is already showing, because even his panic comes wrapped in that ridiculous Lord Agito performance. Then he starts pleading his innocence, and wow, the scammer really hates accountability. As Masato Kyoichiro answers with that calm stare that makes lies feel cheap, and suddenly the ring's trick is exposed as faith-based power extraction, with corrupt intent triggering a direct warning to the high-ranking priest, while the surrounding crowd watches the whole noble act collapse embarrassingly, because this device was never holy, just a clever trap for traitors. And Kyosuke quietly confirms the truth is finally being dragged into daylight. Then the priest breaks completely, begging for belief like it might save him. The priest's polished act is cracking, and the room already smells blood, as Misato's stare lands harder than any sermon, forcing ugly truths out, with the priest recoiling like accountability itself just slapped him silly, while the long-haired seeker reminds him he cheated that boy into trial, and now even his excuses sound pathetic, shaky, and painfully late, because this wasn't faith. It was a scam wearing holy robes, so the priest panics, swallowing pride like it might spare him, as the seated seeker keeps pressing, turning his fraud into theater, and Kyosuke's pressure finishes the job, daring force if lies survive, leaving the priest sweating in profile, absolutely cooked by public shame. The priest is already sweating, because accountability just cornered him hard, and his fraud about cruel believer, trials, and extorted money keeps unraveling, while the crowd stares in stunned silence, finally smelling the rot, and Kyosuke stands there like a verdict, calm enough to be insulting, as the guards move in to drag the holy scam away, polite and pathetic, with the priest folding under pressure so fast it's almost comic, honestly. Then the long-haired seeker takes over, calling for cleanup after the circus, reminding everyone the first believers heard the whole ugly situation, before politely admitting priest Samoa's corruption. Like that somehow softens it, and demanding the damage stay contained, because the Burgo faith is already embarrassed. And just like that, Samoa dangles second-layer promotion, like a holy bribe, while the crowd erupts, realizing they're being drafted into believer nonsense. But Kyosuke gets credited for cornering the priest, because apparently chaos has a resume, and the whole arena feels those golden sparks as the veterans start sweating. Then the white-haired seeker thanks him for exposing Burgo's rotten core, promising a reward later, which is rich considering the church is already collapsing, while the stadium swallows its pride and watches the priest retreat like a busted fraud, and the onlookers keep replaying Kyosuke's calm, because his arrogance is somehow earned, as even the girl in the crowd decides he deserves proper gratitude later, before the report ends with that final hush, and the scam is officially dead. The white-haired seeker coolly credits Kyosuke as the lone savior, saying the Burgo mess only stayed hidden until one believer blew it open. Then he shrugs off Samoa's disaster and crowns Kyosuke exemplary, because standards are collapsing nicely, and with that settled, he casually floats the idea of a proposal, while Kyosuke just stands there, looking annoyingly unbothered, like praises paperwork, as the corridor guardians keep their posts. Pretending this ceremonial maze still has dignity, the moment stretches in that heavy silence, where everyone can hear the institution cracking, and Kyosuke's pendant catches the light, making him look even more suspiciously chosen. Then the scene jumps outside, where the whole academy breathes under a brighter sky, and he learns the joke's over, because the 5th layer promotion is already waiting. Kyosuke's grin says the climb was suspiciously easy, and he likes it. Outside, the academy glows innocent, like corruption never wore a badge here. He strolls in, already bored by the ceremony's fake courtesy, while the white-haired seeker welcomes him with that polished, dangerous calm, then casually frames a promotion to the 5th layer. Because apparently standards died, Kyosuke brushes off the thanks, treating hero worship like tedious paperwork, and still, the older man can't fully pin him down, which is annoying, so the next revelation lands. There's more news waiting, and it's deliciously loaded. Kyosuke only raises an eyebrow at the word news, because of course he does. Then comes the real prize, an audience with Claudia, courtesy of recent chaos. An audience with Claudia, and the room already smells like trouble, because Kyosuke's answer is just a bored little fist clench, priceless. While the white-haired seeker treats the whole promotion like royal charity, and Kyosuke accepts it without gratitude, like paperwork he hates, which rattles the older man, since arrogance rarely survives that calmly. Then the real punch lands. Ingolf's presence becomes proof the scheme worked, so Claudia gets named next, and that smile looks dangerously rehearsed. Kyosuke only offers a dry apology, then questions the result, since getting rid of a troublesome enemy sounds suspiciously convenient, thanks to him. Still, the warning stands. Claudia, don't test this vixen. Ingolf finally realizes Kyosuke is the one behind that hometown burning nightmare. While the Golden Seekers sit there, smiling like this disaster is perfectly normal, Nathaniel stays silent, because even he knows this room smells like trouble, and Ingolf, that poor, overworked face of failure, has to admit it's bad. Then Claudia gets dragged into the spotlight, and wow, what a convenient mess. Kyosuke shrugs off the whole thing, treating the cleanup like it solved itself, while the white-haired seeker casually declares the obstacles handled, like royalty, and drops the next bait, the divine gift ceremony, as if that sounds harmless. Yet Ingolf's glare says he already hates whatever comes next, badly. Because when even he freezes up, that ceremony just became everybody's problem. Since it's important, the briefing keeps dragging on, and tension simmers. While Ingolf sits there looking like failure learned how to breathe, Kyosuke takes the update in stride, because of course he does, and Ingolf still worries Claudia might expose the recognition magic. Naturally, then Kyosuke phones in casually, acting almost amused by the fuss, claiming he's been sharpening his edge ever since Germany, which is ridiculous, yet Ingolf can only mutter caution, sensing Claudia and Nathaniel scheming, and the phrase divine gift ceremony lands like a loaded trap, so the next call gets filed away, cold and unread, for later. Kyosuke hears that name and immediately knows Claudia is plotting again. Believer's Tower Layer 7 rises through the clouds, ominous and stupidly important, as Kyosuke reaches the shrine, acting like this nightmare commute was nothing, with only 3 days left before his audience with Claudia, naturally, so he parks himself on the last layer and confirms one more thing. Then the mysterious girl calls him out, claiming he just saved her effort, and now Shirato Sayuki finally gets a name, because secrets are rude, with Kyosuke instantly noticing she stands out, and telling her to follow, while she checks the tower, decides nobody else is there, and smugly agrees. Then he stops dancing around it, asking the real question he came for, whether she's tied to Claudia's hypnosis spell on Ingolf, because there it is. On the tower's last layer, Shirato Sayuki finally steps out of the shadows, all cold suspicion, because the spell on him was unfinished, and Claudia clearly never blunders this badly, so Kyosuke coolly pins the blame on her, then drops the real bombshell. The only one capable of that old trick, back then, was her, not him, and when he presses further, she practically confesses through that ridiculous panic, saying she never wanted to let Kyoichiro die again, which is wow, subtle. Kyosuke's eyes narrow, because now the name behind the spell finally matters, so he asks what she means. Like he hasn't already cornered the answer, and the whole exchange tightens into a wrist grab standoff, all tension and zero escape, while his stare sharpens, because the trap just became a lot more personal. Kyosuke finally starts unpacking the truth, and Ingolf's face says disaster, because that mark looks familiar enough to trigger a bitter memory. Yeah, that old trick. 20 years ago, a girl was cornered by monsters, and things got ugly, fast. Then her buried power exploded awake, turning the battlefield into a glowing nightmare, but the newbie couldn't handle it, and predictably, everything spiraled into berserk chaos. Kyosuke realizes that same power belonged to the mysterious girl, not him, and fate got messy. It was time attribute magic, the kind that wrecks a body if misused, so instead of letting it keep rampaging, he trapped the power before it devoured her, and yeah, he actually sealed it successfully, which is annoyingly competent. While Ingolf stares down the proof, Kyosuke's grip says the trap has names. He barely kept the girl alive, and branded her arm with proof. Then he recognized the mysterious girl from that disastrous night. Naturally, he was right, because she finally confirmed his memory from behind the glare. That criminal accusation? Just public nonsense from jealous, barking idiots? Kyosuke then exposed the real villain using the dungeon outbreak as cover. And he knew the so-called savior was never that twisted, obviously. So he approached Claudia in that cathedral-like hall of judgment to uncover the truth behind the 20-year-old incident. While he waited, it took him 10 years to earn her trust, which is hilarious restraint. Then came the Rei Ruoxi case, and Masato Kyoichiro became the next target. At first, even Karen doubted the dead guy had truly returned. Then she told him Germany training changed everything, and she called Asahi Karen because she had already heard what kind of person Asai Kyosuke was, and yeah, she was convinced before the room even finished processing her shock, just like the Kyosuke she remembered, smiling under sunlight like some poster hero, while he admitted surviving only because of her, which is dangerously sentimental. Her gratitude wasn't small talk either, since she believed in Masato Kyoichiro for 20 years, and that belief finally cracked open, because the truth was overdue, obviously. So Kyosuke faced the next confession, hearing himself praised as the ideal hero, before Karen promised to expose everything, with Kyoichiro standing right there, helpless. The red-streaked girl finally hears the nightmare Kyosuke has already seen, and he flatly names the future, making her the only possible fix, so she clutches his strength like the whole world is on life support. While outside, the church tower looms over a future already wobbling, because she's ready to burn everything down to save Claudius' ruined ceremony. And now Shirato Sayuki is staring at Kyosuke like he just rewrote fate, after he admits he used time magic, then crawled back from the future, where Claudius' domain became a slaughterhouse and everybody got flattened, leaving Masato Kyoichiro trapped under the legend of a world he broke, and Kyosuke coolly warns him that only his power can change this ending. Kyosuke stares past Claudius' name, and the future already feels cursed. Sayuki exposes the broken ending, where everyone lost everything, including him. The memory lands like a funeral bell, with Claudius' death at center. Then Kyosuke admits the void spell dragged regression out of despair. He was told to use it, to rewrite that rotten future completely. Sayuki quietly agrees, while Kyosuke refuses to let tragedy repeat. The culprit is Claudius' divine bestowal ritual, and that sounds horrifying. Kyosuke answers that the Calamity Beast will kill hundreds of millions. Sayuki panics at the name, because even he sounds shaken now. And then the story drops back 20 years, when sealing the dungeon was barely possible. That fiery eye belongs to the Calamity Beast, the apocalypse everyone feared, and Claudia somehow forced it under control, rewriting the whole world, leaving only obedient believers while her opposition got executed. Naturally, so yes, that was Claudia's sick little ambition, plain and simple. A hero image for her would be hilarious, because Shed ditched the mask, but Kyosuke remembers the ugly truth. And Sayuki hears it too. He refuses to let that future repeat, even with monsters at the gate. Then the memory snaps to the tower, where Kyosuke crushes challengers, and now Sayuki finally recognizes him, staring like she already knows, before admitting they meet again, while she quietly handles intel outside and inside. Under the night sky, Kyosuke coolly admits the hometown promise was a lie, because Claudia already butchered his family, and that grin is pure bitterness. Then the conversation pivots to the tower she built, that smug fortress, where she turned a city into a believer farm, harvesting devotion like livestock, and Kyosuke spells out the real horror. His village lost to her, so his hatred hardens into a clean, ugly verdict. Never. Absolutely never. Beside him, the desperate survivor insists Claudius' next tragedy is unacceptable because she never cared when people died, which is villain behavior on hard mode. Then the plea shifts to Kyosuke's strength, begging him to stop Claudia, and he finally lowers his head, ready to crush what's left. Kyosuke finally accepts the mission, and Claudia's scheme gets condemned outright, yet he hears the deeper horror, where stopping it means confronting the whole ritual. His eyes harden on Claudia, because Mercy died when she touched his village, while the nearby girl realizes she's staring at the man behind the scars. Then comes the ugly question. Kill Claudia, and does the divine ritual collapse? She answers with a smug little no, because of course villains never make things easy. Since Claudia's monster summoning runs on drained believers, pure sacrificial fuel, Kyosuke scoffs, calling out the future failure, as proof brute force alone won't work, so the answer finally lands, clear and nasty. Find the one device, and crush it before Claudia's power can keep feeding that nightmare. 4 failed timelines later, she finally spots the cathedral's key device, but the Grand Barrier is absurdly strong, even for her tricks, so the plan shifts upward, since the 7th layer is already reached, and Kyosuke hears the ugly truth. Claudia's audience is the opening, meaning they need her exposed, because this is the last chance, and the cathedral swarms with priests and guards, obnoxiously overconfident as ever, while Kyosuke quietly notes his regression limit, shrinking like a cheap miracle, because he barely rewound to before meeting them, which is hilarious. Still, he locks in on the device, then calls it their only shot, and the answer lands coldly. Yes, he sees the whole mess. The whole plan hinges on Claudia, because losing here dooms everything, and Kyosuke's stare says Hez ending this nonsense, one way or another, with that old disaster hanging over the city again, because this is their last chance, and he's not letting it slip, not after watching monsters turn the future into a flaming joke, while he calmly swears Claudia goes down, no matter the cost. So the city's warped skyline gives way to a secret route upward, where the hidden ladder confirms this fight has moved underground, and the red-streaked girl quietly points the way, guiding the climb, straight into the hideout they've been using, where the real trap starts. Deep in the hideout, Kyosuke finally reads Sayuki's worn-down history, and she lays out 4 timelines, failures, and lessons like evidence, because Claudia's first-world scheme was always a monster-summoning purge, while Kyosuke's second-run advantage let him corner her once, but that little victory still couldn't end her obsession, since the 3rd run turned into a brutal ambush and assassination, and even that didn't matter when her mana spiraled into madness, as the Calamity Beast still manifested, thanks to sheer stubborn disaster. So yeah, the Reset King found the nasty catch, after all. Kyosuke shrugs off Claudia's doomsday logic, because killing her never mattered. The 3rd run still failed, and the device stayed hidden anyway. By the 4th, he found the source, but destruction slipped away. Another reset only stacked dead ends, proving the future loved mocking him. Even the red-streaked girl mattered, one of those strange gains. That was Aisha, and she somehow connected the whole operation, so Claudia's audience came courtesy of her, not dumb luck. She exposed Priest Samoa, then timed the 1st layer inspection perfectly. In other words, she opened the door, and everyone else just followed. True, if that incident never happened, Kyosuke wouldn't even be here now. So the whole backstage mess finally clicks, and he looks almost amused. Those documents weren't the real clue, because Sayuki had already been steering everything. She's clearly endured more misery than she admitted, and that ugly truth matters. In the first world, he trusted her with despair's future, and she carried it. Anyway, stopping Claudia's ritual comes first, because the device has to die. Especially that amplifier, since destroying it collapses the barrier around her. So Kyosuke and Aisha handle Claudia, while the others secure the cathedral. Has already mapped the interior, meaning the next move is pure demolition. But Claudia's cleanup is nasty, with priests still swarming the board. So Kyosuke needs Aisha's spell work, because subtlety's doing the heavy lifting. One spell could rewrite the future, and he's annoyingly serious about it. No matter how rotten that future gets, he's already leaning into it. Meanwhile, the cathedral machinery keeps turning, charging that Calamity Beast battery, and once it fills, the ritual goes live, because villains adore terrible timing. Before that circus starts, the blonde seeker promises even more entertainment over the towering church district, which is exactly the kind of ominous flex that backfires. So tomorrow's the day, and everybody's pretending that isn't a warning. So, Kyosuke, you're ready then, and he just smiles, claiming the spell's already mastered, because apparently patience is his favorite weapon. The white-haired seeker keeps praising him, like hope wasn't just a polite addiction. Kyosuke answers that resetting into despair still made him sharper, obviously. Then he admits the power is different, but the battlefield loneliness is familiar. He thanks the one who carried the old timeline forward, turning tragedy into momentum. And now the girl's trust matters, so he intends to repay it properly. Shirato Sayuki freezes, hearing his name, because subtlety just died on impact. Aisha watches in silence, while Kyosuke calmly readies the next disaster. Sayuki finally stops pretending this is casual. Her suspicion sharpening under that red streak, Kyosuke answers with that infuriating little smile, acting like confusion is everyone else's problem. Then he admits the name thing feels weird, but he already knew that. One casual hand motion later, he's basically shrugging off destiny like a nuisance. Sayuki gets addressed directly at last, and suddenly the whole secret sounds personal. Kyosuke treats her trust like sacred currency, promising to repay it properly. She accepts, because apparently his confidence is more contagious than common sense. The white-haired seeker watches, smug as ever, like this disaster is his plan. And then the hooded watcher crashes in, interrupting the romance with brutal timing. Even the backup plan gets derailed, because Sayuki kills the flirtation and the mood, while Kyosuke coolly cites the cathedral layout and patrol routes like he owns them. Then he and Sayuki confirm they're fully prepped, which is adorable coming from rookies, so he assigns Claudius restraint to his team, turning panic into a clean operation, and everybody answers with absurd confidence, because apparently confidence is contagious now. As the cathedral looms overhead for the audience meeting, all holy and suspiciously convenient, the guards let Kyosuke through. While he plays the obedient guest with terrifying ease, then he checks on Sayuki and Ayesha, gets the reassuring update, and keeps moving, because thanks to Sayuki's intel, the path to the top floor looks embarrassingly safe. Kyosuke even notices Ayesha can handle long-range comms, already mapping the board. Then he pushes her toward the audience chamber plan, and she actually agrees, because this cathedral entrance is where the rookies stop pretending and start working, while the white-haired seeker smugly confirms he has been waiting for Kyosuke, so the invitation to come in lands like a trap dressed as hospitality, and Kyosuke answers with that unreadable stare, like he owns the silence, as the cathedral fills with seekers and the phrase "I'm here now" hits hard, with Priest Samoa looming ahead, absolutely desperate to keep his little scheme intact, until Claudius' name surfaces, and the blonde target finally steps into focus. Kyosuke finally cashes in Sayuki's desperate setup, and nobody else matters. The cathedral opens like a luxury trap, with white-robed seekers watching him arrive. Claudia stands exposed at the center, and the room suddenly gets very awkward. Ingolf's sharp stare catches nothing, because Kyosuke's real move is already hidden. The blonde target gets named at last, and the priest control starts cracking. Kyosuke drops his head, smugly confirming this whole disguise is beneath him. His perception jamming spell sells the fake identity, which is honestly hilarious. Claudia will still notice eventually, though it'll apparently take forever. And when she does, the spell's weakness becomes embarrassingly obvious to everyone, because the activation condition is simple, and Kyosuke is using it now. High above the cathedral, the target is finally locked, and the delay matters, because Kyosuke is already priming the new key spell, before Claudia catches on, while the hidden intruder climbs the sanctuary stairs, looking absurdly calm, and Ingolf only gets a partial read. Since the real trap is elsewhere, top-floor security stays stubbornly intact, so the hall becomes a polite little barricade, meaning those guards have to be removed, which is almost too convenient, as the hooded watcher and escort line up, pretending this is still under control. But Kyosuke answers with a flat, effortless okay, like a man already winning. Then the corridor detonates in pure force, and bodies get flung like furniture, leaving the blonde seeker buried in rubble, because subtlety clearly died here. Under the sanctuary's cold haze, the guards keep their little wall of authority, while Kyosuke slips through the timing gap like he owns the whole building, and the order to move comes down right as the soldiers swap shifts, which is when someone realizes the newbie is not remotely panicking, because the corridor erupts and the guards get buried under raw force, leaving Kyosuke standing there like gravity itself is taking notes. Then the panicked call goes out to bring Claudia in, fast, but the watchers and escorts get flattened before that plan can breathe, as Kyosuke locks the motion down and flatly refuses their resistance, and the whole hallway learns, a little too late, that subtlety lost. Whew, Sayuki's intel actually worked, and the guards are already flattened, while the corridor turns into a humiliating mess for the so-called security, because Kyosuke's warning shot cracked the barrier before anyone could posture, and even Iwako gets pulled into the scene. Realizing this kid is dangerous, as the audience route opens and the priestly escort reaches the device room, with Kyosuke strolling in like chaos, is just another appointment. Meanwhile, the barrier clears its first condition, and now it's his turn to ruin everyone, because the whole ceremony was basically a decoy, courtesy of Sayuki's setup, and Claudia's real objective is something nastier than the crowd expected, until Sinus Lester appears, a 7th-layer priest measuring Kyosuke's total mana. This isn't a meet and greet, it's a harvest rite with polished manners, and the first condition snaps shut fast, because standards love humiliating people, Ingolf's glare tightens when Kyosuke keeps smiling, which is adorable, really. Then the mana detonates like a blue storm, and everybody panics. Claudia gets named out loud, because the bait was always aimed there, while Masato coolly confirms condition 2, as if this circus had rules, and Kyosuke finally reaches for the spell trigger, staying infuriatingly casual. The priestly escorts freeze when Claudia's truth sinks in. Wow. Shocking. Then the blonde realizes that weird unease was actually Kyosuke reading the room, so he turns, still alive, and gets addressed like the real problem. Masato freezes the room by calling out Kyoichiro, and that panic lands on Kyosuke's face as void glitch magic starts chewing reality apart. Even before the smoke clears, he tags the hidden aim, the bait, and Claudia's setup finally stops pretending it was ever subtle. He keeps smiling, because apparently humiliating veterans is still his hobby. While Masato admits the spell type from that absurd mana density, Ingolf, bless him, only realizes the truth after the damage is done. So the whole escort crew pivots, scrambling to protect the priest. Then Shirato's warning echoes somewhere in the chaos, and Kyosuke turns toward the real target. Because of course the chessboard was rigged. The priest command hangs in the chapel air, and the white-haired seeker answers with that smug little obedient move, like murder is just paperwork. Then Ruoxus enhancement drug gets named, and Kyosuke grins anyway, because apparently even impossible odds can't save these enhanced clowns. Ingolf finally reads the room after the damage starts, which is adorable, since Kyosuke is already carving through the soldiers like they're decorative rubble. Masato quietly tags them as the enhancers, and that realization lands late, right when the whole setup detonates and Kyosuke's counterstrike goes live. The priest's confidence craters under the purple blast, while the plan unravels, and Kyosuke keeps moving, because the real target was exposed all along. Claudia's purple trap blooms overhead, and the arena instantly turns claustrophobic. She cracks under the pressure, because Kyosuke already outmaneuvered her. The entire space is sealed off, so nobody can call backup now. Kyosuke just stares her down and mocks the genius of this cage. Then he says the device is his first target, and the monster problem too. He grins about sealing them in, because the barrier is already doomed. Claudia freezes, hearing he tracked the device and the calamity beast. Kyosuke shrugs off her panic, noting he is trapped there as well. So she demands his method, expecting brilliance, and gets that smug calm instead. Then that one blue eye says everything, and the whole scam is finished. Kyosuke coolly admits he sees everything, and the trap starts unraveling, because Claudia's partner excuse just exposes how deep the setup goes, so he nails the device as the real target, plus that calamity beast, and Ingolf finally hears the awful truth. They built a suicide stage, while Kyosuke deadpans that nobody's leaving here until the device dies. Then he mocks Claudia's role, reminding her she watched him too closely, and the admission about her missing days makes the hypnosis mess obvious, because someone blocked that memory back then, probably when the scheme needed cleanup, while the priestess drags Sayuki into it, trying one last pathetic blame shift. But Kyosuke's icy disappointment says it all, and their scam collapses. If temporal power had fully awakened, that priestess would have built a puppet instead of a fighter, but now she's useless and already losing her harvest. Oh well. Claudia's smug act crumbles as the barrier starts eating her mana, and Kyosuke calmly promises escape, only after he kills her little shortcut. That's the harvest trick Sayuki warned about, meaning Claudia's been siphoning believers, while Ingolf finally hears the truth and realizes this battlefield was a suicide stage. So Kyosuke turns the knife, exposing the memory wipe and her cleanup cover-up, and the self-righteous blame shift toward Sayuki lands like a desperate joke. Alright, here he comes, because the trap's already breaking under his pressure, and the whole scam collapses as Claudia tries to run. Too late. Claudia's little seal keeps tightening, trapping her in her own humiliation, while Kyosuke stands there like rent is due and chaos owes him money. According to Sayuki, killing Claudia still wakes the calamity beast, so the trap was never a plan, just a glamorous suicide stage. Kyosuke spells out the harvest scheme, and Ingolf finally catches up, meaning Claudia's clean little cover-up is collapsing right in her face. Then he blocks her panic drive, because somebody has to babysit reality, and Claudia snaps back with arrogance, proving denial is her favorite weapon. Kyosuke answers by shredding that confidence with one brutal counter. Then, her whole escape route gets erased in one final, humiliating flash. Kyosuke is already in full predator mode, that void pressure practically boiling around him, and the so-called secret bullet gets blasted apart. Because running now is just performance art, the hypnosis trick is exposed as Ingolf's problem, not his, which is hilariously late. Then Claudia's panic starts leaking through the cracks as the whole cover-up goes feral, but she still postures, acting like denial can outmuscle a collapsing magical scheme. Kyosuke answers by slipping through the attack, making her threat look embarrassingly amateur. While Sayuki drops the real bomb, that device was linked to more than just her pieces, and Claudia's smug little just enough setup suddenly sounds like amateur fraud, because Kyosuke narrows it down to one person, one clue, and one hidden connection. Then the search finally lands on the target, and the trap's last lie dies there. So the mana amplification device is finally exposed, glowing like a giant magical scam, and Kyosuke's already calling the bluff while the trap starts cracking apart, because his slip-through turns Claudia's shutdown tactic into a very public humiliation, and every threat she throws now lands like amateur theater in front of professionals. Then Agito Norman gets identified as the fifth-layer priest behind the curtain, which makes Sayuki's accusation sting harder, since his loyalty was the whole dirty trick, and Kyosuke basically tells the room he owes Claudia nothing, not even courtesy. Then the future sight piece clicks into place, revealing Agito as her real right-hand man, so destroying the device means cutting him down first, and he knows it, while Kyosuke calmly decides this mess is actually worth celebrating. At last, the Claudia mess is ready to be settled, and Agito grandstands, like he actually deserves her side. But Kyosuke couldn't care less, because the real story starts uglier, back when a child got brutalized, and Claudia just happened to be the shiny savior who taught survival through power. Except Sayuki exposes the scam, saying she was collecting rare kids, not rescuing anyone, while Kyosuke adds that loyalty to Claudia was never noble, just survival math. And now Agito is exposed as her hidden shield, the so-called right hand, which makes his jealousy look pathetic, since Claudia kept Kyosuke instead, despite his special temporal gift, meaning he was always the problem. So Kyosuke thanks the gods for this chance, ready to end it. Kyosuke snaps back at Claudia's world domination fantasy, and she looks ridiculous, because the Calamity Beast excuse only sounds noble until the Purple Gate laughs, while Sayuki exposes the whole rescue act as Kid Collection dressed up as salvation, and Kyosuke shuts down Aisha's denial, saying Claudia only taught survival math, not heroism, which makes her loyal followers look painfully gullible right now. Then Agito Norman finally steps out, all priestly polish and predatory confidence, only for the truth to land harder, since his fifth-layer role was camouflage, and Claudia's supposed guardian turns out to be her real right-hand monster, with the old jealousy exposed, because she trusted him with the device, not Kyosuke. So Kyosuke grins at the mess, ready to erase them all. Aisha gets named first, and Kyosuke answers like Claudia's tragedy is his own origin story. 10 years back, the village burned, and the white-haired seeker finally connects the dots. Kyosuke spits back that survival is not worship, so the sympathy angle dies instantly. He keeps pressing, because pity from a Claudia fanatic is still just polished delusion. The seeker starts probing his past, hoping trauma makes him easier to control. Kyosuke calls that luck, not divinity, and the mood turns viciously one-sided. He mocks the whole godly guidance excuse, while Aisha's logic collapses under pressure. Then he twists the knife, saying Claudia's guidance was just kidnapping with branding. Up close, the seeker's fortune speech sounds even more pathetic, so Kyosuke smirks, and when the fanatical nonsense keeps coming, he finally tells that lunatic to shut up. Kyosuke answers the insult with a clean, vicious strike, and the same guy suddenly sounds pathetic, still clinging to wounded pride, while Agito's polished lecture about perspective lands like premium-grade hypocrisy, because Claudia's guidance was really just branding control with a holy haircut. Kyosuke stands unmoved as they try to dress exploitation as destiny, then names Agito Norman, and that blind devotion starts cracking fast. The silver-haired zealot finally commits, all elegance and zero shame, and his impossible-looking teleportation magic blooms like smug showmanship, leaving the witnesses staring at a flicker, then pure empty space, because, just like Sayuki predicted, he vanished and they looked ridiculous. Agito's surprise attack blooms in purple haze, but it screams desperation, while Sayuki's sealed temporal gift sits there like a locked cheat code, meaning his whole grand launch is already doomed before it lands, because Kyosuke slips the trap cleanly, making the assassin look amateur, and that smug, silver-haired priest keeps swinging through empty space, as the field distorts, then snaps. With Agito finally getting exposed, even he has to realize the target wasn't predictable anymore, since the whole ambush keeps missing Sayuki's impossible timing. Then the chilling answer drops. That counter wasn't luck, it was time magic, and Agito's face says everything, because his fancy stealth just got embarrassed. Misato's future sight setup turns the whole battlefield into a rigged joke, but Kyosuke still slips the strike, making the silver-haired priest whiff like an amateur, because that inherited power wasn't just regression. It was a 1-second glimpse ahead, and even with tiny vision glowing, he still can't read beyond Kyoichiro's timing, so the chase narrows around Sayuki, whose own tempo keeps breaking the priest's confidence. Then Misato orders the real-time coordination, acting like this was ever not his problem, and Kyosuke answers cleanly, locking eyes with the chaos instead of flinching, while Agito realizes Sayuki may share the same temporal nonsense, which is adorable for him, because if that's true, the ambush was doomed the second they targeted her, and Aisha's warning from the left lands just as the priest scheme collapses. The silver-haired priest lands first, still smug in that purple prison. Then Kyosuke notices Sayuki matching him, and panic finally starts sweating, because raw power was never the problem, only sharing foresight with Aisha, while Misato coolly redirects the team, pretending this ambush was his idea, and Kyosuke narrows it down to just him and Aisha. How tragic for Claudia. Then the battle flashes gold, as his eyes catch Agito trying to sidestep, but Sayuki calls the retreat before the priest can sell confidence again, and Kyosuke answers with wind magic, trapping the escape like a bad joke, while Agito realizes he is being read too, which is humiliating, so the final burst shatters his path, and the whole scheme collapses. The blast tears through the floor, and their little ambush starts dying ugly. Even the smug survivor keeps that nasty grin, like he earned this. So this is Claudia's precious temporal girl. And he finally gets it, but that makes her an obstacle, not a miracle. What a genius. Hess coming, with Claudia's ring and all his stolen confidence. The priest talks big about serving God, while chaos keeps rising behind him. His next grand plan is to erase everyone else, because subtlety is dead. Then God gets reserved for him alone, as if that sounds sane. The purple trap starts cracking apart, and the whole setup loses its swagger. Kyosuke answers with a finishing hit, and the scam collapses. Kyosuke strikes tears through the purple prison, and the monster finally tastes panic, while the swarm screams magnificent like worship fixes bad anatomy. What a joke, because this power is supposedly Claudia's miracle. So naturally the cult keeps drooling. Then Aisha and Kyosuke lock in, sharing that smug little battlefield rhythm, as Claudia's chosen brute boasts about her new world and paradise. Like that sounds stable, and now anyone resisting her gets crushed by righteous judgment, according to this clown. But Shirato Sayuki gets singled out as the betrayal target, because subtlety died here, so the attacker declares themselves judge, jury, and executioner, all in one breath. Yet Kyosuke answers with a clean counter that blows the whole tantrum apart, leaving everyone rattled by the shockwave, because the finishing hit barely started. The purple-tinged clash keeps twisting harder, and Kyosuke's footing stays disgustingly perfect. Bigger body, bigger target. So the overconfident brute basically writes his own obituary. Then comes the smug delivery, that fancy attack line nobody actually asked for, but Kyosuke answers with a void-fueled intercept, and the spell gets folded. The enemy's face says everything, because bare-handed disrespect is apparently his brand now. Even Sayuki can't miss the shock, as the crowd realizes the spell just cracked. That explosion shreds the floor and the wall, turning confidence into dust. Aisha's side still tries to posture, while the red-streaked girl gets singled out. Kyosuke keeps driving forward through the blast, and the smugness starts evaporating fast. By the end, the whole arena is rattled, because he just crushed their ace. The cathedral's purple ruin groans open, while Claudia's power still hangs in the air, and the monster's body proves absurdly durable. Like brute force suddenly got a designer label. Even temporal tricks barely change the outcome, because blessing-level ego meets Kyosuke's patience. He slips past the fatal hit anyway, and Agito's ring-fed strength starts looking embarrassing. That durability forces every attacker to admit it. Even Aisha's wind barely scratched him, yet Kyosuke keeps pressing forward, while the red-streaked girl is dragged into the mess. His stare says the joke is over, and the battlefield feels that cold void pressure. Then the strike lands clean, sending the smug monster body skidding like trash. Sayuki still sees one more route, because Kyoichiro's advice keeps her from panicking, but the beast is still standing, which is hilarious, because Kyosuke clearly isn't done. Kyosuke cuts through the chaos, saying Claudia's scheme is the whole point here, while the cathedral below reeks of believers, frauds, and one very doomed reputation, and he flatly refuses the idea that Claudia is anything close to God, because she's already hurt too many people, and somehow plans to keep going. Even her position gets torn apart, since this mess started with betrayal, naturally, not noble leadership, just a future built on stabbing allies and calling it peace. Then he turns to the dragon and asks why anybody worships that thing, before casually connecting Claudia's obsession to Misato Kyoichiro, which lands like a knife. So when the monster sneers, Kyosuke reduces it to one dead guy, and nothing more, and the final warning is brutal. Stop worshipping the past, and look ahead. The dragon hails Claudia like salvation, and that already sounds delusional, because sacrifice and pride are just cult polish on a collapsing lie. Reject that truth if you want. Fine, he says, but the floor remembers. Either way, everybody in this cathedral is still dying tonight, and for a future preacher, that obsession looks embarrassingly shallow. When the beast finally sputters, Kyosuke cuts through it with Claudia's name, then drags in Agito Norman, exposing who she actually keeps worshipping. Past monsters mattered once, but that era is already rotting away. The survivors claw forward through despair, because breaking through is all they have, and Kyosuke leaves no room for myths, only the promise they won't lose. The monster starts by sneering at the girls, already drowning in its own arrogance, then lunges like brutality alone can silence panic. And honestly, what a joke. Kyosuke answers that nonsense with cold confidence, and the room instantly chills, while the blade clash turns ugly, fast, and very embarrassing for the beast. Even the monster admits weapons are cheap tricks, which is rich coming from that face, yet it still insists it won't go down. Because denial is apparently its hobby, Kyosuke just keeps pressing forward, sword in hand, looking painfully unbothered, and the impact tears through the battlefield, scattering that smug little confidence. Ingolf gets dragged into the chaos too, because proximity to Kyosuke is cursed. Then even the blonde onlooker freezes, realizing this fight is already over. Kyosuke's blade detonates through the purple beast, and the monster's smug face instantly regrets everything, because that arrogant stare just crumples into a defeated twitch. Very tragic, very deserved. Kyosuke then shrugs off the dagger boast, cutting through its nonsense like it's paper, while the beast keeps flailing around, somehow still pretending this disaster counts as confidence. Ingolf gets dragged into the chaos next, and suddenly his footing looks embarrassingly useless, because even he realizes Kyosuke's pressure is rewriting his body, which is just brutal. Kyosuke only huffs at the temporary magic explanation, already bored of the whining, then reverses the spell with one clean burst, like fate itself got bullied, and the living proof stands there stunned, realizing he was dragged back before the ring, so the whole battlefield learns Kyosuke doesn't lose, he just edits reality. The white-haired seeker scoffs, but that arrogance is already cracking, because the stealth mirage gambit collapses, and Kyosuke stays untouchable. Then the void pressure bites back, leaving the smug attacker gagging on his own mistake, while the whole exchange warps under that blue chaos burst, like reality is flinching. Ingolf finally panics, realizing this trap was rigged against him from the start, and Kyosuke just keeps smiling, too bored to even respect the desperation, so the retaliation comes fast, clean, and humiliating, shredding their confidence first. Then the white-haired seeker gets folded into the blast, looking less heroic by the second, as the purple snare detonates and the battlefield basically caves in around them, leaving Claudia exposed, because they only ever noticed her, and that was the joke. The red-streaked girl lands the first insult, and the room turns mean instantly, while purple chaos floods the battlefield, already screaming that someone is doomed. Ingolf's confidence cracks on impact, and that smug face starts looking expensive, because the scene itself is laughing at him, and he knows it. Then Sayuki and Aisha apparently pull the stunt off, destroying the device, which gives Kyosuke permission to stop pretending and unleash the real pressure, leaving Ingolf stunned, like he just watched his whole plan eat itself, as Kyosuke calmly explains the setup, exposing the hidden barrier and guardian, and Misato's logic makes the whole scam embarrassingly obvious, no matter how hard he postures, because they were gambling on summoning the calamity monster, and lost. Sayuki and Aisha finally commit, and the sabotage lands cleanly, leaving Claudia to choke on outrage while Kyosuke's sarcasm keeps scaling, because he casually agrees she's exactly that kind of person, Claudia, the kind who sees people as disposable pawns whenever they're inconvenient. And that includes burning Ingolf's homeland, just to bait opposition. How classy. Then building a whole city of followers, like tyranny needs real estate, and trampling everyone's feelings while chasing even more sacrifices. Pathetic, but with the device gone, Kyosuke's void aura erupts, promising death, so he names Claudia directly and tells her to brace herself, while Misato, of course, still finds Kyosuke annoyingly unbearable. If you ask me, Claudia's already turning justice into a joke, 20 years of that ugly hatred, and she's still doubling down, while Kyosuke keeps shredding her defense, because subtlety is for amateurs, and yes, she knows his dagger's dangerous, so she stays annoyingly guarded, but destroying the device only freed her power, the charming little disaster, because if he kills her here, that promise of revenge finally becomes real, so he swings toward the traitor, intending to finish this mess now, yet Kyosuke reads the kill condition instantly, and refuses to let that happen, while Claudia grins, claiming she already built the perfect counterplan, and Misato just watches, still convinced Kyosuke is unbearably impossible. The purple trap still howls above them, and Claudia's cute little gamble starts cracking. Kyosuke keeps carving through her defense, while the whole space bends like a bad joke. Ingolf feels the pressure hit, then realizes he's once again irrelevant in style. Claudia smirks through the chaos, boasting she already built the perfect counterplay. Kyosuke narrows her win condition down fast, because dying here would seal revenge. Misato watches that red unfold, and even he looks offended by the competence. Claudia's confidence spikes anyway, since head-on combat is exactly where she wants him, so Kyosuke refuses the obvious finish, and instead gets lured toward her chosen ground. The battlefield explodes with streaks and slashes, as the trap keeps swallowing every opening, and Kyosuke only clicks his tongue, realizing her backup plan is annoyingly real. Deep in the purple ruin, Kyosuke coolly declares the lesson never changes. Claudia's grin twitches, because her precious trap finally catches something worth bragging about. Kyosuke studies her eyes and instantly sees the kill setup underneath. Binding magic seals the arena, chains and sigils turning the floor into her theater. The pressure spikes harder, and her red surge starts eating the whole lane. Kyosuke strains against the bindings, while Claudia practically purrs over her advantage. Then she exposes the trick, admitting those arrows were always spell anchors. And now she's ready to finish it, because smug villains love bad timing. Instead, the counterblow detonates through her body, splashing confidence all over the floor. Her scream fills the chamber, and her kill zone turns into her own grave. Claudia's trap finally snaps shut, but the kill shout lands first, and badly, because she's already grinning like victory is guaranteed. Right before reality humiliates her, then the arena detonates with red force, swallowing her confidence in one brutal hit, and that smug face twists into panic as blood sprays through the chamber. The next beat exposes her complete hypnosis scheme, which sounds impressive until it stops working, because her own magic is now failing in the worst possible way, right through her body. Kyosuke just stands there and calls out the obvious, that her spell was copied, and the cruel little condition behind it is even funnier. Force the mind to submit, she keeps bleeding through the lie, while he calmly dismantles her advantage, piece by piece, and just like that, the battlefield flips, with Claudia's grave written in her own spellwork. Claudia's last bit of confidence shatters, and suddenly she's seeing doom, because Kyosuke pinpoints her copied magic, then mocks the arrogance of it. The cathedral-wide trap keeps unraveling, purple light bleeding across the floor, and her grand its overact becomes a fitting grave. How tragic. Even the others start turning toward Kyoichiro, as if he called the score, while Kyosuke calmly stands over Claudia's ruin, reading the battlefield like homework. Aisha checks the collapse and acts like this mess was somehow manageable. Then Kyoichiro casually admits they've got the win, because of course he does, but even he's blinking through tears, which says plenty about that carnage, and the whole group finally resets, ready for whatever nightmare comes next. Congratulations, Kyoichiro's smug win lands in a blood-red cathedral, like fate applauding itself, because that voice hits Kyosuke hard, and the cocky genius instantly knows he's doomed. The whole crowd freezes under the collapse. While the elite stand there like startled mannequins, Nathaniel gets singled out next, which is adorable, considering how little that saves him. Then Kyoichiro casually reveals he watched the cathedral the entire time, and Claudia is already finished. Ingolf swallows the insult and admits her death changes nothing, which is rich coming from him. Kyosuke then weaponizes whatever remains of her power, turning the corpse into raw fuel, but Kyoichiro warns it still falls short, though still enough to wipe everyone present. Kyosuke's eyes sharpen as he finally understands the thing in front of him is the Calamity Monster, ancient Dragnil, and now the room belongs to terror. Now then, the blonde bastard smirks, daring everyone to resist, and the red-haired girl realizes the Calamity Monster is very real, while Nathaniel's panic only makes Kyosuke's silence look even crueler, because the dragon's arrival turns that swagger into a panicked little joke. The horde surges after it, swallowing the floor in nightmare pressure, and even the shock upstairs admits something has flown straight into heaven. As Kyosuke keeps feeding on Claudia's ruin, almost offensively relaxed, then the blue storm detonates and the Calamity finally starts moving, sending the battlefield into a white-hot collapse no one can control, while the survivors freeze, praying this thing stops before it reaches them. Kyosuke's smug silence lands harder than Nathaniel's panic, and that's just rude, because the cathedral becomes a firestorm while the purple Calamity dragon crashes overhead, and now everyone gets the official explanation, as if that helps at all. This horror is the Calamity Monster, absurdly powerful even while half-formed, which means the tower gets its threat, and the monsters get their marching orders, while the floor below is drowning in crimson chaos and helpless stares. But Kyosuke shuts down Nathaniel's priorities, choosing the dragon over the guy. Then void attribute magic erupts like a cold meteor, clean and merciless. The blast is so brutal, it drags the battlefield into full activation, and the monster gets carved apart anyway, because confidence apparently pays well. The call to strike lands, and the calm kid barely registers the panic, because that same unreadable face belongs to the guy everyone underestimated. Then void magic detonates, erasing the monster like it offended gravity, and the thing's armor of miasma barely matters, which is embarrassing. Kyosuke keeps drilling through the beast, turning a nightmare into confetti. Meanwhile, the survivors scream to run, like that was ever optional. Except he's not even watching them, because the collapse is bigger. Masato catches it first, warning the whole island is done for. The dragon returns through the smoke, proving this disaster loves reruns, and Sayuki stares harder, realizing Kyosuke's the real problem. They finally call it Claudius' little future-saving scheme. Beautifully dead, and badly too. Kyosuke doesn't celebrate, because the whole room is still begging for a miracle, while Sayuki starts spiraling, and Masato tries to sound calm like that helps, promising the future won't rot here, no matter how smug fate gets. Then the panic spreads to the others, and even Kyoichiro gets dragged into the mess. When Kyosuke drops the next favor request like it's just another weekday nuisance, asking to be launched skyward so he can crack the monster's miasma, and of course everyone immediately realizes that sounds insane, which means it might work. He lays out the plan anyway, using the others as backup like a disgustingly competent menace, and the whole group braces, because this disaster now belongs to him. Over the ruined skyline, blue lightning tears open, the battlefield's already busted ceiling, while Kyosuke and the others brace for his ridiculous launch plan, naturally, because wind magic swirls beneath him like the universe finally picked his side, and he rockets through the miasma, turning a monster's smug defense into confetti. Then the void-tinted kid casually requests another boost, like this is teamwork practice, as wind and earth synthesis erupts, dragging debris, pressure, and chaos upward, which leaves the dragon snarling, and everyone else staring at him in offended silence. But Kyosuke's tiny vision catches the upper left strike before it lands, so he warns the group just in time, while the counterattack spirals overhead, and the whole mess keeps moving because, somehow, his insane plan is working. The skeletal dragon crashes in, and Kyosuke rides the red storm like bad news. Sayuki's tiny vision exposes the angle, so his next move gets read early. A foot hits hard, and the void kid turns impact into momentum instead. Then Kyosuke swings the whole battle sideways, practically mocking the monster's pride. The dragon roars as if offended by the concept of losing. How tragic. Kyosuke keeps pressing upward, forcing the beast's body to split under pressure. Kyoichiro spots the timing and shouts for Kyosuke to stay ahead of the beam. Kyosuke dodges cleanly, then baits the attack toward an empty stretch. One glimpse is all it takes, and his eyes snap to the danger ahead. Kyoichiro warns front, because even this disaster needs choreography now. The hunter lands hard, with the city already burning behind him, and Kyosuke reads the disaster instantly, because panic is apparently for amateurs. A skeletal dragon dives in next, looking terrifying until it gets checked. Then the void user detonates a blue counterblow and breaks its rhythm. Ingolf decides head-on support is the only sane option left, while Kyoichiro screams warnings, watching the whole mess like a bad prophecy. Kyosuke layers on magic armor and keeps the pressure rolling forward, forcing the wounded dragon and its allies to eat the aftermath. Kyoichiro finally notices the next threat, and his face says everything, because Ingolf shows up to help. Right as the battlefield stops pretending to be manageable, a violent blast tears the plaza apart, and nobody pretends it's under control anymore, because the shocked onlookers finally spot the newcomer, and the girl's panic says enough. Then Kyosuke steps in with that smug, effortless timing, as if chaos was waiting on him, and Ingolf, finally useful for once, confirms the call with grim battlefield obedience, because the risk of a calamity monster showing up was never actually zero, so the support team was parked near the island, ready for this disaster, and Ingolf reports he brought the people exactly as ordered, like a rare competent adult, while Kyosuke keeps redirecting evacuations, turning followers into baggage for survival. Then comes the icy update that Master is fighting somewhere else, naturally, because of course he is, and the last panic hits when even that guy is here, meaning the nightmare just leveled up. The calamity monster erupts like a living disaster, swallowing the whole skyline in red terror. Even Ingolf's face tightens, because yes, that nightmare was real after all. The smug theory lands hard next, that Claudia's death somehow made the plan work. Nathaniel gets exposed as the key, while the bait trick sounds almost insulting. So Kyosuke cuts through the panic, ordering the mess cleaned up with cold confidence. The team finally understands. They need to crush that thing before it erases the tower. Then the dragon closes in, and everyone realizes the monster was still accelerating. Ingolf launches in beside Kyosuke, because support work has never looked so desperate. Kyosuke meets the charge head-on, and even the battlefield starts flinching at that timing. Now the tower faces raw destruction, and the only answer is overwhelming force. After that earlier hit, he finally admits this thing is absurdly tough, but Kyosuke stays annoyingly calm, acting like pain is just paperwork. Then he lays out the real threat. This monster's power keeps climbing, and Ingolf catches on, realizing that sword was bait from the start, so the brown-haired seeker dives in, promising to carve Kyosuke a route, while the dragon answers with purple ruin. Because subtlety died first, Kyosuke barrels through the pressure anyway, and even the battlefield flinches. Ingolf follows beside him, turning desperate support into a coordinated gamble, and Kyosuke stares down the charging beast like this was the easy part, because if the tower survives tonight, it'll only be through brute force. The armor finally caves in, and everyone hears the bragging die, because the whole building is already collapsing into monster-fed ruin, while Kyosuke's expression barely changes, which is honestly rude at this point. Then fire and brute force slam the dragon back through the chaos, and the sky becomes a screaming mess of wings, smoke, and bad odds. Kyosuke throws Sayuki a lifeline, making backup sound almost heroic, and the blonde seeker swears they can still crush the calamity monster, while Kyosuke smirks like he expected the apocalypse to cooperate. But Ingolf's eye says he finally understands how badly he got played, so the team unleashes blue lightning, and the dragon keeps crashing down. Kyosuke catches the battlefield's worst news, and still looks annoyingly calm, because the dragon's wounds keep stitching shut like reality's broken joke, and Ingolf finally realizes this monster regenerates like a cheat code, while Kyosuke quietly clocks the same problem from a deadly angle. Then blue power detonates through the dragon's core, shaking every onlooker, as Kyosuke's eyes sharpen, reading the opening before anyone else can. Kyoichiro keeps the pressure on, yelling for backup like a competent adult, and Ingolf, shockingly, helps instead of sulking in his own humiliation. Someone nearby clicks their tongue, because yes, this nightmare keeps surviving, but the lightning and void surge slam down, and the beast folds. The battlefield is choking under smoke, and the first crack finally hits, leaving Ingolf staring blankly, because this disaster is already beyond his script. Then purple rupture marks climb the sky, and everyone realizes the gate is cheating, while the ground below explodes into rubble and panic, swallowing the formation whole. Kyosuke stays pinned under the collapse, calm as ever, which is honestly terrifying. Someone calls for Kyoichiro, and the message lands like a lifeline in the wreckage. He instantly clocks the difference, admitting these monsters are not the old calamities, and that future knowledge is useless now, which is a brutal little reality check. Kyosuke still looks up through the dust, refusing to let this ending happen again, so the squad braces, because apparently even half-buried, they can still fight. In the rubble, Kyosuke orders Sayuki up, because quitting is for cowards, and he treats her survival like proof his future self never surrendered either. Then he leans in, using that ridiculous calm to make her believe him, so Sayuki finally answers yes, and takes his hand, still shaking badly. Across the ruined battlefield, Kyoichiro stares down regeneration like an ugly joke, but Sayuki insists there's a way, and suddenly the panic starts loosening, because her time magic plus his void power is the kind of nonsense that works, while Ingolf gets hammered back, and the collapsed field keeps mocking him. Kyoichiro stays laser-focused, admitting this fight needs more than old predictions, and Kyosuke smugly checks on him, asking if Ingolf really shielded them. Kyosuke orders the scared duo back, acting annoyingly calm. Sayuki and the others freeze, realizing this is no bluff. Kyoichiro immediately clocks the problem, because that thing regenerates absurdly fast. The dragon keeps closing in, making survival look like a bad joke. Still, Kyosuke drags Sayuki forward, betting on their shared absurdity. Her time power and his void power start forming one lethal answer. The monster lunges, and Ingolf gets shoved into the ugliest kind of backup. Even he can tell Kyoichiro's planning is all pressure, no miracle. Dust clears, and the battlefield practically whispers Kyosuke's name like a warning. Then green power and fire crash in, and the fight finally tilts. The skull dragon's face fills the battlefield, and everything smells like a bad ending. Then fire and purple power slam it hard, because subtlety died minutes ago. Kyosuke and Ingolf stare at the result, while the old smugness evaporates, but the monster still regenerates absurdly fast, basically mocking everyone's effort, so Kyosuke turns to Sayuki and drags her into the only useful answer. Time magic comes up as the obvious fix, which is terrifyingly convenient, except Kyosuke casually admits he lacks that ability, ruining the fantasy, and instead offers void magic to strip away the seal's protection. Sayuki catches on, realizing the seal once chained her rampage, meaning this whole mess started because someone tried to suppress her power. Kyosuke stays calm over Sayuki, insisting she can finally control it, because Ingolf's grip slips and Kyoichiro's trust, annoyingly, proves useful. Then Kyosuke twists the pressure into a brutal self-belief, lighting the battlefield. While the crowd watches the impossible scale of magic like idiots seeing daylight, Ingolf finally admits the power is absurd, which is rich, considering his earlier swagger, so Kyosuke explains time magic matters most when the user stays composed, and Sayuki, the supposed disaster case, starts channeling that control through the blaze, but the calamity monster still regenerates, until Kyosuke cuts deeper into it, refusing another doomed ending. He locks the threat inside a void temporal spiral, and the monster's regeneration stops dead, finally making the smug silence earned. Kyosuke spots the trick instantly, and Sayuki's time power freezes regeneration itself. Then his shout sends Ingolf scrambling. Because arrogance melts fast under real pressure, Kyosuke dives into the monster's opening, hammering the beast with vicious flame, and the dragon roars as clocks of gold pin its body in place. While Sayuki's control finally clicks, turning panic into something almost useful, the skeletal monster keeps flailing anyway, until Kyosuke tears through its defenses. Ingolf, now wide-eyed and humbled, realizes this chaos is actually working, as Kyosuke chains a fence to timing, carving the battlefield into pieces. Then he glances back with that cold confidence, like failure was never an option, and the dragon's last furious face says it all. Regeneration is dead. Kyosuke's flame lands first, and the dragon's counter just looks pathetic, because now even that glare says the monster is finally being read, and the battlefield speeds up again, like hesitation got murdered on sight. Ingolf, of course, notices monsters get nastier when cornered. How inspiring. So Kyosuke smugly keeps the pressure on, promising to drop it hard, while the whole blaze becomes a machine gun of explosions and screams, and Sayuki's timing clicks at last, helping the chaos actually function. Kyosuke keeps pushing the tempo, turning the dragon's panic into openings. Ingolf then realizes he cannot be the only one lying here defeated, because those two are fighting, and the dragon is running out of excuses. Kyosuke finally locks in, and the whole battlefield feels the decision snap. His strike lands clean through the red chaos, sending the monster reeling. The pressure spikes again as Masato calls out Ingolf, and the fight accelerates. Blue lightning and void force slam the dragon, because subtlety died hours ago. Sayuki's timing catches the opening, and the trap starts folding inward. Kyosuke rides the momentum, turning the beast's panic into a clean setup. Ingolf finally looks rattled, hearing his own name while the battlefield keeps cooking. The dragon flails hard, which is adorable for something supposed to be terrifying. Everyone screams for Kyosuke to finish it, as if he was ever hesitating. Then the blast goes full apocalypse, and the monster's last smugness evaporates. Kyosuke's blade dives through the inferno, and the dragon starts panicking. Blue chaos and fire slam together, shredding the monster's smug body. The battlefield opens wide. While Sayuki's trap keeps folding inward, the beast crashes hard, because subtlety apparently died before breakfast. Masato and the others finally see it. Kyosuke has the flow now. Even Ingolf looks rattled, which is honestly his most honest expression yet. Kyosuke remembers every near breakdown, every ugly future he survived. Then he says enough with his whole posture, and the pressure spikes. Sayuki gets the credit, while Kyosuke strides in like the inevitable answer. At last, they reach the world where this person actually exists. And there's the payoff, with Kyosuke getting thanked instead of mocked, because he was the one who made survival look embarrassingly easy, all while the Believer's Tower's 7th floor quietly becomes the next stage, where Kyosuke wakes in a hospital bed like death was just a nap, and Sayuki's first reaction is pure exhaustion, not surprise, which says everything. Then Kyoichiro shows up, calm as ever, because naturally he loves narration, explaining that Sayuki drained her magic after the Calamity Monster cleanup, and, sure, that happened, while Ingolf finally starts steering the mess, as if command arrived late to its own funeral. Then Sayuki turns, hearing her name, and the room gets awkwardly serious, because Kyosuke's alive thanks to repeating the same impossible trick over and over. Kyosuke coolly absorbs the gratitude. Like this miracle was routine. Sayuki pushes back, admitting she was desperate and running on fumes. He brushes it off, smiling like the whole crisis was personal practice. Then she confesses, she tried changing the future where Kyoichiro vanished. His relief lands quietly, while her exhausted voice says everything, Sayuki. Outside, the witnesses finally reach Claudius' ruined private room. And wow, Kyoichiro and Ingolf stand there like the cleanup crew arrived late. The battlefield answer comes in rubble, shattered stone, and arrogant silence. Then the hidden route opens, because of course the next stage was waiting. And there it is, Claudius' private room, exposed like a bad secret. Ingolf coolly treats the dead woman like a closed file, then demands business, as if her fate was just a minor inconvenience in his burned homeland. Kyosuke brushes it off, then points the hunt toward Nathaniel's trail instead, because Claudia's connection to Nathaniel practically screams clue, not coincidence. Sayuki tags along anyway, admitting she's already dragged herself this far, and Kyosuke accepts her help, while the ruined estate becomes their war room. Masato steps in next, calmly sorting the chaos after fighting the 5 sacred stars, and he admits Nathaniel has grown into something bigger than revenge. Sayuki finally confirms the Calamity Monster story, making the danger painfully obvious. While the smug heroes get exposed as villains wearing a shiny reputation, Kyosuke shrugs off the uncle joke, then keeps Ingolf in the spotlight, because Nathaniel's trail matters more, and Claudia's link practically screams clue. Sayuki refuses to leave, warning that a calamity monster could end everything. Kyosuke cuts the drama, deciding the ruined estate is enough for searching, but that plan instantly gets laughed at, because some connections are already erased. Kyosuke's void sphere shows why, swallowing evidence like it's cleanup duty. Then Masato arrives, casually greeting Nathaniel, and turning the mood icy. He says searching here is pointless, since anything tied to him got destroyed, and with a smug little congratulation, he reminds everyone about the calamity monster. Kyosuke fires back, accusing him of summoning it and killing him 20 years ago. The priest corners Kyosuke again, prying into his real goal, and Kyosuke answers with that cold, annoying confidence, aiming for world control, but Masato laughs off the grand speech, already seeing through the delusion, because this whole ruined estate is just background noise, not the mystery. Then he drops his proposal, treating Kyosuke like a recruit, not prey, and even credits him for beating a calamity monster, which is almost insulting, especially since he singles out Kyoichiro, calling him the real prize here, while Kyosuke snorts back, refusing the pitch and exposing the obvious scam. This place is finished anyway, so the search is pointless, and everyone knows it, but the red-faced comeback only proves Masato has already won the conversation. Masato treats that grand accusation like theater, because he already sees the scam, then he coolly admits the situation. Like Kyosuke's bad news with better manners. Ingolf gets dragged into the pitch next, supposedly the decent option, how tragic, and Nathaniel is singled out as the real prize, which is hilarious for everyone else. Kyosuke smirks through the bait, clearly not buying this polished nonsense at all, because the estate is already ruined, and this whole hunt looks pretty pathetic. Masato doubles down anyway, promising they'll find him and drag him back. Then he calmly vows to crush Kyosuke as many times as needed, charming as ever. Kyosuke answers with that same dead-eyed confidence, acting like victory is obvious. By then, the others are already closing in, while the room feels doomed. Kyosuke coolly tells Nathaniel to wash up and wait, because the hunt just got personal. Above the campus, the search turns up nothing, and that silence looks embarrassingly bad. In the briefing room, Ingolf gets sold as the decent option. How flattering for him, while Nathaniel stays the real prize, and even the 5 sacred stars know it. Kyosuke just smirks at that polished nonsense, like he's already 3 steps ahead. So when the smug pitch lands, he casually fires back with a better idea, then needles them about the 5 sacred stars, because apparently Ingolf is the benchmark now. In the headmaster's office, Misato basks in the aftermath. Relieved Kyoichiro is gone, and now he's acting fearless, practically bragging that Kyosuke's magic can't scare him anymore. Then the rumor spreads anyway. Kyoichiro lost to Ingolf, and that serves him right. In the briefing room, Kyosuke instantly clocks the smug decent option nonsense, because even Iwako's reunion with Kyosuke gets buried under that circus, and Ingolf's already realizing his reputation just got dragged through the mud, while Kyosuke calmly points out their information is embarrassingly outdated, then keeps smiling like Nathaniel is the only name that actually matters. So the ritual of let's have a nice little chat turns into damage control, as Ingolf panics over Kyosuke's return and old defeat to him, and the poor guy starts wondering if peace is now officially cancelled, until the room learns Claudia's calamity monster stunt was part of the fallout, with Nathaniel still standing, and the whole mess somehow counted as victory. The old official finally admits the calamity monster was the sealed disaster, and those idiots who tried waking it up nearly sparked world-ending ruin. How charming. Kyosuke just coolly corrects the record, saying the truth is uglier than rumors, while Ingolf's face says his dignity already died before his own denial finished. Then the talk swerves into the Believers' Tower mess, and Claudia's bait scheme, because she only watched the gathered believers, while Nathaniel became the next possible disaster. Kyosuke asks if they really thought that stunt meant conquest, and the room goes silent, as Ingolf keeps pressing for certainty, still desperate to disbelieve what he already knows. But Kyosuke and Iwako both confirm it. turning his panic into a public humiliation, and the whole exchange ends with Ingolf realizing Kyosuke's return changes everything. Ingolf finally catches on, and that swagger is melting fast, because if Kyosuke lives, then Claudia's little masterpiece backfired horribly. The whole homeland burned argument gets uglier, and Claudia gets named as the real culprit. Ingolf nearly chokes on that revelation, while Kyosuke just keeps the pressure on, tying Nathaniel to Claudia's scheme like some expendable disaster waiting to happen. Then the explanation lands. Claudia and Nathaniel had planned far more than they admitted, which makes Ingolf's alliance look less like loyalty and more like panic dressed as logic. Kyosuke turns to Iwako, asking for the pattern behind Nathaniel's disappearance, and Iwako answers without flinching. Because Nathaniel was supposedly chasing world domination, but really, everyone just wanted to stop him, and that's the embarrassing truth. The old official flatly refuses the mystery, and that answer lands like a brick, because Nathaniel still hasn't shown his face, even to the 5 sacred stars, while the blonde prodigy gets recast as a public saint with a hidden agenda, all tied back to a 20-year-old mess that made him look heroic. Yet behind the curtain he's the political fixer, cozy with world leaders and annoyingly untouchable, which is why nobody even knows where he is, and that secrecy is absurdly convenient. Misato warns the room not to poke recklessly, since some truths are better buried. Then Sayuka's name crashes in from the phone, turning curiosity into immediate trouble, and Kyosuke hears it, already realizing this is about to get ugly. Nathaniel is finally making a statement, and everyone just flinches, because that one phone call just dragged the whole room into chaos, with the announcement hitting like a bomb, so even the suits freeze, and the crowd's confused little what says everything about the disaster. Then Misato starts explaining the ugly conclusion, politely enough to sting, because this all traces back to that SSS-rank dungeon mess 20 years ago, and Kyosuke hears Misato's warning, already smelling the next catastrophe, while Nathaniel's return gets exposed as the thing nobody wanted confirmed, meaning the dead can come back, and that truth is brutal. However, a few days ago, Claudia's death rattled every polished suit, and the room's stunned reaction practically screamed they feared the killer was someone worse, because the ugly answer landed fast, and yes, the mastermind was exposed, while Nathaniel Cavell stepped into focus, meaning the trail finally had a face, and then Misato Kyoichiro calmly revealed Kyosuke was wearing someone else's identity, which somehow barely shocked anyone anymore. Because Kyosuke collecting absurd secrets is routine, so he narrowed the gap on the disguised student, offering to show that borrowed form, and the crowd's nervous disbelief cracked. Because this stunt was already getting ridiculous, until Asai Kyosuke's name dropped, proving the whole mess had only gotten nastier. The whole city just got the memo. Kyosuke is internationally wanted now, and of course he smugly answers by expanding the mess. Because subtlety is dead, Misato cuts through the panic, turning one criminal into the world's problem, while Nathaniel finally surfaces, and Ingolf realizes the trail had a face. Then Kyosuke's identity gets dragged out, which ruins everyone's day beautifully. Even Iwako can only apologize and retreat, since this disaster needs evacuation, but Kyosuke still has one more reveal, because drama apparently pays rent, and his claim about magical heart surgery gets exposed as a bald-faced lie, leaving Ingolf frozen in cosmic-level embarrassment as the truth detonates. Kyosuke strolls out like this whole hospital drama already bored him, and the doctor just stares, while the old man mutters that they probably won't be dragged into this nonsense anymore. But Kyoichiro laughs off the whole mess, acting smugly merciful as if that's heroic, until Kyosuke cuts in, flatly insisting he only wants to stop the bastard causing it, and that confidence hits the room like a slap, because Kyoichiro is still grinning over Nathaniel's papers. Then the hallway turns into a private briefing, with Ingolf getting called over by name, as Kyosuke hands him the documents and watches him squint at the setup, because those are Nathaniel's old academy files, and the address is the real prize here, so when Kyosuke says it could become a clue, Ingolf can only admit that's unsettlingly unlike him. Misato Kyoichiro stays obnoxiously calm, even joking that Nathaniel's rise could wreck his castle. Kyosuke and the others fixate on the sender's address, because that envelope reeks of a planted trap. He then whips out void magic, boasting it can read evidence better than science. The letters, material, and residue get scanned, and the trail starts pointing somewhere real. Kyosuke's eyes widen, because the analysis lands on a suspiciously exact origin. That exact origin isn't random at all, and the whole room feels the danger shift. Ingolf gets called in, then quickly told the address looks like the true destination. Kyosuke decides that place is where everything started, so they should head there. And just like that, the smug genius finally stops laughing, because the hunt is on. A citywide announcement crackles through the sky, branding Kyosuke as wanted, then casually exposing his secret partnership with Ingolf, because subtlety died today, and the crowd gets told to call the local authorities. As if that helps, while Kyosuke smirks at the chaos and decides this mess deserves a test, so he toys with them, promising to see how they survive his little experiment. Cut to the Northern American continent, where the hunters finally land, and Kyosuke points to Nathaniel's clue ahead, choosing to move on foot, which is adorable, because Ingolf still has to swallow that okay. Then the team follows the trail through the rocky wasteland toward the target, and now the wanted criminals are confirmed. So the capture order becomes final. The ambush snaps shut as armed soldiers bark for stillness, and the whole road turns into a trap nobody asked for, with Kyosuke mocking the welcome like it's painfully amateur, because in a dead zone like this, getting stopped is unacceptable. Then the first attacker gets blasted apart before he can recover, and the next one folds just as fast under void pressure, leaving one stunned trooper wondering how everyone got erased so easily, while Kyosuke stands there like a monster they somehow failed to read, and even the survivors admit the special forces are already hunting them, which makes Ingolf wonder if Nathaniel planned this crushing test. Weapons litter the ground, while Kyosuke mocks the welcome like amateur security, and the surviving escorts keep moving, pretending this disaster didn't just happen, because Nathaniel's trail finally sharpens, and Kyosuke spots the city ahead, a massive military sprawl crouching under haze, looking way too important, since this was the place the letter pointed to, and the tension reeks. So void magic pinpoints Nathaniel's location, like the universe finally cooperating, revealing that place as a military city in Northern America, except Kyosuke admits it's personal too, which is ominous in his hands, while Ingolf mutters that he never expected this ugly coincidence here, because 20 years ago, this was where the SSS rank dungeon erupted. In other words, Mikuro Ichiro died here, and the stains still scream, while Kyosuke's void keeps locking onto Nathaniel, the trail finally tightening, with Karin's worried, notice dragging Kyoichiro into this absurd little reunion, and the old battle line remembers the SSS rank gate that opened here, because 20 years ago, this city hosted that cursed dungeon entrance, while Kyoichiro casually confirms he researched it, like a smug prophet, then shrugs off the question, steering everyone toward the seal instead, and that bland answer cracks his composure just enough to matter, since Kyosuke realizes Nathaniel was already hunting him back then, meaning this whole city sits on the spot the gate missed by 20 years. Kyosuke catches the hidden threat fast, proving his eyes miss nothing. Ingolf admits this place reeks of regrets, especially his betrayal of Kyoichiro. Kyosuke falls silent, because that guilt is doing the talking for him, yet he still stands there, stubbornly wearing Asai Kyosuke's body, while Kyoichiro cuts the sentimentality short and asks who they're hunting. Ingolf finally agrees, and that tiny crack in his pride says everything. Then he warns that keeping sulking is pointless, because he knows the old mess. The target becomes Nathaniel, not revenge. Because priorities apparently survive humiliation, Kyosuke and Kyoichiro lock onto that enemy, calling him world-controlling trouble. And Kyosuke decides this war is bigger than revenge now. Kyosuke quietly asks for strength, and the battlefield immediately leans his way. Kyoichiro answers without drama, because repeating the obvious would be embarrassing. Ingolf finally stops posturing, admitting Nathaniel's conspiracy needs crushing here. Kyosuke's stare hardens, while the others accept Kyoichiro's ruthless redirect. Nathaniel gets named as the real problem, and wow, what a surprise. Even the smug veterans fall in line, because Kyosuke keeps making arrogance look cheap. Kyoichiro calmly confirms the target. As if war planning is casual homework, the group moves out together, toward that suspicious central facility below. Kyosuke pieces it together fast, and the city's core suddenly looks rotten. That old gate was a military site, which makes everything feel uglier. Nathaniel's digging tied the gate together, and that's never a flattering sign. The building loomed like proof, while suspicion screamed Nathaniel was inside there, so the whole crew swallowed their pride and moved to breach it. The entrance was guarded, because of course the military hid rot behind rifles. Then one helmeted guard heard trouble coming, and instantly regretted his job. Sayuki and Aisha looked ready to clean house, while a fallen guard groaned below. The intercom panic only confirmed it, and the facility got officially exposed. Kyosuke's blue lightning tagged the guard, turning confidence into a cheap mistake. Then the electric follow-through ripped across him, all flash and no dignity. And just like that, the ambush folded, while Nathaniel's trail grew obvious. Kyosuke shrugs off the electric void reveal, because apparently cheating is now efficient. Then the team slips forward, boots and nerves scraping right into the military's neat little lie, where Masato and Sayuki finally accept the hunt, and Kyosuke keeps the smug lead, while the corridor security looks airtight, which is adorable right before it gets outplayed. Since the map proves this place is rotten, and the underground door practically confesses, meaning the sealed dungeon must sit beneath them, connected to Nathaniel's hidden little disaster, and Kyosuke locks on the old SSS rank seal, already treating it like an invitation, so Ingolf asks for orders, like a man trying very hard not to remember past humiliation, and Masato calmly pushes them onward, deciding Nathaniel and the gate are one mess. Then Aisha gets the strike ready, because the soldiers are about to become distractions. Kyosuke unveils wind attribute magic, and the smug grin says trouble. The blast tears forward instantly, because subtlety clearly died here. Soldier security collapses in 1 second, which is almost embarrassing. Kyosuke slips past the chaos, while one guard panics too late. Blue lightning crashes through the next line, and the resistance folds. Even the shocked onlooker finally realizes, this really is Asai Kyosuke. Another gunman gets wrecked, because yelling bravado never improves aim. The trap keeps breaking apart. Under vicious purple and blue pressure, Kyosuke stands there calm as ever, already done with these clowns. And with that, he finishes the roundup. All right, with this, the whole corridor is already cracking apart, thanks to pure brute force panic. Then Kyosuke tears through the wreckage, making security look painfully decorative. Kyoichiro spots the chaos, and instantly starts calling for backup, while the blast below answers louder than any brave speech ever could. Kyosuke drops another guard, and the guy's confidence evaporates on impact. Then Teltaros looms in, towering like a nightmare built by bad science. Kyoichiro finally admits it found them, and even says Kyosuke's name, because Teltaros is no ordinary weapon, and that smug grin is rotten, leaving the nearby onlooker staring at the mess, utterly confused now, while Ingolf realizes this monster shouldn't even exist. Period. Kyosuke narrows the gap, and finally sizes up the secret behind this madness, because that red-eyed machine is exactly the kind of nonsense Nathaniel somehow owns, and the onlookers can only guess it's a dungeon stone, which is hilarious, honestly, since no normal seeker should ever pilot a weapon this absurd. Yet here we are. Kyosuke immediately decides the thing needs deleting, because subtlety is for amateurs, while the armored freak beside him charges in like a problem begging for consequences. Even the sight can barely keep up, so the crowd's tiny vision looks pathetic, as the emergency call finally goes out and the blast keeps shredding the floor. Ingolf recoils behind the wreckage, muttering annoyance, while the attack pressure pins him, and then the brutal truth lands. Nathaniel's power is monstrous, and Kyosuke noticed. Kyosuke dives through the teal blast, tossing out that smug little challenge, and the machine answers with brutal impacts, because subtlety clearly died today, while Ingolf barks in agony, looking every bit the man losing his composure, as the armor keeps eating hits, proving that thing is disgustingly durable. Then Kyosuke stares it down and realizes the opponent is basically a weapon, so he drives in closer, reading the hard truth behind Nathaniel's monstrous power, because if the enemy is a machine, it's just a fancy problem with armor, and Ingolf's whole battlefield advantage starts collapsing under the pressure, before Kyosuke gathers blue chaos and void power, ready to override everything. Then the command lands and the void attribute detonates through the fight. The horned machine weapon keeps glowing like a nightmare with a budget. Ingolf and the others stare, because somehow the trap actually triggered, yet the monster armor just shrugs off the hit, embarrassingly durable, while Kyosuke reads the situation and closes in on Nathaniel's secret source, because the enemy is basically a machine, and machines love losing, so Ingolf's grand battlefield advantage starts collapsing in real time. Then Kyosuke orders the next move, and blue chaos answers first, as Sayuka's dormant time magic wakes, and everyone finally notices. With Kyoichiro's command hanging in the air, the armored threat lunges back, and the seal breaks cleanly, letting time attribute power return again. Kyosuke slams acceleration into overdrive, and the machine barely keeps up. Then he drives a void strike through the monster's defenses. Just rude enough. Electrical pressure floods the fight next, because subtlety apparently died here. With void attribute magic exploding everywhere, the battlefield turns into a showcase. Above the wreckage, Kyosuke stands on the monster like he owns it. Kyoichiro calls out his name, sounding relieved and slightly terrified. Honestly fair. Then he clocks Nathaniel's weapon control, and realizes this thing is nightmare fuel. Kyosuke goes still, staring straight at Nathaniel's trapped presence. No mercy left. Kyoichiro admits the victory was predictable, because of course Kyosuke embarrassed everyone again. Then that blue-lit silhouette appears, and even smug geniuses start sweating. Kyosuke stands there like the apocalypse's favorite problem, bathed in blue void pressure, while the Magi mech blasts slam down and still miss the point completely. Soldiers scream that combat signals are detected, because obviously panic needs paperwork too. Then they identify Asai Kyosuke, and order suppression like that ever works. His allies cut across the wreckage, closing in with serious faces and terrible timing, and the runners spot the target upstairs. So they lunge to intercept him. Ingolf finally catches up, calling Kyosuke by name like a man already losing, but the battlefield answers with a brutal strike, scattering the gun line instantly. Kyosuke keeps pressing forward through the blast, making the elites look painfully average, and even the commanders are left choking on it, damn it. Kyosuke tears through the first wave. His void slashes embarrassing trained soldiers. Their panic scream for backup lands about as well as prayers underwater. A blast scatters the line, while Kyosuke keeps moving like the problem is minor. Down the corridor, the whole facility blurs, because subtlety died minutes ago. Then the truth hits them. Kyosuke's level is absurdly low, yet terrifying. Even the onlookers stiffen, realizing this nobody is outclassing veterans for sport. Above them, the dungeon gate swells like a purple apocalypse with bad manners. Ingolf finally chokes out disbelief, staring at the broken seal like a wrecked man. He demands answers about the gate and those ancient pentagram saints. Visibly panicking, the reply is colder still. The old agreement remains, and Kyosuke keeps advancing. The old seal was kept tight, because apparently monsters love boundaries, and Nathaniel immediately gets pinned as the one who cracked it open, while Ingolf scrambles through the obvious answer, then wonders if calamity beasts helped, because those monsters are the same ones that killed Kyosuke before. Years ago. Kyosuke shuts his eyes, looks annoyingly calm, and basically says he's done panicking. Then he declares he's going in alone, leaving the others to babysit the entrance, which would be reckless. Except he already knows the dungeon is a death trap, and that void magic lets him handle those monsters better than anyone else. Plus, outside enemies could attack any time, so holding the line matters too. So he walks off smiling, and everyone else is left catching up. Again. Ingolf finally pieces together Kyosuke's reckless habit, and it's almost embarrassing, because the man actually admits they need each other now. Not ego, just survival. Masato backs the logic too, turning bravado into a grim little team briefing, while Claudia quietly gets folded into the mess, and Kyosuke calls Sayuki along. Then he shrugs off their history, because apparently veterans never stop being predictable, so he chooses the dungeon route, hands behind his head, acting annoyingly untouchable, as the gate erupts open, swallowing the hallway in that giant purple disaster, and the group marches in, while Kyosuke keeps insisting monsters still aren't here, only for Ingolf to label this thing an SSS rank dungeon, which is not ideal, and everybody else realizes the real horror might be the calm on Kyosuke's face. Yeah, this place is weird, and the monster count got erased somehow, which is obviously great for them, because the core should be close, except the whole operation is falling apart, and Claudia's cover looks cooked. While that kid keeps casually wrecking monsters like this is sightseeing, even Ingolf has to admit the route's efficient, which is humiliating. Then Kyosuke slashes through the pressure and refuses to flinch. As the battlefield starts collapsing under him and panic finally catches up, Sayuki stays guarded nearby, still sizing him up like a live wire, while the Seekers brace for the disaster Kyosuke already walked into, and below them, the swarm keeps spreading, because subtlety died first. Kyosuke stares ahead, already realizing these idiots are in serious trouble, because the swarm isn't human anymore, just a red-eyed buffet of nightmares, and Ingolf's face says it all. Yeah, this situation is officially absurd, since those monsters are apparently his village's dead, which is a brutal flex of misery, while the students freeze in the fallout, suddenly very aware they're extras, yet Kyosuke keeps carving through the next wave, like panic is for amateurs, as Priest Samoa starts pleading for mercy, surrounded by his flaming disaster, and Kyosuke answers with a savage strike, sending the swarm flying again. Then the blue void surges erupt as he tears deeper into the chaos, while Sayuki watches nearby, still sizing him up as the whole battlefield buckles. The battlefield is a ruined slaughterhouse, and the survivors admit they barely held the horde off, which is hilarious, because the Proud Seeker's face says the monsters are somehow his village's dead. Then that blonde target gets accused of desecrating the dead, and the tantrum finally erupts, while Kyosuke stands there like panic is for amateurs, untouched by the same chaos, and that's when Nathaniel gets singled out, because yes, the trap was always aimed at him, as the others stare upward at the gate and wonder why artificial structures exist inside it, with the answer apparently buried deeper in, where the real nightmare has been waiting. So Kyosuke calls the next move, casual as ever, and takes the lead, dragging the group forward, while the old man and the students trail behind, suitably humbled, and inside the glowing facility, the creepy welcome message makes the whole setup feel worse. The hidden facility finally coughs up its target, and Kyosuke stares back, ice cold, while Nathaniel gets snapped into the spotlight, and Ingolf sounds spectacularly offended, because the blonde seeker is suddenly being treated like experiment stock. How flattering, and the elder keeps sniffing at the setup, until Kyosuke casually dismisses the whole panic, revealing Nathaniel was the bait all along, not some noble rescue mission nonsense. Then he shrugs off the resurrection accusation, claiming it's just power collection, which sends the red-streaked girl and the dark-haired kid into full shocked mode, because Kyosuke's name lands like a curse, and the rumor finally clicks, as he freezes mid-step, staring at the gate, realizing something impossible was there, and that last look says this nightmare was never the end, just the opening. Misato Kyoichiro's body hangs in the gateway, and everyone panics, until the brown-haired seeker stares harder. Because impossible just became insulting. Then the blue-lit corpse talk turns colder, and Kyosuke's body gets claimed, as the whole nightmare gets framed like a reunion, deeply moving. Apparently, while Ingolf realizes the corpse was never dead weight, just inventory, because Kyosuke kept it guarded for the exact kind of dirty utility, and the accusation lands. This wasn't betrayal, it was corpse brokerage, which finally makes Nathaniel's face crack, since he got used as bait, and the truth comes out that the betrayal was 20 years of corpse hunting. Kyosuke smirks, confirming the realization, and the trap closes behind him. The blonde seeker takes the hit, and the whole room tilts toward disaster, because Ingolf is already furious, acting tough while the fire gets nastier, and Kyosuke answers with that smug void stare, promising a brutal lesson, while the others clock his speed, realizing this rookie is disgustingly efficient, so the whole crew corners the target. Like that ever stopped Kyosuke before, then the real name lands, Nathaniel, and the trap finally gets dragged into daylight. He still tries to posture, which is adorable, considering he's already exposed, and Kyosuke only grins harder, asking what exactly is so funny here, before Misato cuts in, cool as ice, calling the victory already decided, because they crushed every move, and that corpse scheme was doomed from birth. True enough, the blonde menace is grinning like he already owns the outcome, then he smugly praises the breach, as if surviving that was a personality trait. However, Kyosuke's stare says he's got a nastier private agenda, because that little flare of power is only the opening move, and the truth lands hard. This isn't just talent, it's time attribute theft. While the revelation hits, Nathaniel's face starts cracking under the pressure. He finally realizes the impossible, and the red-haired observer looks shell-shocked, because Kyosuke is standing there like a villain who already read the ending. Then Misato's name gets dragged in, exposing whose power was stolen, and Kyosuke casually seals it, promising the whole thing will be his eventually. 20 years ago, Kyosuke clocked one brutal truth, and the opening act was rotten. Monster stones could resurrect the dead, which is absurdly convenient for monsters, but normal dungeons never drop those. So somebody got greedy with an SSS rank 1, and the earlier Keldo crew suddenly look less like heroes, more like raw material. Nathaniel's panic finally cracks, because sacrifice was always the polite lie. Kyosuke smirks and calls them sustenance instead, which is honestly worse. Ingolf's outrage rises next, proving arrogance collapses beautifully under pressure, while the red-haired observer watches the whole mess and mutters a tired good grief. Then Kyosuke keeps burying Nathaniel with overwhelming force, because subtlety is for amateurs, and the fight ends the only way it could, with Kyosuke still looking bored. Shirato's eyes catch the first crack in Nathaniel's smug little act, as acceleration time magic flares, and the room suddenly gets expensive. Then Ingolf eats the opening hit, because pride never tanks damage well, while the blonde ace keeps smiling through that borrowed, murderous power. Kyosuke calls out the grave-robbing stunt behind the time attribute, brutally, and Nathaniel whines it was necessary, which is villain logic with a haircut, but Kyosuke only stares colder, making the whole excuse sound pathetic, before he admits his real wish is to fulfill his dream. That dream? A unified world state, the kind no legend ever delivered. So of course Nathaniel reaches for it. Just as Kyosuke grins over him, Nathaniel's grand theft of time magic finally gets called out, and wow, shocking, because this little miracle was always meant to fuel a world-grabbing scheme. Shirato Sayuki realizes the man behind it hid regressed time powers, while Kyosuke exposes the creepy little workaround, making the excuse sound pathetic. Nathaniel insists his plan was just to seize a transcendent power, not to be the star, because apparently center stage was too honest. Kyosuke notes that rewriting the past was the real selling point. Naturally, yet the calamity monster already got crushed, ruining the whole masterpiece, so Nathaniel is left whining that he still cannot copy regression, but Kyosuke just smiles, because a new scenario is more fun. Nathaniel's little execution speech lands hard, but it sounds desperate, because those glowing eyes finally admit the whole ugly setup, and the battlefield answers with a ridiculous blue burst crashing through control, while the so-called hidden mastermind gets slammed into the floor anyway. Then Nathaniel exposes his modified pawn plan, which is just cowardice with paperwork, and Kyosuke turns that confession into a death sentence for him, mocking the past self gimmick as the obvious enemy he refuses to hesitate against, while Nathaniel panics over losing the world, like his master plan was ever elegant, and the last bit of pride gets squeezed out as everyone demands this madness stop. But Kyosuke just smiles, because starting a new scenario is exactly his kind of fun. Kyosuke stares down his former self and refuses to lose, because if Nathaniel grabs time, the whole world becomes his plaything, every move gets reduced to a test, while disasters get rewritten, and Nathaniel's dream of a flawless world sounds absurdly tyrannical. Kyosuke answers with pure contempt, rejecting murder as progress, then orders everyone forward, like hesitation was ever an option, because to him, this body is the only soul that matters now, and Nathaniel's smug little understood just means the trap is set, with the team charging through the blue storm, certain they'll win, while Nathaniel just smirks, enjoying the chaos like a spoiled genius. However, Nathaniel keeps smiling, selling Apocalypse as a 1 in a million win, and Kyosuke immediately clocks the real problem. Time attribute magic is showing, so he cuts through the chaos like a blade, not a bystander, while the battlefield detonates around him, because subtlety clearly died earlier, and that dark-haired rookie standing there? B's not confused. B's calculating, with Nathaniel grandly calling the scene magnificent, as if madness were marketing. Then Kyosuke answers with cold contempt, refusing to let anyone stall him, because waiting safely in the sidelines was the coward's plan, not his, and the smug blonde still wants Masato erased first, like that fixes everything. But if this really is old Kyoichiro, then magic just became the real headache. Ingolf's future vision magic starts screaming doom, because blind attacks are already dead, so Kyosuke answers with a calm little charge-up, like he owns the apocalypse. Then the battlefield erupts in blue chaos, and the hunters suddenly look hunted. While Ingolf finally realizes that Easy Hit was a hilarious lie, Nathaniel keeps smiling through the wreckage, acting like this disaster is somehow stylish, but Kyosuke detonates a time-warped barrage, and the clocks start begging for mercy. Ingolf's confidence cracks hard, because even he can't fake composure now. Kyosuke just stares through the mess, looking far too relaxed for a war zone. Then Misato's time freeze drops the truth, and magic itself gets embarrassed, meaning direct attacks are the new plan, which is adorable and hopeless. Kyosuke shuts down the hesitation, because thinking now is how you die, and Ingolf watches the opening vanish, his brilliant read turning into a joke. Then the battlefield explodes in chaos, while hunters suddenly look properly hunted. As Kyosuke's pressure keeps rolling, Ingolf's confidence starts cracking in real time. With only Kyosuke and Ingolf left, the whole mess turns brutally personal, and Ingolf admits the problem is ugly, his magic already burning out, so he scraps pride and chases a landing shot, which is almost cute, but Kyosuke calls him by name, then casually asks for the next favor, implying any reckless move backfires too, and somehow that is the only option, because this fight is overthinking's funeral, and Kyosuke brought the shovel. Kyosuke's void-fed abilities are already looking terrifying, and he knows it. Ingolf can only swallow the hit because denial is officially over. Then Kyosuke surges forward, turning the whole duel into a speed check. Ingolf finally reads the trap, but the timing is already laughing at him. Kyosuke names the opening, like he owns the fight and the sequel. The blast detonates, shredding Ingolf's guard in a spectacular ego funeral. Even the shockwave only fuels Kyosuke, because pain is apparently seasoning. Ingolf sees future attacks, sure, but his reaction speed still has rent. Kyosuke lands the next strike, all precision and zero mercy. Ingolf's scream says it all. This battle is slipping beyond salvage. Kyosuke's strike tears through the light, and Ingolf instantly regrets everything, while the others cheer like amateurs who just survived a tutorial boss, because Nathaniel's flashpoint gambit explodes behind them, exposing the setup, and Misato's smug little compliment lands like a threat wrapped in silk. Then the dark-haired culprit is dragged into the spotlight, red aura and all, as Nathaniel explains that the resurrection stone makes Kyoichiro basically unkillable, which makes Ingolf freeze, realizing Nathaniel stayed back for this circus, and Masato, naturally, acts offended that anyone dared doubt his warning. Then the arrogant beast gets crushed under golden pressure, begging one more miracle, only for Kyosuke to close the curtain with a cold, lethal finish. Nathaniel's gambit detonates hard, and the whole cover-up starts coughing smoke, while the battlefield folds into blue chaos, dragging the smug trash into view. Then the red-streaked girl catches Kyosuke's name, already sensing disaster, as Ingolf and the others stare, realizing this fight is now a public execution, and Masato finally cracks, sounding shocked that his immortal little circus backfired. because Nathaniel casually drops the uglier truth, calling out the remaining trash. Then Kyosuke gets the next order, and of course it sounds disgustingly confident, but the reply is pure refusal, which is hilarious considering the pressure. So Ingolf, Misato, and that proud face all flinch at the golden crush, and Kyosuke ends it coldly, leaving them staring like fools in rubble. Golden light tears through the fight, and Ingolf catches a clean hit, hating it. The blonde seeker reels, muttering disbelief, because Kyosuke just broke his precious logic. That attack should have been impossible, yet the blade keeps moving. Annoyingly correct. Then Nathaniel steps in, smug as ever, admitting the body was his to preserve. The red-streaked girl spots Kyoichiro, and suddenly the whole room smells like trouble. Meanwhile, the dark-haired monster in front of them confirms the obvious. It really is him. He thanks Nathaniel for the upgrade, which is rich considering the chaos he caused. Kyoichiro stares, stunned by the nickname, while Kyosuke's smile says this was planned. Ingolf and the others freeze, watching their proud setup collapse into panic and rubble. And Kyosuke, of course, makes their defeat sound like a favor, because why not? Ingolf's patience cracks, because this answer clearly isn't the one he wanted. Then the fight twists sideways, and somebody lands inside the wrong body. Nathaniel casually admits the soul transfer, like this disaster was minor housekeeping. Ingolf balks at the logic. While void magic keeps sounding impossibly specific, the others freeze around the ruined arena, because the setup is collapsing fast. Nathaniel doubles down, smugly, claiming he has done this kind of cheat before. And yes, the first time was time itself, which is hilariously convenient. That tiny window let him shove his soul into Asai Kyosuke once before. Now even the witnesses are caught staring, as if reality forgot its script. Kyosuke calls it a split-second choice, but the damage was already perfect. The ruined arena glows white as Kyosuke claims he took back what Nathaniel stole 20 years ago, and void magic suddenly sounds real. Ingolf stiffens while Nathaniel smugly calls out the failed calculation, because Kyosuke already hijacked that former body, and everyone goes silent when Nathaniel admits soul transfer, as if cheating reality were housekeeping. But Kyosuke grins through the heat, dismissing the reclaimed body as nothing, while Nathaniel brags he already extracted time, and even regression, before his grand plan starts to wobble and Kyosuke keeps smiling. Then the battlefield erupts in a violent blast, swallowing confidence and rubble, and Kyosuke blames rusty aim, because somehow even failure looks fatal. Kyosuke's stolen body twists the battlefield, and Nathaniel's bravado starts sounding pathetic. Ingolf finally realizes that wasn't void magic, just Kyosuke cheating reality again. The smug genius gets cut off mid-rant, because his grand plan already collapsed. Ingolf freezes as Kyosuke's power floods in, all calm menace and zero mercy. Then comes the reveal that Nathaniel's target is Kyosuke, not some easy substitute, and Kyosuke is running void alongside time, which is ridiculously unfair. Ingolf stares at the fusion of past and present, finally understanding the nightmare. Kyosuke drops the dramatic finish, turning straight toward Nathaniel like an executioner. Nathaniel crumbles into panic, because future sight just made his confidence look adorable. Kyosuke sees the charge coming, and his next move is already waiting. Nathaniel smugly assumes a head-on charge makes interception look easy, but Kyosuke's stare alone says that plan is already dead and useless. From the hall, a witness spots the battlefield widening into disaster, then Kyosuke detonates through the defense, leaving Nathaniel eating pure humiliation, and Nathaniel's brilliant confidence snaps into a choking, ugly panic because Kyosuke barely even reacted, like the ambush was housekeeping. Then acceleration magic hits, only faster than anything Nathaniel ever imagined, while Ingolf finally realizes Kyosuke is using time magic too. Amazing. And Kyosuke taunts the future reader with a simple, cruel question, before the final strike lands, shredding Nathaniel's last shred of hope. The battlefield is exploding apart now, with the dungeon gate still vomiting chaos, and the blonde brat is left bleeding, stunned, and completely outclassed, because Kyosuke corners him so cleanly it's almost embarrassing to watch, while Nathaniel panics over the impossible speed, realizing his trap just failed. And now Nathaniel Cavill is the punchline, not the mastermind, shockingly enough. Kyosuke keeps pressing with time-bending timing, making even Ingolf stare in disbelief. Then he coolly suggests this ends here, like he's tidying up a mess, before the final blow lands, and Nathaniel gets shredded by his own desperation. Even the witnesses freeze, because this suicide move just exposed everything. Nathaniel's big brain plan is dead, and Kyosuke knows it. The blonde brat bleeds confidence, while Kyoichiro watches the humiliation. Trapped between panic and pride, Nathaniel chooses the dramatic route because apparently losing cleanly was too humble for this genius. Kyosuke answers with absurd timing, turning the battlefield into a joke. Even Ingolf starts staring like, wow, that wasn't normal at all. Then the follow-up lands, and Nathaniel's plan gets ripped apart. The witnesses freeze as the collapse exposes everything they tried hiding, and now the only thing left is Nathaniel getting shredded by desperation. Kyosuke's strike detonates through the field, and Nathaniel's face pays for it immediately. While the blonde genius stumbles through the blast, Ingolf gets dragged into the aftermath, and the veteran can only stare, realizing that armor got cracked way too easily, because Kyosuke treated that supposedly unbeatable defense like cheap paper trash. Then the monster-fused nightmare hovers above, making everyone question what human even means. And the creepy grin says this transformation is breathtaking, which is rich coming from him, since even this grotesque form supposedly can't compare to its original. Imagine bragging like that, leaving Nathaniel frozen as he realizes the monster was his own absurd masterpiece. And Kyosuke, still himself, makes that panic sound like the stupidest strategy ever. Besides, this is what evolution looks like. Red energy tearing reality open, not some neat upgrade, but a grotesque life past death. And Kyosuke just stares at that absurd claim like, seriously, that's your flex? Because the same smug monster proudly admits he died once, then explains he gets it. Seeing those eyes sharpen as the truth lands, the resurrection stone rebuilt Misato Kyoichiro into this nightmare, and ruined his way back. So now he treats defeat as a joke, using himself as bait, because becoming a grotesque weapon still beats crawling back to Kyosuke, apparently, and that's the kind of delusion only a world-ending freak could call amusing. So this is the divine-looking form everyone's supposed to fear, and Kyosuke hears that grand claim like, wow, what a disaster, because Misato is basically bragging about becoming a resurrected monster, then smugly admitting his morals got flattened somewhere along the way, as if the dead rising again somehow makes him less pathetic, and he keeps ranting about exploiting corpses and trampling hearts later, which only makes him look more unhinged, not profound, while Kyosuke calmly proves he still hasn't changed one bit, leaving this whole battlefield feeling like a funeral for arrogance. Very well, the monster finally mouths off, and Kyosuke answers with contempt, promising a silent puppet treatment while the battlefield buckles around them. Then the clash detonates head-on, fire and force grinding through flesh and armor. Kyosuke stays absurdly composed, cutting through the blaze like it offended him, and the horned monster gets hammered so hard its chest turns into red ruin, leaving the onlookers stunned. Because apparently this new guy isn't bluffing, while the beast's core caves in, one ugly crack at a time, as Kyosuke keeps pushing, twisting the monster's own power back at it, until the whole exchange collapses into a purple-red massacre of arrogance. Kyosuke drives straight through the monster's tantrum, refusing the panic, and the dragon's smug durability gets laughed at when its armor buckles, because he keeps pushing harder, turning its own force into a joke, leaving the so-called invincible beast exposed, like it never had a chance. Then its chest caves in, and the battlefield gets very quiet, very fast, while the others stare at him like they just forgot how bragging works, and Kyosuke only smirks, wondering if that overconfident disaster was serious, as the dragon's claw trembles, split open and leaking red ruin, before Ingolf finally steps in, annoyed, and admits Kyosuke is the winner. Kyosuke rockets through the ruin, all glare and lethal confidence. Then his void pressure slams the dragon's mouth shut, smugness included, while the beast starts cracking like cheap armor under bad investment, and that golden-eyed stare screams time magic, as if excuses help, because Kyosuke answers with double acceleration, turning the fight ridiculous. The dragon roars and flails, but each hit only feeds his momentum, until the monster's body gets shredded, very publicly, very embarrassingly, and the others realize they're actually pushing him back for once, so Kyosuke just demands more, faster, because apparently panic is optional. Kyosuke detonates triple acceleration, and the battlefield instantly turns into a joke. The dragon gets blasted apart while Kyosuke keeps gliding through the wreckage anyway. Even the observers feel that impossible connection, because his power keeps linking faster. Ingolf's smug little praise lands in the red haze, but nobody's impressed. Misato tries sounding approving, yet the whole elitist facade still reeks of rot. Then Kyosuke answers the pressure with more violence, because apparently mercy is for amateurs. The dragon's body buckles under the crimson storm, while Kyosuke mockingly asks if they can keep up, and the so-called magic stone of resurrection starts cracking under all that force. Now the monster is just scenery, so Kyosuke casually dares them to continue.